Chapter 251, The Skeleton Dungeon. Welcome to the Skeleton Dungeon, F. Warning, the Lich King had been resurrected, and all the Guardians have been activated. Target: kill the Lich King. Kill the Skeleton Queen. Victor slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the area around him. It was very dark without any source of light, so he quickly took a flashlight from his ring and activated it, illuminating the ancient room he was in. It was a dusty old empty room, built of grey stone. It looked like the insides of a medieval castle. The room had 3 slim windows, embrasures they called them. They were filled with dirt though, as if this entire place was a castle that sunk into the ground. Good, he said. Constructed dungeons were very dangerous but also very rewarding. Although they might contain deadly traps, they had big opportunities and treasures. This dungeon was not only part of a different world in the past, it was a part of a developed world. Victor quickly made sure that the room around him was safe before activating his dungeon map. He got this thanks to his Dungeon Explorer title. What? He was a little shocked. This place was a big spiraling maze expanding in all directions. It even had 10 levels that grew larger toward the bottom. He was currently on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, unlike the map he got for being the first one to enter the dungeon, this map was static. It didn't show any player locations. Never mind that, he spotted 2 grand rooms that could be the boss's room. One of them was close, 2 floors below him on the 5th floor. The other one was on the 9th. This might take more time than anticipated, but he could do it if he hurried. The wedding must not be delayed. Firstly, he looked at the wooden door separating him from the corridor next to the room. How old was this door? Very old. Why was the wood still intact? It must be some very precious wood. He nodded, then carefully unlocked the bolt locking the door from the inside, then pushed it open. It was very heavy, and he could only open it after pushing with all of his strength. There was nothing behind it. So Victor paused a second, then took an E-rank sword and hacked at the door. It didn't even leave a mark on it. The sword was chipped instead. Good wood, he said as he began to find a way to take the door apart. Good materials are rare and should not be wasted, as this dungeon would not be his after conquering it. He saw the emblems outside the tent. This dungeon should belong to the Free Players Association. That organization should have been formed about 50 years ago and has been slowly gaining momentum ever since. That Naomi outside was surely waiting to scout the best students. He didn't care about that for now and focused on disassembling the door by lifting it from its hinges. Unfortunately for him, this thing was stuck hard. Even after trying for a couple of minutes, it didn't budge. The hinges were all rusted inside. And it was some kind of super otherworldly rust. He tried to spread some soul poison on it, but it didn't work as the hinges were metallic after all, and the soul poison needed organic matter to work. After some thinking, Victor took some of the green goo he was accumulating in his ring and spread it on the thing that began to hiss. As expected, he had seen this thing affect the ground after killing some targets. It's slow but working. Apparently, after coming into contact with living matter, the soul poison turns into some sort of super corrosive substance. After 10 minutes or so, whatever super rust was in there all melted, so Victor could easily unhinge the door, which he lifted from its place with great difficulty and then leaned it to the wall as he felt someone approaching. Seemingly as he was working he caused some noise, so a curious skeleton suddenly appeared behind him. Looking behind in a hurry, Victor quickly appraised it. Skeleton soldier. STR, 31/AGI, 21. Strong. Novice players would surely have trouble with it. It was dressed in a rusting metal chainmail and a metal helmet like an ancient soldier. As soon as the skeleton saw Victor, its eyes shone with an ominous green light as it lurched at him with its rusty sword, which shattered like glass as it hit the wooden door which Victor used as a shield. Victor was surprised. What kind of garbage weapons were those? What kind of castle was this where the doors were tougher than the weapons? Unless. Victor quickly put the door in his ring and began to inspect the skeleton, who seemed to feel his existence but was not able to locate him. Interesting. Victor said this thing was able to sense life, but not enough to find him because of his disguise. Victor quickly tried to disguise his life force too, but it didn't seem to work. The skeleton was actively looking for him. Then after finding him, it began hitting the walls with its bony hands until they shattered. Even the skeleton was fragile. Victor said as he watched it bash itself to death trying to conquer the imaginary Victor she was attacking. It was a she, he could tell from her lousy breastplate. After making sure that the skeleton was dead, Victor started dissecting it. It had nothing of value. But he could easily notice that the sigils on its armor were different from those engraved on the wall. **T. He cursed. He felt that something was wrong when he read that this dungeon was F rank despite the strength of its monsters. He had heard of those before, dungeons that existed for so long that even in its previous world it was also a dungeon. These kinds would have been S or SS rank before, but after eons of existence in isolation, their level dropped and the world could only assign an F rank to it by measuring the level of the strongest sentient creature. That thing might be weak but its subordinates would definitely be very strong. Victor had no idea if the weak one was the Lich King or the Skeleton Queen though. This poor skeleton must have been also a dead dungeon raider from another world. She must have lost her life here and turned into a skeleton monster. He could tell from the sword stab in her breastplate that was cut like paper. This dungeon was more dangerous than he anticipated. The hardness of the doors and walls indicated that it was a part of a higher world and that he had no way of digging tunnels to reach the boss room. The pickaxes he brought were useless. Taking a deep breath, Victor decided to continue his exploration heading to the closest boss room as in his original plan. On the way, he encountered no less than 30 skeletons, but they were also the weak kind that had lousy weapons and no artifacts or treasures at all. Only one lousy gem would drop every time he shattered one of their skulls with his mace. He tried using the soul poison on a couple of them, but it only made them a little confused. They had no souls. The green goo on the other hand was super effective at melting bones like acid. Unfortunately, the skeletons could casually discard any bone that got on it. So it was not usable in battle. And this stuff was very precious, he was not going to squander it on lousy skeletons. He could only console himself by getting the empty room's doors one by one. Unlike the room he started in, all of the others had their doors wide open or even broken. It was as if this place was ransacked once before ages ago. Strangely enough, he didn't encounter any living beings inside after walking for more than 2 hours. Die! A scream startled him. Victor frowned and quickly hurried toward the voice that he recognized. It was none other than Teacher Isabella, who had seemingly attracted more than 10 skeletons that kept hacking at her with all kinds of lousy swords and hatchets. She was using a bright sword to hack at the skeleton while holding a great shield with her other hand, protecting 2 terrified girls behind her. They were his classmates. And they were holding some kind of blue-colored torches in their hands, illuminating the room's surroundings. Miracle Torch, F. Light Source, needs 1 gem every 30 minutes. Demon Slaying Sword, A. 200% damage against demons and the undead. 0.5% death chance against the undead. Shield of the Cinders, A. Deflects 10% of the damage at the attacker. Not bad. After some thinking, Victor decided to help. So he took a great mace from his ring and began hacking at the skeletons. Yesterday, when he realized that this was a skeleton dungeon, he made sure to get suitable blunt weapons and teach the girls some skeleton and undead killing methods. Although he didn't have any S-ranked maces, he had a couple of A-ranked ones that he got from his ancestors' vault. Teacher Isabella was startled at first when one of the skeletons shattered, but she quickly noticed Victor, who was moving in a strange way between the skeletons. He was shattering their skulls one by one. Victor! When did you get here? She shouted in shock as she decapitated a skeleton who ignored Victor as they attacked her. An hour ago. What's wrong with this place? He asked casually as he killed the last skeleton, that until the last moment didn't notice him. Seemingly his disguise was working somehow, but it was not strong. No. He realized something. Someone else must be the one who was feeling life and guiding the skeletons here. Something far away who could not precisely read life signs. Like maybe a Lich King. That's why those skeletons didn't notice him when he was near the 3 girls. I don't know, she said awkwardly. She was not used to speaking politely with Victor. He was the last person on earth she expected to save her. Thank you for helping us, one of the girls said just as came out from her hiding place and bowed politely. Victor remembers her. Her name was Andrea. She sat in front of the twins and was very polite. It's my duty, he said with a charming smile. Did you locate the boss's dungeon? He asked as he watched the other girl searching the skeleton corpses. She found only a few gems. Only one skeleton had a silver ring on his finger, which Victor had already confiscated. No. Something is wrong here, Isabella said as she sat near a wall catching her breath. There might have been a mutation in the dungeon. What? Did anyone get hurt? he asked as if he was really concerned. Mark and Lucinda are dead, Andrea answered him this time with a sad tone. There were tears in her eyes. Lucinda was her friend. Oh, he sighed as if he cared, he couldn't even remember who those two were. So what's the plan? Where are the other students? Are there any good proficient players other than teacher Isabella here? Victor asked as he checked the hallways. Seemingly every skeleton around had already been drawn to the noise here and was killed. We haven't decided yet. The group originally had 30 students, 3 teachers, and 2 FPA mercenaries, most are missing now. Isabella said, we are regrouping on the upper floor, it's safe there as we killed all the skeletons and barricaded the only stairway reaching it. We will wait for a week, by that time the academy should have realized that we are in trouble and they would surely send help, she added as she stood up again, she couldn't afford to rest. Tom had not been found yet. Oh, how many floors does this dungeon have? He asked. I don't know yet. I have been going around saving your classmates. I have only reached the 4th floor, she said. Did you meet Mina or Mana? He asked worriedly. Not yet. I only found students until now, she said. You are the 9th. Now come, we must hurry back to the 1st floor with the girls. It is safe there. Hopefully Mr. Gold has found some other students. No. I plan to go down. I came here with Lily and Margaret, so if you meet them tell them that I will be heading to the boss's room, he said as he turned around. Wait. Isabella suddenly said, be careful, we are not the only ones here. What? He asked. Seemingly this dungeon is not new as we had been assuming. It might have been open for a few years. Presumably, some profiteering player found it and had been selling its info in secret. There was more than one group of rogue players who had been trying to conquer it, she explained. What? How long have they been here? He asked. He heard of those before. Players can only level up once they leave a dungeon, so if a weak player enters a high-ranking one, he can only hide around and survive waiting for help. Some of those players might not be good. I have no idea. We only met one guy, he said. His group had 5 players left. They came here 3 months ago, just before the Free Players Association found this place. They were hiding on the 5th floor, which is a little safer and has some edible things. He told us that there were others though, some were not that friendly, so be careful, and tell any students that you find, to find me on the upper floor, she said. Teacher, aren't you going to tell him to come with us? It's dangerous. Andrea was shocked by her teacher's irresponsible behavior. He is a member of a noble family, they had their ways. Isabella said. In truth, she didn't want Victor anywhere near her or her students. Sure, he was strong, but he was also a big bad wolf. He should go fight with the other bad wolves, leaving them alone. Don't worry about me, Victor said with a smile as he patted Andrea's head. This girl was not bad. Her class was a scout, which was very good for surviving such dungeons, but she was still too immature. Ah, the girl blushed, then felt Victor stuff something into her hand. It was a storage ring. Was he proposing? Even her father, the patriarch of her family, didn't have any of those rings. Keep it, he said, it only has a few cubic feet of volume, but it is filled with my new family energy bars, he explained. The new super energy bars? Isabella asked as she looked at the ring. It's not like she was jealous, she had a ring, a better one. But the energy bars were a treasure. They had just been released a week ago, and she didn't have a chance to try them. According to the rumors, you can fight for an entire day without feeling hungry after eating one of them. Yes. They taste like shit, so I don't want them anymore, he said, making Isabella curse at him for being a spoiled brat. They will help you survive for the next few days, Victor added in a soft voice, ignoring his teacher's glares. Thank you, Andrea said as she held the ring tightly in her fingers and watched him walk away. I will definitely pay you back, she yelled behind him with a blush. Chapter 252, The Skeleton Dungeon, 2. Victor looked around and sighed. After separating from Isabella and the girls, he had finally reached one of the stairways connecting the 3rd floor to the 4th. 2 hours later, he was delayed because on the way he found quite a few lonely doors that begged him to take them along. He had a total of 21 doors now. He killed a total of 57 skeletons on this floor. Although he didn't manage to level up due to his high level, he earned himself 57 order points. After getting out of here, he might be able to reveal many secrets. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 119. Titles: Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Status: Authority, Infinity. Health 4645/4645. Stamina 3499/3570. Mana 3331/3915. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370. Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points, 65. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None. Class skills: Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills: Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. System Skills: Admin Appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +3, 5/5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 3% Awakening. Fate Strength, A. Unaffected by outside fates. Equipment: Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Shadow Shifter Ring, SS. Area Inspect Ring, C. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Armor, B. Skull Crushing Mace, A. He got 2 rings from the skeletons, but they were just normal F-rank strength and speed enhancing rings that he had no interest in. A player can only equip up to 1 extra ring every 50 levels after all, and his fingers were already occupied by a storage ring, the Shadow Shifting Ring, and a C-ranked rare Area Inspect Ring that he got from his ancestors' stash. It protected him from traps and attacks from the back. He could only use those later to scam some little girl. But that's for later. Unfortunately, this floor was seemingly scrubbed clean by other pillagers before he came here. What a bunch of sick bastards, leaving nothing for this young master, he cursed. He didn't expect things to be this messy, that's why he gave Andrea those energy bars. He didn't want his classmates to go out searching for food in this dangerous place. As this might cause the wedding to get delayed, it would not be appropriate to hold a wedding when all of your classmates were killed after all. Looking at the stairway, he hesitated for a second, checking his remaining mana and stamina. He can carry on for another 7 hours without any problems. But he better take a rest whenever he can. Earlier, he expected all the levels in this dungeon to be the same and just get wider as he descended, but according to teacher Isabella, they might be different, so he needed to be ready for contingencies. He quickly decided to check on his slaves as he caught his breath. Alex had already sneaked into the dungeon, and she was in some kind of a dark, ominous place fighting ominous-looking black skeletons. Victor had no idea where she was, but he was sure that she wouldn't die easily. Tom had teamed up with 2 girl players whom he had never seen before. They were hiding in a small room warming each other with their bodies. Oh, Peter was there too, but he was getting excluded. Poor guy. It seemed like the temperature changed from one level to another. Lynn had seemingly teamed up with 2 classmates, a male and a female. Accompanying them was Mr. Gold, who seemed to have been injured. They were making their way across a jungle of dead trees with strange-looking fruits. They were getting chased by some other guys who were getting delayed by the gargoyles Lin kept summoning. "Lin, where are you?" Victor quickly asked her using his blood slave communication power. "The 5th floor," she quickly answered. "Some group of rogue players is chasing us." "Why aren't you killing them?" he asked. Lin was very strong after all. Lin /von Rosen. Level, 0. Class, A Summoner, AAA. Authority, 5. Abnormal state. Corpse poison S. Strength, 50/980. Intelligence, 30/997. Agility, 40/983. Luck, 1. Charm, 37. Order, 10. Skills. Devouring S. Deathblade A. Self-heal A. Poison resistance A. Drug resistance A. Death shrill B. Summoning art B. Resistance building D. Enhanced senses D. Demonic command D. Drug brewing D. Staff arts D. Alchemy E. Charm F. Sleeping F. Equipment. Summoner staff, A. Protection talisman, S. Storage ring, A. Fate status. Fate's power, F. Summary, rising. No active fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Those evil men poisoned me so I can't use my full strength. They have 2 high-level warriors, she said. I already took an antidote, but it's working very slowly. Victor shook his head. Despite having attributes that can rival a player with a level 400. Lin was in a pinch. Her luck and fate were just that bad. Thankfully, her fate of death had been cancelled. Use some cheap talisman and claim that it is a rare disguise talisman. I will use my power to hide you and your group for 15 minutes, use it to escape, he said. Using his skill through Lin would cause his mana to drain fast, and he couldn't risk this while being alone in the dungeon. I understand, she said as she quickly told Mr. Gold to prepare, then activated a cheap defense talisman while guiding her group to hide behind the trunk of a giant dead tree. Her pursuers were fooled and passed them without noticing a thing. Guide Mr. Gold to the 1st floor and stay there. For now, the poison you are suffering from is corpse poison. It is very tricky to cure, but thanks to your resistance it will not hurt you badly. Just be careful not to be poisoned again. I am on my way down to the 4th now, he instructed, deciding to hurry up. Lin was of no use. Curing the corpse position will take the time that he didn't have. Be careful, she told him as she squeezed her little hand. That's what she gets for being reckless and overconfident in her power. She should have been more careful. Sister Lin, you are amazing. What is your class? Wasn't it a summoner? The male classmate accompanying Lin said suddenly as he secretly checked her out. This girl is very pretty and strong. She was also pure and lovely. Maybe he can woo her and join the von Rosen family as a son-in-law. He heard that they only had women players there. He. Tristan, that's rude. You should never ask about other people's classes. Mr. Gold scolded him before coughing some blood. The other classmate, a nice girl, quickly helped wipe her teacher's mouth. Most of the girls in the academy were from minor aristocratic families. They were well-mannered and knew how to respect their elders. I just want to get to know her better. Tristan complained. He was from a normal family and was lucky that he got a chance to awaken because he stumbled upon a ritual being conducted while sneaking to look at the neighbor's girl Andrea, whom he followed as she undressed and entered a strange lake with another girl from her family. He didn't have time to wonder what they were doing as he got struck by lightning and awakened as a player. Thankfully, due to fire suddenly breaking everywhere on the lake, no one saw him after that and he managed to escape and began to use his hypnosis ability to have some fun. He eventually managed to enter the academy after some people from the Free Players Association caught him trying to rob a bank and taught him an unforgettable lesson. Remembering it made him shiver a little. Lin is engaged to the Von Wise family, Mr. Gold warned him. As an experienced man, he knew how to read the stupid mind of some horny teenager. I know. I just want to be friends, he lied. He likes stealing girls from others, that's the thing that got him his wicked bard class. Lin said nothing, she just ignored him. Making him smile and shake his head while adjusting his plan, totally unaware that Lin's super spiteful fiancé, Victor, had already added him to his very naughty list. The list that the Nutcracker would visit sooner than later. Another metallic skeleton broke into pieces as Zoe hammered it with her new great bone club. What kind of bone was this? It was stronger than steel. Taking a deep breath, she quickly collected the skeleton's shattered metal bones and gem. It had already been a full day, and she only managed to find one of her classmates. It was too late for him though, as he had already turned into a zombie and attacked her. This dungeon was so evil. She was beginning to feel tired after an entire day of fighting. So she decided to find a place to hide. The area she was in was different from where she started. She must have crossed to another place when she was being chased around earlier. This zone looked like an ancient temple with all kinds of washed-out drawings and symbols on the walls. She quickly managed to find a place at one end of the tunnel she was in. It was not really a room, just a corridor ending, but it was a perfect resting place as attacks would come from one direction and the tunnel had many intersections, so she would be able to fend them off or run away as long they didn't come from the closest one or attacked in a swarm. "Don't jinx it," she mumbled as she sat down on the brown tiled floor to catch her breath. At least, she was not hungry. She couldn't even think about food after trying that disgusting energy bar. If Uncle Falcon didn't warn her about its taste earlier, she would have spat it out. Track, track, track. The sound of moving bones startled her and made her quickly open her eyes and jerk to her feet. She must have slept due to exhaustion. Readying her club, she quickly realized that her worst fears had come true. There was a patrol of 10 skeletons approaching. They had just turned the corner and made her realize that she was in trouble. Those were not like the earlier ones. They were dressed in ceremonial garbs and their bones were made of gold. She should run. That's what her intuition told her. Thankfully the skeletons were at the end of the tunnel and didn't reach the intersection yet, which was closer to her, so she quickly ran as fast as she could, intending to escape for now. It was a bad decision because as soon as she reached the intersection and attempted to enter the side tunnel, she realized that another group of those golden skeletons was there. She almost ran into their sharp ceremonial sickles. She quickly swung her club at one of them, intending to shatter its skull, but it didn't work as she could only hear the sound of metal hitting metal and her hand felt numb. She was about to let go of her club, but she quickly held it firmly and used the recoil of the hit to spin her body around. Zoe hurried back to the end she was in, where she prepared herself for a fight. She would be cornered, but she couldn't afford being surrounded from two sides. Damn it! She cursed as the two groups of skeletons merged into one and approached her in a synchronous march. She could only back away until her back touched the wall behind her, making her feel how wet and sweaty her shirt had become. Was she going to die here? That was what she was thinking when she heard the sound of rocks sliding. It was a secret door behind her. She wanted to escape quickly, but a scream made her stop. Make way. Coming through. A pretty blonde guy who was wearing a tattered driver's suit jumped out of the opening, then ran toward the skeletons. He didn't fight, but jumped using the side of the wall as leverage, then used the skeleton skulls as stepping stones to reach behind them and continued to escape without even looking behind. The skeletons, who now had step marks on their skulls, opened their skeletal mouths in shock for a few seconds before noticing what was approaching from the secret door. Their dead eyes shone with green flame as they unanimously decided to turn around and run for their life, or whatever was making them move. Zoe wondered if that guy was Victor's gay driver as she looked behind her. That's when she realized why they were running away. What kind of abomination is this? How can something like this exist? She didn't have time to ponder that. Damn it, she cursed as she ran after the skeletons. What the fuck is that? A message, that startled her and all the players in the dungeon, answered her question. Warning, Isfagar the Great had been awakened from his deep slumber. Warning, dungeon had reached S rank. Targets updated. Kill Isfagar the Great. Kill the Lich King. Kill the Skeleton Queen. Chapter 253, The Skeleton Dungeon, 3. Outside the dungeon, Naomi was pondering about when Bella and those students would come out. Naomi had noticed that her best friend was looking strangely at one of the students earlier, and that made her a little annoyed. Bella was hers. She should never look at a boy like that. She suddenly remembered Victor's hot and domineering eyes when he looked at her. It was as if he saw everything. No, that's impossible. But what if? Could it be that he dropped those papers on purpose? She felt nothing before, but now that she was thinking about it, she felt that it was a little unnatural. Could it be that he was checking her? She quickly bent down and tried to imitate grabbing the papers from the ground, just to see what he could have seen. Damn it! He had seen it all. Wait, what is that? She noticed something covered by dirt right under the dungeon gate. Forgetting what she was thinking about, or maybe trying to escape reality, she quickly knelt and carefully reached under the dungeon gate that was hovering only a couple of inches above the ground. It was a piece of paper, and was stuck as if it was nailed there. She pulled harder, tearing it, and then stepping back and carefully inspected it. It was a talisman that she didn't see anything like before. What is this for? She didn't have to ask that, as seconds later the vortex at the dungeon gate began to grow bigger and turn from cyan to dark blue. It took her a few minutes to realize what this was. *T, this was a C-ranked gate, not an F-ranked one. It must be this talisman's fault. Someone must have placed it here and hidden it carefully so that everyone would think this was a low-ranking dungeon. She had no idea what this talisman is and how it worked, as it even managed to screw her appraisal skill. But who would do this? That's not the important thing. The kids were in danger. C-ranked dungeons were not for noobs. Just as she was about to stand up and then run to sound the alarm, a strange thing happened as the gate slowly turned. From blue to purple, from purple to red, then to gold. *T. An S rank. She yelled as she fell on her butt while opening her eyes wide. Margaret cursed as she kicked the door for the 100th time. Why wouldn't it budge? No swords or spears seemed to be working on it. She even tried to seduce it, but it turned out to be a gay door, standing firmly, totally unaffected. Earlier she heard the familiar sound of someone screaming. No! Margaret wanted to yell for help, but the ominous shrills that came right after made her change her mind. It sent shivers up her spine. Shivers that she hadn't felt anything like them yet in this life. Those things were definitely chasing after Alex. Victor was right, Alex is a jinx. Those things seemingly felt her. They knocked a couple of times on the door, separating them from her, but it didn't budge at all. This fucking golden door was super sturdy and didn't even have cracks. Of course, it wouldn't have cracks. It was a fucking vault door after all. Yes, the poor girl was locked inside a vault without her toys. A super grand palace vault. It was earlier full of strange treasures and gold coins that made their way into Margaret's little ring. Thankfully Victor was wise enough to give her one with extra storage space after she told him her secret. It was supposed to store their dirty cash. Those things retreated moments later just as the message of the dungeon's rank increase appeared, making Margaret affirm her decision to stay here. Like she had any choice. She liked to believe she had one. Margaret could only sigh and look at the piles of strange bricks left behind her. She left them earlier because they were super heavy. Storing a thing in the ring took time proportional to its mass, and it should be able to be moved freely. So storing those bricks in her ring would take more than a few days of hard work. That's what she had discovered earlier when it took her 5 minutes to take one of them. Could those be some kind of treasure? Duh, of course, they were. She was in a hurry to go level up earlier, but now she had all the time in the world. After some thinking, she decided to begin working. If no one came to her rescue, she would have to spend this raid in here, moving bricks and eating sweet *T. Did they really think that adding sugar to their energy bar would improve its taste? Alex ran. She knew that she should not have returned to this dungeon. She should have run away while Victor was in here. But somewhere in her heart, she didn't really want to do that. She didn't dare to. Earlier, when she sneaked into the dungeon, she woke up and found herself in a dark room, so she did the natural thing to turn on her flashlight. That's when she discovered that she was in a large Gothic-style hall with heaps of black bones and skulls all around her. Seemingly, feeling the light, some bones slowly assembled as Alex, who knew that she shouldn't stay here, frantically began looking for an exit in a hurry. She kept shedding more and more light on scattered bones and causing them to start trembling. She finally found an exit a minute later behind one large heap of broken bones. Without thinking, she jumped over it, collapsing it to the ground as she ran to the exit. It was too late. %A. A skeleton that had fully assembled behind her screamed something incomprehensible as red light flickered in its eye sockets, causing all dormant bones to start assembling in a hurry. Alex knew that she had to run, but bad luck struck again as a few skeletons seemed to have already assembled next to the hall's exit. They jumped at her with their sharp black bony spears that materialized out of thin air. Alex quickly took out her own spear and began fighting them. Strangely enough, no matter how much she hacked at them, they didn't seem to be affected. Their bones seemed to be extra hard as her spear didn't even leave a scratch. Thankfully their rib cages were exposed, so Alex quickly thrust her spear forward into the biggest and meanest looking skeleton's rib cage, then rotated the tip to act as a hook, creating a skeleton hammer that she began to swing around, cleaning the entrance in seconds. Finishing, she quickly swung her spear as she rotated it again, causing the stuck skeleton who was about to throw his spear at her, to be flung away, crashing a few of his colleagues who had just assembled. Alex didn't have time to celebrate her victory as she ran and ran as the sounds of screeches and bone cracking followed her. That was until she reached another circular hall that was a close end. *T. She could only turn around and pray that those skeletons from earlier didn't follow her. They were there. Strange enough, they didn't dare to enter the hall and just stood right outside the arching doorway glaring at her with their flickering evil eyes. Alex nervously looked at them as she relaxed her fighting stance. They couldn't enter here. She realized that when they began hissing at her from outside as if to tell her to leave there quickly. Could it be that something was scaring them here? Alex wondered as she looked around using her flashlight to slowly inspect the hall. It is a circular hall with a single rusty sword that was struck with a black stone in its center. It seemed to form some kind of array. Other than that, the hall's walls were full of fading murals depicting a great black shadow demon being fought by armies of men who had pointy ears. There was another mural of a sword banishing that demon. Alex looked around and checked that the sword in the mural was the same one in the center of the hall. Those evil creatures must be scared of the sword. Alex smiled as she moved to the sword that seemed to be extra shabby. She thought for a second and tried to pull it. It didn't budge. Alex frowned as the skeletons outside began to scream louder. *TCH. Get away from that ominous thing, they screamed, but she didn't understand them. Just you wait, she yelled as she used her entire strength to pull the sword out. Crack. The sword broke in half. Oops, Alex frowned as she inspected the flimsy hilt in her hand, before noticing that the sword's blade that remained stuck in the stone began to disintegrate slowly into a cloud of black smoke that began to slowly consolidate behind her. She slowly turned around and watched the smoke slowly forming a miasma that thickened by the second, turning into an oily substance that began to solidify into a slimy black matter where a group of ominous skulls began to emerge and then drown again as they howled and reformed. Alex stepped back and used her spear to hack at it. The spear melted as soon as it touched that thing. Damn. This was an A-rank spear. It was Victor's first gift to her. Swallowing her saliva as she stepped back, Alex decided that she preferred to fight the skeletons behind her than that thing, so she quickly took another spear from her ring and turned around. She was preparing for a fight, but the skeletons were not. They had already begun to run away. She didn't need any thinking to run after them while looking back at that thing completed its solidification into a giant amalgamation of skulls and bones that looked like a muddy giant frog that had hollow eye sockets that flickered with red flames seconds later. It opened its giant mouth and sprung a huge tongue made of slimy bones. Alex used her spear to hit the wall and push her moving body to the side as the tongue went past her and grabbed the group of poor skeletons, then pulled them into that thing's mouth where they melted. *T, Alex shouted as she hurried through the now empty tunnel. Reaching the hall she was in before, she was confronted by a sea of skeletons that formed in her absence. They looked at her with surprise. Wasn't she dead already? She didn't pause. She just used her spear as a jumping pole to fly into the air and continued her run using the stunned skeleton skulls as stepping stones. Thanks to their great numbers, they couldn't move their limbs or try to grab her. By the moment the skeletons realized what she was doing, and decided to form a plan and deal with her. It was too late, as they began feeling their bodies getting disintegrating as if something was sucking all of their energy. They looked to the back and realized that the thing they feared most had awakened. Alex, who was running like crazy, soon lost her footing and fell as the skeleton below her feet lost its energy and began to disintegrate. She quickly looked back to realize that the frog was sucking the entire sea of skeletons like soup. It was getting bigger and more ominous too. It finished quickly sucking the hall clean of skeletons as Alex slowly stood up. Now that the hall was clean, she realized that the hall had another smaller exit, just as that thing looked at her. No! Alex screamed as she began to run. She even activated a bunch of speed talismans. That thing followed. It didn't walk but floated like a ghost. It was not fast, just moving slowly like a lion that knew that nothing would escape it. Alex didn't know how much she ran, all she knew was that she passed from one hall to another and finally reached the end of the tunnel she was in. Damn it, a dead end. She shivered as she heard the ominous shrills of her pursuer who was just behind the corner. She quickly turned around and prepared to fight as she took out her spear, which coincidentally struck the side of the wall, activating a hidden mechanism. Alex only had to hear the sound of the wall sliding open behind her to turn and run through it. A girl that seemed familiar was fighting some golden skeletons behind that gate, but she didn't care. "Make way!" Alex yelled as she passed them. She was not going to die here today. Chapter 254, Fateful Trouble? "Damn you, Alex!" Victor cursed as he sat up. He was currently resting in a secured room after spending 5 hours on the 4th floor, which looked very similar to the 3rd with more skeletons and super doors. He had just finished a quick one-sided battle with a horde of skeletons when the dungeon update notification startled the sh*t out of him. He didn't expect that Alex would be able to make trouble here too. No, this was beyond trouble. That S-ranked monster that was following her was bad news even for him. Although Victor had no idea what it was, he read about those kinds of creatures before. It was very similar to the demon that the Von Zwei family injected into Rita. But this one had a physical body made out of miasma, which he was not sure if his soul poison would work on. Wasn't Alex too unlucky lately? She had been causing one problem after another without rest. Victor frowned as he suddenly thought about something, and opened Alex's status screen. What if there was something affecting her? Name, Alexis Donner. Level, 71. Class, Warrior. Abnormal status. Blood Slave, SSS. Authority, 7. Strength, 165. Agility, 129. Intelligence, 127. Luck, 37. Charm, 50. Order, 29. Skills. Thunderfist Arts, First Half A. Spear Arts A. Survival Instinct B. Spider Hater C. Equipment. Gender Swapping Ring, S. Storage Ring, A. Sigma Silver Spear, B. Black Leather Armor, C. Thunder Sect Disciple Token. Cancelled. Fate Status. Fate's Power, S. Summary, Dark Scion. Defined Fate, Dark Scion, Suffer in Misery. Live for Revenge. Die in Glory. Destiny List 10, Order Points to Unveil. Victor frowned. Her fate was affecting her again now that she was far from him. And other than the fact that Alex had very few skills and was still holding onto her stupid Thunder Sect token, there was nothing unusual here. Could it be a coincidence? Thinking for a moment, he pressed on the Destiny List and paid the price of 10 order points. Destiny List. World Fate Dark Scion, Suffer in Misery. Live for Revenge. Die in Glory. Active SS. Birth Fate Holy Princess of the Phoenix Clan SS. Self-set, Fall in Love and Build a Family S. Self-set, Revenge for Father's Death S. Self-set, Find Why Mother Left Me, Was I Not a Good Girl? S. Self-set, Rebuild the Thunder Sect S. ID_X_147337, Great Misfortune 20/30th Days S. Holy what? Phoenix Clan. That was her hidden bloodline. Oh. Many things began to fit in, no wonder the world hated her guts. The Phoenix Clan was one of the most powerful otherworldly races that appeared after the Reckoning and established gates to this world. Although he never met any one of them, he read about them. The Phoenix Clan does not keep male descendants as they lack bloodline power. They only accept females. That would probably be the reason why Alex's father told her to act as a male. But that didn't explain why her bloodline was locked. This must have been done by her mother, but why? It was obvious. The word princess indicated royal struggles. It seemed like his bet to keep Alex was spot on. Although she was a little troublesome, if he could tame her, he would be able to control the Phoenix Clan from the shadows using the same tactic he planned for the other great powers. Interesting. What is this? Victor still had many questions after reading the fate list, but what finally caught his eyes was the last entry. ID_X_147337, Great Misfortune 20/30th Days S. Wasn't this ID the same one he saw earlier in his fate log? The one that gave his grandmother and Harvey death fates? The one he suspected to belong to the Fate sect? Why were they targeting Alex with misfortune? No. Victor quickly paid another 10 order points to look at Lynn's destiny list. Destiny list. Self-set, marry Victor von Wise F. Self-set, give birth to a cute child for Victor von Wise F. Self-set, help mother F. ID_X_147337, great misfortune 20/30 days S. The same fate existed. What about that idiot Tom? Destiny list. World fate Scion, fulfill your destiny with the world's blessing. SS. Birth fate kill Nova von Astrom S. Birth fate kill Esmeralda Swan S. Birth fate kill Afir bin Asvaril S. Birth fate kill 1 million demons S. Self-set, marry 1000 pretty wives S. Self-set, get reunited with Nova S. Self-set, be rich S. Self-set, be the strongest player S. Self-set, be very popular S. ID_X_1473337, 30 days, great misfortune 20/30 days S. That was disgusting, it was like diving into the mind of a horny teenager. Tom was a horny teenager. Anyway, the same great misfortune fate excited here too. Was it applied to him and his followers? What about Rita? Destiny list. Birth fate miserable death A. Self-set, marry a good husband E. Self-set, make my family great again A. It was not there. Who was left? Poe, or Paul, whatever that sick bastard called himself now. Destiny list. Self-set, live a happy life S. Self-set, find good partners S. Those were interesting. Poe was definitely using some kind of technique to control his thoughts and disguise them so that the world would not go against him. And he didn't have a birth fate. Does this apply to all demons? What did he mean by a happy life and good partners? Victor knew perfectly. It was happy for him and good for him. Not for the other party. Anyway, also Poe didn't have that bad fate. This means that it was not aimed at him. Victor frowned and sighed, he was sure that if he didn't have his Fate Weaver class, this effect would have been applied to him too. Lately, he had been wondering whether his actions had alerted the Fate sect. Now he had his answer. This misfortune curse was probably a local area effect, but he was not sure. 10 days ago when this fate was applied coincided with the time just before he left for the auction. It must be the reason why Alex was doing all that bad sh*t recently, this thing was making her bad fate go on steroids. Lynn, who had an F fate rank, seemed to have been also badly affected. Why are they using it here? Did they find out about him? Probably not, but he was definitely on their suspects list. They were probably fishing out the variable that was affecting their plans. Anyone who was not affected would definitely be a major suspect. He must try to be more careful from now on. He might even be able to use those idiots at the wedding. He only needed a scapegoat, and he had one. No matter what, he must take care of this dungeon first. The wedding must not be delayed. Victor slowly stood up. He had just noticed that Lynn and her group had reached the 4th floor where he was, and it was through a stairway near him. He noticed that because of the corridors she was passing, they didn't have any doors. He must have been there. Lynn, I am near you. Tell your group to take a rest, Victor sent her before quickly heading in her direction. It was easy to navigate this maze-like structure with his eidetic memory and the map. Tristan causally pretended to be inspecting the murals on the wall as he secretly checked Lynn's ass. She was bending down helping Mr. Gold lie next to a wall. His injury was very severe. This place is strange. Look, there are metal hinges on those doorways. It is as if someone took away those doors. The smart girl who was with them said as she carefully inspected the room and then hung one of the torches she got from the lower floors on the wall. All dungeons have unreasonable things. We must be professional and not care about such trivial details, Tristan said, trying to act knowledgeable. This was his first dungeon raid though. Oh. The girl nodded as she continued to inspect the room. Her family was very conservative with their daughters. She was raised to be a good wife, and a good wife did not question things. She did not need trivial skills like critical thinking. Don't listen to him. You have to question everything. Mr. Gold, who was in pain, scolded. He couldn't take his students' bullshit. Dungeons have many mysteries, the more you uncover, the easier the boss battle would become. And the better player you would get. Question everything. He then began to cough blood, causing Lynn to quickly hand him a healing pill as Tristan sneered. Don't waste those on me. Those pills can't cure my injury, he said. He doesn't know where those men got that filthy sickle, but it was very poisonous. But, Lin was a little distressed. She knew that Mr. Gold's situation was very critical and he had to be saved fast or he would die. You heard the teacher, Lin. We must focus on clearing this place. Tristan said, earning himself a glare from his teacher. That was rude. That is rude, Lin said as she pouted. Why was Victor taking so long to get here? Ah, sorry. I am just telling the truth, Tristan said as he scratched his head. Damn, he needed to be more careful with his words. Those aristocratic B****s were very sensitive, that wouldn't be bad in bed, he. Forget about clearing this dungeon. Mr. Gold, who was not aware of his students' wild thoughts, said. Now that it has become an S rank, we must focus on survival until the outside assembles a raid. It might take months to get a group of high-leveled players together, Mr. Gold added. Would it take that long? Tristan asked. I heard that a B rank dungeon takes about a month to clear, so an S rank would take about 3 months. He was wondering if he stayed here for a couple of months, wouldn't those girls start to depend on him after this nosy teacher dies? Idiot, didn't you study? A B rank dungeon usually takes 3 months, an A rank takes about a year, an S rank might take a decade. Ah, Mr. Gold coughed again. Teacher, the girl hurried to his side. I am fine, he said as he relaxed. I can't understand how this dungeon changed rank though, Tristan said, totally unaware that a certain fate was making him show his real selfish persona. It happens. Sometimes something evil in the dungeon awakens while the players are inside, or perhaps a seal became undone by some monster, Mr. Gold said. This might also happen after the dungeon had been cleared, creating another dungeon and trapping all the excavation workers on site. This happened at least 3 times before, he explained. Who is there? The girl who was with them suddenly yelled, startling everyone as she raised her sword. She spotted a shadow walking through the dim doorway. It is this young master, Victor said as he walked out of the shadows. Lin didn't even blink as she threw herself into her fiancé's embrace and began to kiss his mouth, making her friend blush as Tristan cursed silently. Victor. I missed you, Lin whispered in his ear as she hugged him. I know, he said as he patted her silky hair while inspecting her group. It cost him 30 order points to discover that they had no interesting fates other than great misfortune. Toby Gold. Fate power, B. Destiny list. Birth fate, be a good teacher, A. Self-set, teach an S-ranked player, B. Self-set, find good wife, B. ID _X_147337, great misfortune 20/30 days S. Tristan Blake. Fate power, E. Destiny list. Birth fate, rape 100 girls 1/100 F. Self-set, NTR 100 girls 4/100 E. Self-set, become very rich, E. ID _X_147337, great misfortune 20/30 days S. What a piece of sh*t. Elma Green Tree. Fate power, D. Destiny list. Birth fate, be a good wife, C. Self-set, live a happy life, D. ID _X_147337, great misfortune 20/30 days S. What a good girl. Now he was sure. The misfortune was an area effect. Now, he needed to determine its diameter. That would have to wait until he exits the dungeon. We have things to do, he whispered in Lin's ear as he spanked her butt. She was still hugging him after all. She blushed as she reluctantly let go. Damn, I should be the one spanking her. I am the protagonist of this world, ... Tristan thought as he watched angrily as Lin began to rub her butt with a bashful smile. She obviously wanted more. Victor acted as if he didn't notice anything. He quickly went to check on Mr. Gold. He was suffering from the same poison affecting Lin, but due to his lower attributes, it was affecting him very badly. Was it the Nutcracker? Victor asked as he checked Mr. Gold with a frown. The Nutcracker? What's that? Mr. Gold asked as he felt gratified seeing the caring look in Victor's eyes. That's how students should be. It's a legendary monster. I found its traces in the dungeon. It attacks only men, but never kills them. Just plays with them. I have seen its victims. It's ugly, Victor said with a heavy voice, making the girls shiver a little. Mr. Gold's face turned black. This dungeon was more dangerous than he anticipated. They must secure the students. It was not that Nutcracker. It was a rogue player. He slashed at my chest with a poisoned sickle, Mr. Gold said. Oh, if it's just that, I have nothing to fear. Teacher Isabella warned me about those. Let me check. Victor said as if he was relieved it was not the Nutcracker. He simply took out a small bottle and dripped a few drops from it on Mr. Gold's black festering wound. The drops changed color from clear to blackish purple and began to hiss. Corpse poison. Victor said with a frown, making Mr. Gold gasp. He suspected as much but didn't dare to confirm it. Check Lynn. She was hit too, but she is hiding it, Mr. Gold quickly said. Unlike his stupid students, he knew that Lynn was hiding her injured shoulder this entire time. Victor was her fiancé after all. Show me your injury, Victor ordered, turning to Lynn, who blushed and exposed her jade-like shoulder, where a black cut a little smaller than the one on Mr. Gold appeared. Victor didn't care about Tristan, who was licking his lips secretly. He just ran the test again. The result was the same. Corpse poison. Mr. Gold sighed. If they didn't exit this dungeon fast and get help, their situation would be hopeless. Corpse poison was very tricky to remove, even in a player's hospital, as its survival rate was 7%. Thankfully it's only a corpse poison, Victor said as he took out another bottle that he had just purchased from the system for a lot of coins. This is the brilliant dew pill. Mr. Gold said as he watched Victor take out 2 pills. He knew about those. They were the best medicine for corpse poison. Yes, I happen to have this. I found it in a dungeon a while ago. Victor lied as he gave Mr. Gold a pill, then popped one in Lynn's small mouth with his finger, which she made sure to lick and suck. What were they teaching this girl? You should heal in a few hours. I met teacher Isabella earlier today. She is barricading herself with a few students on the upper floor. Victor said. Oh, that's a relief. Where are you going? Mr. Gold asked as he began to feel better. From that moment on, he owed Victor his life. I need to go down and clear the dungeon. My cousin Zoe is down there. I must save her, Victor said chivalrously, making the girl who was sitting to the side and looking with envy at Lynn blush. Why can't she get such a cool fiancé? It was her fault. She should have not refused when her father wanted to offer her as a concubine for Victor after hearing that he was in her class. Damn it, she thought he was some perverted young master. Now she knew better. Perverts could be cool. I want to go with you, Lynn quickly demanded. Her wound was healing fast. Very fast. No, first you have to help Mr. Gold reach the top floor. Victor scolded. But. No buts. You can come to find me after that. I will wait for you on the 5th floor. Victor said, making her reluctantly nod. He might need her powers. She was the strongest player in this dungeon after all. Victor. Be careful there, Mr. Gold said, knowing perfectly that Victor, as an elite heir of the Von Wise family, had many life-saving treasures. Those guys down there are dangerous. They seem to have been here for a long time. And now that this dungeon has become an S rank, things might get dicey at any moment. I understand. But this young master only fears the Nutcracker. Victor said as he slowly stood up. Teacher, do you know why don't those guys roam the upper floors? Could it be because they also feared the Nutcracker? He suddenly asked. He felt strange because he encountered none of those rogue players until now. From what he saw, the skeletons became stronger as you went down. Probably not. I am not sure, but if I had to guess, I would say it is because of the food. The upper floors have no food or light. The 5th floor has an artificial sun and some kinds of fruits and mushrooms that can be eaten. Mr. Gold said. He had never heard of the Nutcracker before, but he can't be more knowledgeable than a Von Wise heir. I see. Victor said as he turned to leave, then stopped to give some parting words. I want to remind you, make sure to watch out for the Nutcracker. I think he is still around here somewhere, he said as he gave poor Tristan one last look, then walked out. Chapter 255, The Nutcracker and the Golden Egg. After Mr. Gold rested enough, he was healed enough to be able to walk by himself. Let's go, he told his students as Elma helped him stand up. He wanted to rest a bit more, but he could see the hurried look on Lynn's face. He was sure that she couldn't wait to deliver him upstairs and then run back to her beloved. It's nice to be young. The group quickly began heading to Victor's instruction. He had told them the way he came through so that they could quickly reach the next stairway. The trip was uneventful for the first 15 minutes when the murals-filled walls around them became empty, containing strange glowing symbols. It was as if everything became dimmer. Mr. Gold quickly ordered them to prepare for an attack that never came. Only a strong wind blew, and strangely enough, turned off all of their torches. They drowned in darkness. "What is going on?" Elma asked. "I don't know, be careful," Mr. Gold said as he took out a glowing sword, that shed enough light to barely illuminate a few feet around him. "Come stand next to me," he said, making the two girls quickly hurry to his side. "Tristan, you too," he said. No one replied. "Tristan." An A bone-chilling scream sounded as all the torches that had been off earlier sprung back to life. The corridors were normal again, but Tristan was missing. "Stay vigilant and follow me," Mr. Gold said as he ran following the scream's direction. It was close and he found it a minute later. The scream came from behind a bloodied door. The only door in this entire corridor. He could hear the voice of someone wailing in pain from the room behind it. It was Tristan's voice. "Hang on," Mr. Gold screamed as tried to open it, but it didn't budge. He quickly began hammering it with his sword that didn't even scratch the stubborn door. "Lynn. You try it?" Mr. Gold said he had witnessed Lynn's power before. "Yes," she said as she used all of her strength to push against the door, but only managed to make it shake a little. Again. "Yes," Lynn attacked the poor door again, this time with more resolve. It still refused to budge. "Together," Mr. Gold said as he and Elma began to help Lynn. The door began to move little by little as the voice from inside disappeared. The next moment the door swung open by itself, making them fall to the ground. Elma could only blush as she felt Mr. Gold's hand grab her from her waist and support her. Lynn didn't need any help as she quickly adjusted her stance by herself. Inside there was no enemy. Just Tristan, who was hanging on the wall with a big splash of red on the wall behind him originating from the spot his crotch should have been. His blood was still dripping from the hole that was dug there and pooling on the ground. "Tristan!" Mr. Gold yelled, as he carefully inspected the room. It was empty. There was no trace of the assailant. "Tristan!" Mr. Gold yelled again without approaching Tristan, who was already dead. What kind of monster would do this? Elma shivered as she stepped back and carefully looked around as she held her mouth with her left hand. She was about to puke. "The Nutcracker," Lynn whispered as she hid her smile, acting as if she was feeling nausea too. Victor definitely did this because Tristan was looking at her improperly, and this made her strangely pleased. It meant that Victor really considered her his own. Despite the fact that Joseph was one of the richest guys in town, he had never seen a treasure like this before. It was a perfect fist-sized golden egg without any imperfections or traces of machining. He completely ignored the baffled look of his stupid daughter and her friends as run to grab it from the hands of the little girl who was showing it around. "Where did you get this from?" he asked the shy girl who shrank back in fear. She didn't answer, but his spoiled daughter did. "Daddy. Lara was showing us this egg, saying that it was pure gold." "She is obviously lying," his daughter said. Joseph said nothing as he inspected the egg. It was as if a true egg turned to gold. He knocked on it twice to hear its ring. He frowned and looked at the girl, Lara. She was one of his stupid daughter's friends. She bought a home for a sleepover today under the pretense of getting to know each other. But he knew that she just wanted to show off her wealth. No, his wealth. It was not hers. This little brat was slowly growing up to be a slut like her snobbish mother. Finishing inspecting the egg, he looked at Lara, who was about to cry. He realized that he acted a bit rashly earlier and that he might have scared the little girl. He could only sigh and kneel beside her. "Sorry, I was a little emotional," he said. "Where did you get this child?" Joseph asked softly. He had just finished inspecting the egg and it was really pure flawless gold. It was definitely the work of a master artisan. As a master antique dealer, he could tell. "Ah, my esteemed brother gave it to me," Lara said shyly after gathering up her courage, making Joseph sigh, and ponder why couldn't he have a cute daughter like this. His wife only gave birth to 3 goblins. Of course, he was totally oblivious to the smaller girl standing behind observing him with an active mobile phone in her pocket. If he did do anything to Lara, a faithful group of 12 ferocious chickens would make sure that he would not live to know who he offended. Oh, really? Do you know how much it is worth? Didn't your brother tell you to keep it safe? He asked, wondering whether this girl had taken her family's heirloom to brag. He didn't suspect that she stole it from somewhere. His daughter's school was one of the best in the country and only elite students could get admission. He had to bribe half of the city to get his stupid daughter in. Ah. Not really. Isn't it just gold? It shouldn't be that expensive. She asked as she cutely tilted her head. She had a lot of golden toys at her home in the family archipelago. Even the dogs there had golden chewing bones. My brother just said that he didn't like it because it didn't vibrate and that I should take it and play with it, she added, defending herself. Stop lying. Joseph's daughter exclaimed. She heard Lara at school brag about her super big brother and his mansion, so she invited her here to show her what real wealth meant. She didn't expect this girl to be so shameless and show off with a golden egg. Eggs don't vibrate, she added as she crossed her arms knowingly. Her friends nodded as she glared at Lara, who was now pouting. Joseph really wanted to correct his daughter that her sentence was not entirely correct and that vibrating eggs do exist. In fact, her mother had a couple of pink ones in her secret drawer. In the end, he chose to remain silent. He didn't want to corrupt those noble little girls who were waiting for his answer. Ah. Stephanie, don't be rude. He finally scolded before turning back to Lara. Did she just say that this was just gold? How fucking rich was she? What does your brother do for a living? He quickly asked Lara, changing the awkward subject. Ah, Lara thought for a second. I don't really know. Esteemed brother is always out of the house bringing new girls every now and then, she pondered, making Joseph frown. Oh. Miss Aria did say that he has this company, Horizons Media. She wanted me to appear in the new movie they were doing. What? Horizons Media, he frowned. He was not knowledgeable about media companies, but he heard about Horizons Media before. He was invited to a party that they sponsored a while ago, but didn't go because he didn't think it was worth it. Maybe that was a mistake? What about your father? He asked. Esteemed father is always busy. I don't really know, but he travels a lot and has a lot of wives, she said. She really had no idea what Theodore did. Wives? What is your father's name? He finally asked. Ah, Lara got nervous as she didn't dare to say it causally, but finally, under her classmates' questioning eyes, she uttered it. My esteemed father is called Theodore Vaughn. No. Theodore White, she corrected herself after remembering that Victor told her to use the fake name outside. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS headed to the window and looked outside. Sure, they were there, 3 black white Stedvans with burly men in them waiting. Damn, the girl whom his snobbish daughter was planning to bully was a princess from the white family. *T, that was close. He almost lost his head. Oh. I heard of your father. He is a great businessman, he said as he turned back while trying hard to calm his shaking legs. But, little girl, you shouldn't go around showing off your wealth like this, there are bad people in this world. He calmly advised as he walked to Lara and gave her back her golden egg, then carefully patted her little head. His life was more important. Daddy. But, Stephanie, who didn't anticipate her father to act like this, wanted to say something, but only got a smack to the back of her stupid head. Stephanie. Lara is a really good girl, she would never lie, he scolded, you will be good friends from now on. Now apologize to her, he ordered. If his stupid daughter really managed to befriend Lara, he would have struck gold. No, as Lara said, gold was not that precious. Then, what would have he struck? He quickly took out his phone and began to check precious metals prices as his daughter turned to face Lara. I am sorry, Stephanie spat unwillingly. She didn't dare to disobey her snobbish father. It's okay. Lara said with a sweet smile. She never held grudges, that's what her mother taught her to do. Is your brother really the head of Horizons Media? Another girl who was silent until now asked as stars twinkled in her eyes. She was knowledgeable about movies. Yes. Last time he was with Miss Myra Elvin and he introduced her to esteemed mother as his girlfriend, she said, making the girls gasp. They finally realized that Lara's esteemed brother was a really big guy. They all knew and loved Myra. Really? Are you telling the truth? Stephanie asked skeptically. She didn't want to recognize her defeat. Yes. Lara nodded and took out her phone and began to show her friends the selfies she got with Myra that day. Joseph silently nodded as he glanced at the phone casually. Wait. HSSSSSS, he gasped, Miss Lara. That purple-headed youth, he asked suddenly. Ah. That's my esteemed brother. He is the coolest in the entire world. Lara said proudly, as Elle in the back nodded. He is very handsome, Stephanie, who was completely entranced, said as she looked at Victor's photo. She finally conceded. That guy is too fucking hot. She had decided, from now on, Lara was her sister-in-law. Joseph just stood there in shock. Wasn't this guy the pervert grandma's boy who was in the news lately? Chapter 256, Soul Apples. Victor cursed as he hurried toward the 5th-floor stairway. He didn't intend to kill Tristan, he just wanted to castrate him. At first, he wanted Tristan to get a little excited so that the cutting would be swift. Victor, who disguised as a horned demon, threatened the terrified Tristan and then asked him about his thoughts on the girls he was with. He promised that he would let him go if he told the truth. That bastard's words were so twisted that Victor couldn't help but snap and shatter his entire crotch into oblivion. Damn it, Tristan must have also been affected by the misfortune fate. It seemed to be more dangerous than he had first anticipated. Victor was worried about Lily and the girls. They might be in some real danger. Lily had already been in the dungeon for 4 hours. When she first entered here, she found herself thrown into a huge exotic garden with strange plants and trees. She quickly surveyed her perimeter as she used her skills to hide her presence as per her young master's instruction. She was to survey, and plan before anything. After making sure that no enemies were in sight, she carefully climbed a tall tree and began to map her surroundings. This place was strange. It was as if a garden and a maze were merged together. It was full of trees and plants, yet it was indoors. She could easily see the high vaulted ceiling where giant hanging lanterns burned, illuminating this entire space in the blue gloomy light. Looking around, she noticed other things, like how the trees that grew out of the gray dirt looked dead at first glance, but they were alive with purple and brown ominous looking leaves. Some even bore some kind of black fruit that she didn't dare to taste. Victor had warned her to not put anything unknown in her pretty mouth. Still looking around, she kept feeling that something was missing. She quickly knew what. There were no insects, and there weren't even any scents. It was as if the entire forest was frozen in time. Other than some skeletons that sometimes wandered aimlessly, there were no living things. These skeletons seemed to hate the light here, and walked very sluggishly, struggling and tripping over the tree roots. Lily was watching one such skeleton when it suddenly lost its head to an arrow going through it and pinning it to a tree. A group of unknown players soon appeared below her, totally oblivious to the beauty hiding in the shadows watching them. They were dragging a chained group of other players whom she recognized as her classmates. The others seemed to be from the academy but probably belonged to another class. 2 of them were dead and were being carried by the rest, who were crying for their mommies. She decided to not interfere and remain hidden as she watched. That group had more than 20 players who were armed and dangerous. Lily frowned, wondering if she should follow them or not. After some pondering, she decided to follow as she had nothing better to do, but just as she began to do that, she noticed a certain mark on a nearby tree trunk. Victor taught those signs to the girls to use them in dungeons. After checking it, Lily stopped, then quickly changed her plans before she started heading at a different angle. The direction the mark was indicating. It was a distress mark. Lily quickly found a second mark, then a third. The marks were getting sloppier as she followed their trail. She kept jumping from one tree to the next while remaining hidden. This place might be more dangerous than she had first anticipated. 30 minutes later she reached the end of the trail, where she found a girl who was curling up, hiding inside an elevated hollowed tree trunk covered in her own blood. Mina. Hearing the sound of someone landing beside her, Mina, who was vigilant, quickly raised a dagger defensively. Lily. Seeing it was Lily, Mina smiled and then completely relaxed. She dropped her weapon as she lost consciousness. She was badly hurt and could only remain awake until now by sheer willpower. Why didn't she take a healing pill? Lily wondered, then realized that Mina not only didn't have her ring, but she was also missing her entire left arm. **T. Lily gasped as she quickly took a high-grade healing pill and fed it to Mina. Then, after placing a couple of isolation talismans around, she began to bandage the latter's wounds. She was now really angry, beyond angry. She considered the twins her sisters after all. Whoever did this shall be cut into pieces and then fed to the dogs, she sentenced them. When Victor landed on the 5th floor, he was shocked by this place. Not because of the exotic atmosphere, but because he recognized the fruits on a few of the trees. Miracle apples were one of the most addictive substances in the world. This thing was as delicious as it was dangerous. Once someone ate it, he would just be amazed by its taste, and feel like strange energy was making him stronger. Too bad that after a few days he would start to desire to eat it again. At first, it would be manageable, but after eating a few more of those, he would come to desire it more than anything else in the world. He would be ready to even sell his wife and children for another bite. So that's where those things were brought from. Victor pondered. In his past life, he never heard of this dungeon, but he had seen the fruits. They were controlled by some shadow organizations that were later discovered to be minions of the Von Zwei family. They used them to control many of the world's elites and politicians before the reckoning. Although he didn't try it himself, he heard that it does have some benefits, like it increases metabolism and strengthens the body. He wanted to get one back then, but he didn't have the money to buy it. Those things sold for a lot. Victor carefully took one and inspected it. Soul apple, E. Convert soul to energy. Oh, Victor frowned as he read the brief description. So that's how it works. No wonder it made people stronger, but that was in exchange for their soul energy. Compared to normal energy, soul energy was 10,000x denser, so if this apple only managed to dissolve 0.01% of someone's soul, it would be enough to grant them great power. However, that comes at a great price. Soul energy can't be generated easily, so slowly that person would become more ruthless and reckless until he turns into a complete animal. Victor quickly took a few soul apples and stored them in his ring. Victor had a crazy idea that he might be able to develop something interesting using them later. After that, he tried cutting one of the trees. But as he expected, his sword didn't even leave a mark. He really wanted to take one of those with him, but he knew that he would have to spend a few days cutting it. Sighing as he was thinking about what to do next, Victor suddenly heard a voice. It was of a woman screaming for help. Although he planned to stay near the stairs and wait for Lynn, he decided to see what was going on. Running in the sound's direction, Victor soon reached a clearing where he found an injured, bleeding woman laying on the grassless gray dirt with a little boy crying and shaking in fear beside her. No, this bastard was not a kid, but a midget. Those two were acting. Yvonne Blacke, the woman. Level, 54. Poisoner. Authority, 6. Fate, B. Milo Moir, the midget. Level, 16. Warrior. Authority, 2. Fate, E. Mommy, please someone, the midget cried in a fake voice. If Victor was a noob player, he would have been fooled. This bastard had purposefully put dirt on his face to mask his age. Help, the midget began to yell again, but stopped as the woman's head blew up. It took him a few seconds to realize that a handsome purple-haired guy that he had never seen before had somehow appeared on top of them and then shattered the skull of his colleague using a giant club. Don't worry, kid, my men will take care of you, Victor said as he searched the woman's corpse, totally ignoring the midget who began to look around. Where were those men? The woman didn't have anything important, just a few leather sachets, and a poisonous hairpin in her hair which Victor took. Poison pin, E. Inflict sleeping poison. Itch poison, F. Mild aphrodisiac, E. Corpse melting poison, E. Black fever poison, D. 3 pains poison, B. She also had a few carefully wrapped packages that contained meat inside. Victor could easily tell that this was human meat. Cannibals. This practice, although uncommon, was not unheard of in dungeons if people got stuck. The apples, although they could sustain a person's life in exchange for their soul, they didn't fill the stomach. Why did you kill her? The midget finally asked as he couldn't believe what just happened. He was still searching for the imaginary men. She didn't vibrate, Victor said as he turned and looked at his new shaking prey after packing his loot. I like you more, he added, licking his lips. The reason he killed the woman first was that after inspecting her he realized that she was the most dangerous one. Poisoners were always tricky, especially if they were faced alone. They must be disposed of ASAP. This was written in Dungeonology 102, Chapter 3, Good PvP Practices. Oh, This course didn't exist, not yet anyway. I am just a kid, the midget continued his act as a kid while he crawled back, carefully grabbing the dagger hidden behind his back. Where was his dagger? Are you searching for this? Victor casually looked at the bone dagger in his hand. It was made out of bone, yet it was gold. Gold skeleton ceremonial dagger, A. Increases intelligence. Does not dull. You must have gotten this from some skeleton, right? Victor asked as he inspected the dagger. Have you been to the lower floors? AHH. When did you get it? How? The midget ignored Victor's question as he couldn't believe that his trusty weapon was taken from him like this. How many humans have you eaten until now? Victor asked again. He was sure this one was a cannibal too. No. I didn't. What? You don't eat men? Then what are you doing here near the stairs to the upper floor? No. Blah. The midget, who was carefully stepping back while keeping his eyes on Victor, suddenly felt a strong hand catch his neck, forcing his jaw open and filling it with wine. Victor was no longer in front of him but beside him. He refused to drink, but a precise kick to his balls convinced him to swallow what was in his mouth. This technique always worked. The Nutcracker technique. Ah! The midget howled as he was thrown to the ground seconds later. He wanted to clutch his crotch but couldn't. His hands and feet were shackled with pink fuzzy cuffs. When? What the F***ck? Don't focus on the color, I brought those to use on a naughty girl a while back, but had no chance. Now answer truthfully, and I will let you go. Victor said with a blush as he took out a foldable chair from his ring and sat on it. Go to hell, the midget said, you bastard. You tricked me, you are here alone, he began to yell as he tried to break free, not realizing that Victor had already stuck a power sealing talisman on his back. Yup. Victor said nothing else and just carefully sat and watched as the midget's eyes, which were glaring hatefully at him, changed to that of an idiot a few minutes later. The soul fruit was the only food source here. Those men who have been using it for a long time would very slowly weaken their souls. The soul wine, which usually had a weak effect on players, would be very effective here. Margaret should be having a blast. Chapter 257, Soul Apples, 2. Achoo. Margaret sneezed. Someone was definitely thinking about her in a perverted way, as if anyone would think about her in any other way. She didn't care, she had better things to do. As she was busy moving the strange blocks in the vault to her ring, she discovered a trapdoor hidden carefully underneath a big stack. It took her 3 hours to finish clearing the blocks above and making room so that she would be able to open the door. Unlike that stupid vault door, this one was not gay, it was as straight as an arrow. Under her gentle touch, it shook and squealed with pleasure as she pulled it open. HSSSSSS. She gasped at what she saw inside. Although the cellar was small, it was filled with large carcasses of many exotic animals that had glowing metallic bones. There were even shiny golden human skeletons chained to the walls. What kind of place is this? What are those for? Like with the blocks, Margaret had no idea, but she knew that they were expensive. This slut was getting filthy rich. Victor smiled as he looked at the chained-up midget, who began to have dreamy eyes. Now he could be interrogated easily. Now. What is your name? Victor asked as he relaxed in his foldable chair and took an energy bar to eat. Milo, the midget answered as he drooled. How old are you? 31. Bachelor? No. Yes. I just became one, he said, feeling absolutely no remorse for his dead evil girlfriend. Milo, what was your plan waiting here? Victor asked. Nothing. It was Yvonne's plan, he said. Yvonne was his now dead girlfriend. What was her plan then? Wait here, and trick those who descend the stairs. The other groups have been hunting a lot lately. There is a new group of idiots who entered the dungeon. We wanted to try our luck too. Typical. How many people are in your group? Just me and Yvonne. The others didn't like her because she used poison, he said. You two met here? Yes. She caught me stealing her food. She said that I was not worth eating as I didn't have a lot of meat. She poisoned me and then forced me to help her hunt, and maybe attend to her other needs. I am innocent here. We will see about that. How many men did you eat? None. Yvonne eats the men, I eat the women, he said, licking his lips. The apples were causing the players here to have a degraded sense of values. Victor expected that. How many did you eat? How long have you been here anyway? Victor asked.
4 months.
I have eaten 3 girls, he said, licking his lips again as he remembered the taste. Victor frowned. Damn, this dungeon was dangerous. If this weak midget could eat 3, what about the others here? How did you get to this dungeon? Victor asked. I paid a black market guide. He took $10 to tell me about this place. That bastard, he charged Ivan half of that. Who was he? Victor asked as he squinted his eyes. I don't know. I found him through a dark web website. True Player Network. Victor knew of this. It was one of the unauthorized websites that players can use to subvert the Players' Council's supervision. Of course, that was a lie. The Player Council was the one behind it. It was built to scam and keep an eye on the rogue player who hated the current way things were done. I see. Didn't your mother teach you not to trust shady people online? No. My mother always went out with people she met online. Oh. Tell me what you know about this place. Victor finally said. Why should I? I will let you eat this. Victor took out an energy bar from his ring and dangled it in front of the midget. One major sign of soul damage was craving sugar. Okay. The midget quickly nodded as he drooled. Although the apples were delicious, he was craving some candy lately. This dungeon is very strange. It is composed of different levels. The upper 4 are dark and filled with skeletons, so no one really goes there except when we are hunting. Even then, it is not really feasible as we can be easily spotted when we use light and the skeletons would easily sneak up on us if we stayed in the dark, he said. What about the lower floors? Victor asked. This 5th one is the only one that has food, the black apples. He licked his lips again. Going down the dungeon changes and gets much bigger. Even the rocks change and become more sinister. Magic lights barely work down there, and it is very dim. So we can only crawl in the dark. We only reached the 7th floor. It is very dangerous there. Hearing that, Victor frowned. The places where Alex and Tom were in, had strange wall lights, so they must be on the 8th, 9th, or 10th floors. No, the 10th floor was where that abomination appeared. How about this floor? How many players are there here? Victor asked again as he casually threw a dagger, shattering the skull of a curious skeleton that wondered what was those two talking about. Maybe he was interested in the handcuffs, who knows? This floor is big. There are 3 main groups who hunt here. They founded their bases on the fringes of this floor. The rest are groups of stragglers who manage to survive alone, he said. Does this floor has a boss room? Victor had noticed a big hall on the map, right in the topmost section of this garden. It looked perfect to be a boss's room. I have no idea. Wasn't the bosses on the lower floors? The midget wondered, making Victor sigh. This idiot knew nothing. There is a big round hall on this floor. What is it for? Victor asked again. I don't know. This hall was being used by one of the dangerous groups as their base ever since I came here. I see. How many players are here exactly? Ivan said that there are about 150 players, maybe more. **T, Victor cursed. He knew that something was very wrong here. Why was someone collecting players inside this dungeon? He didn't notice anything strange near the gate, but he couldn't really check carefully because that exhibitionist Naomi was eyeing him. Victor didn't like it. He had the feeling that he had stumbled upon some weird conspiracy. And maybe a trap. He was 99% that the Vonsway family was behind this because of the fruits, but he was not sure. But why would they give up this dungeon so that the Free Players Association could use it? It was either that they finished with it or that they entered it and then the association just happened to find it later. Or maybe they wanted to scam the association too. Either way, whoever controlled this place before must have already entered here. Looking at the midget, Victor asked, how long has it been since the last group of players entered here? He asked. Ah, the last one was yesterday. The one before it? It was 3 months ago maybe. Those guys were very dangerous. They grouped themselves near the big tree. Oh. Victor frowned. He couldn't tell which group was the main perpetrator. If he guessed right, those people were collecting players in here to do something evil. They carefully disguised a C-rank dungeon as an F rank before luring weak players in. But why? He had no idea. No matter what, now that this dungeon had become an S rank, things would change. Victor took out a piece of paper and began to draw the shape of this floor on it, then began to ask the midget to specify the places of every group with their description. It took him half an hour to collect all the information he needed. It took him a few minutes to formulate a plan and began preparing for it as the midget watched. Victor took a wooden door, then using some green gooey substance he was making a slit in it. After that he took a very fancy sword, and pushed it through the slit before clamping it from the back by two strange pieces of metal. They looked like damaged door hinges. "What is this?" the midget asked. "Watch and learn," Victor said, then ignored him as he continued to work. This floor was big and Victor didn't want to risk going around the bases of the three groups as that would take all day. He just needed to get those guys here. So he was setting a trap. For the next hour, the midget watched as Victor kept taking talismans from his ring and then burying them in the ground with loads of gems. So many gems that the midget's eyes popped open. Were there this many gems in the world? "What is this for?" the midget finally asked as he couldn't understand what Victor was doing. "Oh, something you will help me with," Victor said as he quickly adjusted a few things, then took an apple from a tree and gave it to the midget. "Eat this. You will need your energy," he told him. The midget wanted an energy bar, but he didn't refuse the apple, he was hungry. Although he ate those apples for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he still liked them. And it couldn't be poisoned since he saw Victor pick it up. Biting onto the juicy apple, he didn't notice that Victor was slowly stepping away until he disappeared. The midget frowned as he felt the energy draw from his body. Wasn't this more than usual? He began to feel pain as slowly his body puffed up, his muscles swelled and his bones creaked. "Ah!" he screamed in pain as he felt his body become like a balloon. Boom! The midget was blown into a ball of blue fire seconds later, and a shockwave blew everything around him. Even the vaulted ceiling of the dungeon shook because of the explosion. Thankfully, the indestructible trees that only shook a little absorbed most of it. **T. That was bigger than I expected. Victor, who stood up after getting blown away, said as he looked at the apple in his hand. He was correct. This thing turned souls into energy. Usually, the soul was in a solid state, like an egg. The apple could only affect its outer shell, turning just some wisps at a time into energy. But if combined with the soul wine that somehow liquidates the soul, it would cause an excessive amount of energy to be released as most of a person's soul turns into energy. Now, it was time for him to hunt some naughty players. Chapter 258, The Sword in the Stone. Mina woke up 3 hours later to see that Lily was sitting by her side, silently guarding her. She could smell the distinct scent of fresh blood on her. She must have killed more than one enemy while she was asleep. "Thank you," Mina said with difficulty, making Lily notice that she was awake, then quickly help her sit up. "It's my duty, you would have done the same." Lily said. "What happened? How did you end up like this?" she asked as she checked Mina's injuries. She was mostly healed, but her arm was still severed. Amputated parts can't be regrown by healing pills. Lily believed that her young master would definitely find a way though. "It is those bastards." Mina cursed and then began to tell Lily what happened to her. Yesterday, when she entered the dungeon, she appeared on a lower floor than this one. It was hell there with minimal lights and very strong silver skeletons everywhere. She fought her way and escaped until she reached a stairway that led her to this floor. Reaching the garden, she immediately encountered a group of players who were seemingly waiting near the stairway. They acted very nice, but being guided by both Hilda and Victor, she didn't trust them. She just feigned being a noob and managed to get some information from them about this place. According to them, this dungeon was very large, going more than 7 levels. They were now on the 5th floor, and no party ever succeeded in reaching the 8th floor where they were presuming the boss's chamber was located. The 7th floor was very hard as no light sources worked there at all. And players could only see a couple of feet around them. So naturally, players who entered this dungeon had no place to go, and they got stuck here and kept accumulating like mice in a forgotten trap. They were waiting and biding their time until enough powerful players entered the dungeon and formed a team to confront the boss. Apparently, this was not only the safest floor, but it was also the only place that had food and water, so the players who had been locked inside this dungeon for more than a year, had all survived here. They have split into different groups, some of which began to resort to cannibalism. According to those bastards, they were the good guys. Mina could easily tell that they were lying. Mina could easily tell from the way they were looking at her. She didn't expose their evil thoughts though, but played along, acting as a first-time dungeon raider, asking about many stupid things to lower those guys' guard. By then, she had long noticed how they used a formation to close any escape routes she had. The only reason she didn't attack or escape at that time was that she felt that they were heading in the direction her sister Mana was in. After awakening their skill, the yin-yang sword, and training it, the twins gained the ability to feel each other's location. Thinking about what to do, Mina decided to risk it. She could always escape using one of the talismans Victor gave her. The more she walked with them, the more she became certain that they had her sister. Especially when one of them asked her if she had a twin sister. She answered with a no, but he was not convinced. Knowing that she would most likely get imprisoned, she quickly hid her storage ring in her mouth and replaced it with a normal one on her finger. She was right. As soon as they stepped inside the camp and the wooden gates were closed, those guys showed their true faces. They used the edges of their swords to help Mina strip her clothes. After that they took her possessions before throwing her in a cage where 10 girls were imprisoned. Mana was there in addition to one other girl from her class. The rest of the girls were rogue players who found themselves in deep shit after rushing into this F-rank dungeon before the big forces monopolized it. They were imprisoned here and they have been through hell many times after being captured then raped. According to them, they were the lucky ones in their groups. Their captors would kill the men and eat them. As for the women, they would keep them as a strategic reserve and for entertainment. Thankfully, Mana and her classmate were fine. Although they had some very bad luck and got rendered unconscious and then imprisoned as soon as they entered the dungeon. The men didn't really touch them yet. Not all the way. They seemed to have fed them some strange fruit though, it caused them to become very weak. Apparently, they were waiting for their big boss who went on a raid to the floor 2 days ago. He wanted to get a rare flower that bloomed on the 7th floor. And the men didn't dare to touch the goods in his absence. Knowing that they must act fast, Mina quickly took out a stack of clothes, vanishing talismans, and some weapons from her ring and gave them to the girls, who waited until most of the men went to drink and eat, then began to escape. They quickly used their weapons to cut holes in the makeshift cage and sneak out. Their plan was going perfectly until they reached the gate, where to their terrible luck, the boss who had just returned was unloading his trophies. He was standing there with his giant body and grand bastard sword overseeing his men as they unloaded the goods from their backs. They didn't have storage rings. The girls tried to sneak past them, but that man quickly noticed them and screamed for his men and activated some weird skill that burnt all their talismans. The vanishing talisman had no effect against him, as he had some skill that allowed him to smell his enemies. That's why he was one of the few who could go raid in the darkness. Having no other choice, the twins screamed to the girls, telling them to escape in different directions, then used an explosion talisman to create chaos as the men quickly followed them. Mina, who ran alone, had the worst luck. The boss had chosen her as his pursuit target. That man had some very high level as he easily outpaced her, and then, cutting her path off, he began attacking her ferociously. She tried to fight back, but she was quickly overpowered and disarmed. That man was a monster. Having no other choice, she decided to risk it all. First, she had to approach that man. Taking another sword from her ring, she quickly attacked again, waited for him to parry, then locked her weapon to his. Using her sword as a guard, she used the momentum of that guy's strike to slide down to the ground and kick the man's crotch. This bastard had a really large body, and she was using it to her advantage. Too bad, he was an experienced fighter, as he quickly moved aside dodging her dagger, but that gave her the chance to stick the exploding talisman she had already prepared on the back of his leg where he won't be able to notice it. This was her plan from the beginning. Too bad that she had to sacrifice her arm for that. She had to choose between it and her head. As that man was able to move his sword at an impossible angle and slash again before she could jump away. Thankfully, she managed to ignore the pain as she rolled to the ground and activated the talisman just as that man moved his sword for a second strike. The explosion sent them both flying, but she was not affected much as she was closer to the ground. She didn't even look back as she quickly stood up and then ran using the dust as a cover. She was not stupid to think that the explosion was enough to kill that man, as she could see the armor he was wearing, but at the very least he would never walk again. After she ran away for 5 minutes, she began feeling anemic and realized that she didn't have the ring that contained her healing pills. She was about to lose consciousness because of blood loss. Having no other choice, she firmly wrapped her wound with her clothes and then hid after leaving some markings. Lily nodded after hearing Mina's story. What she did was correct. It was just that her luck was horrible. We should go and find Mana. She doesn't have her ring as those men took it away after capturing her. She might be in danger, Mina said. Can you feel her direction? Lily asked. No. I can feel that she is alive but something is blocking me from locating her, she explained, making Lily frown. Have you rested enough? Can you walk? Lily asked. Yes, Mina nodded. The healing pill that Lily gave her was a very high-grade one that Victor gave only one of to each girl. Naturally, Mina didn't know that Lily had 10. Let's go then. Lily said. Victor casually collected some twigs that were broken after the explosion as he waited in the secure area he prepared. As he predicted, soon a few players one by one, reached the area next to the explosion. They wanted to see what happened here. Those noobs didn't know that they should stay clear from areas of explosions. Before those guys could explore around, two groups that each had 15 players approached, making the ones who came earlier quickly step aside. There was a hierarchy in this place. They stood there and looked with greedy eyes at the ornate golden sword that was inserted into a rock. At first, they didn't dare to approach it, but then a brave man carefully decided to pull it out after making a bet with his colleagues. He failed, causing some of his friends to jeer at him. One by one, the top players tried to take it out to no avail. Even the other players who didn't belong to the two groups got a chance to try and fail. After all of them failed, no one left. Although they couldn't take it and couldn't even make it budge, they didn't lose hope. Maybe someone would be able to pull it out eventually. This was clearly an S-rank treasure after all. How would they know that Victor was evil enough to disguise the large wooden door under their feet to look like bedrock? It was physically impossible for them to lift the sword while standing on the door that weighed a few tons. *T this thing is stuck, one of the men said as he looked at the other group who took out some digging tools. We were here first. The boss will be here soon, so don't even think of doing anything funny. Fuck you and your boss. A wild girl from the other group scolded as she pointed her shovel at the man. Don't even think that we fear him. This thing is ours. She said, then she struck the rock under her feet with her shovel, making it break. Ha 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 ha. Stupid slut, don't you know that most things in here are indestructible? *CKU. Wait until the rest of our men come here and we will see, she barked back at him, feeling a little ashamed. What are you guys doing? What was that? A wicked voice that suddenly sounded from the woods startled them. A third group suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making the other two flinch and step back as a pale middle-aged man slowly made his way toward the sword. It was as if he was a living corpse. On the contrary, the four men around him although appeared to be alive, Victor knew that they were undead. This was Victor's target, a guy who surely knew what the hell was going on in this dungeon. Victor didn't even need to use his appraisal as he knew this bastard. Name, Gustav von Sway. Level, 129. Class, Necromancer. Authority, 12. Strength, 233. Agility, 280. Intelligence, 370. Luck, 21. Charm, 7. Order, 49. Skills. Raise Undead, S. Corpse Bomb, S. Animate Undead, S. Death Speech, A. Shadow Steps, A. Alchemy, A. Poison Resistance, A. Steal Life, B. Pain Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Energy Shield, C. Cleaning, C. Sword Art, D. Staff Art, D. Dagger Arts, D. Survival, D. Map Drawing, D. Cooking, F. Kissing, F. Equipment. Deathmaster Staff, S. Defense Talisman, S. Von Sway Family Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Necromancer's Pouch, B. Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. No defined fate. Destiny List 10 Order Points to Unveil. This guy was one of the 5 nightmares of the Von Sway family, the Undead King. Victor didn't expect or like encountering this monster so soon. However, now he realized what was happening in this dungeon. No wonder he was locking people in here. This bastard must have known that its name was the Skeleton Dungeon, so he purposely lowered its grade and then used it as a honey trap to get the rogue players in here and then turn them into undead servants. As a necromancer, he should be able to control the skeletons here to some extent. The skeletons inside would be disintegrated once the dungeon was conquered, but the players who turned undead would not. Victor was pretty sure that this bastard had already filled his necromancer pouch with corpses and skeletons. He must have planned to conquer this dungeon and then leave with a new army. Or that's what he was supposed to do, but from the anxious look on his face, Victor realized that he was having some difficulty doing that. He must have been stuck here for a few months now. This probably meant that he was not able to wrestle control of the skeletons from their master. The dungeon's boss, the Lich King, who was probably a greater necromancer than he expected. Victor was not really sure, and he could only watch. He was wondering if activating his trap would be enough to kill this man. The one who killed this bastard in his past life was none other than Julian, who always bragged about it. According to him, this man was very tricky as he had a lot of corpses in his pouch, and those corpse warriors were players who could use their skills. Victor casually looked at the 4 men around him, and as he expected, they were corpse warriors. That's when he noticed in the back behind the necromancer and his men, 3 mud-covered girls in rags were being dragged in chains. One of them was a girl he knew. Mana. His Mana. Chapter 259, Explosions. Victor, who was hiding in the forest, didn't even bother to watch as Gustav coldly looked at the players from the other 2 groups, then tried and failed to lift the sword in the stone. Although Victor was super angry, his mind was turning fast, searching for a method to save Mana. She was shackled to 2 other girls using collars that circled their necks. The chain binding them was held by an undead servant. Undead servant? A. STR, 147. Int, 1. AGI, 100. Although Mana appeared to be tired and there were a few red traces of whips on her body, she didn't seem to be in mortal danger. Damn it! How dare those piles of sh*t touch his things? Victor took a deep breath, calming his mind as he frowned. He really didn't want to confront Gustav, who probably had an entire army hidden in his pouch. He could only give up on his plan to collect most of the players here, as only 46 players appeared. He wanted to wait for more players to come, maybe at least another 30 others, but Mana's safety was the top priority. First, he took out a voice transmission talisman and set Mana as its target. "It's me, don't look around and act casual, I will pull you out in a few minutes. Don't resist. And hug the 2 girls toward yourself when I give you a signal. Oh, and make sure to take a deep breath." Mana was a little startled, but she quickly adjusted and slowly nodded, carefully grabbing the hands of the other 2 girls. Thankfully, they didn't resist. They seemed to have been domesticated thoroughly. First, Victor waited until Gustav carefully touched the sword and made a series of ancient symbols appear briefly on the ground and then disappear. He made them so they appeared right below Mina and the girls. "Step away." Gustav yelled at them as he controlled his undead to drag the girls further away, just as Victor wanted. He wanted them away from the others. Making sure that everything was set, Victor quickly took out the fishing rod he got from Poe. Waiting for the moment when Gustav knelt to check the symbols, he aimed the hook at Mana and threw it. The hook quickly became like a living snake as it dived underground, making its way toward its target as if circling its prey. It went around the busy players in a wide circle and then approached the girls from the back. After that, it slowly moved until it reached right under Mana's feet, where it climbed up on her body and attached to the collar. Mana, who felt it, tried hard to act naturally. Although controlling the hook to make this big movement was a little difficult and exhausting for Victor, he was able to do it somehow by exhausting his mana. He quickly popped a mana replenishing pill in his mouth and prepared for the hard part. Victor decided to use his disguise through the fishing pole. It was one of its features. He quickly cast an illusion that mirrored reality, displaying an illusionary scene in front of the girls. He wanted to earn enough time to drag them out of the clearing so that he would be able to activate the trap he set. Now his problem was that undead servant who was holding them. Even if his vision was fooled, he would surely be dragged along with them. Gustav would feel it as if the undead was connected to him. He might even cause him to explode. The operation needed to be as swift as possible. Feeling that Gustav was about to finish his inspection, Victor knew he didn't have time. He had to risk it. Victor took out one of his best S-rank daggers that could easily cut steel. He aimed it at the chain connecting the girls to the undead. "Now," he screamed to Mana as he threw the dagger after casting a disguise on it. His aim was to cut the chain. Mana quickly surprised the 2 girls by hugging them hard. They didn't have time to resist as the sharp sound of metal hitting metal rang. startling them and the undead. Especially after it noticed the dagger that flung away after hitting the chain. It landed next to Gustav. The chain was not broken, it seemed that Gustav got it from this place as Victor's dagger didn't even make a scratch on it. *T, bad luck. Victor cursed as he quickly pulled the fishing hook. Now he had no other choice but to risk it. Pulling with all his might, he watched as the girls and the undead who refused to let go of the chains were pulled underground by the fishing pole. Gustav, who was alert, looked back quickly and then frowned as he watched the girls standing there casually behind him. No. Enemy. He yelled as he noticed the disparity between what he saw and what his undead was seeing. This was an illusion. It was too late. Jumping to his feet, he activated his strongest protection talisman, just as an explosion rang in the clearing again. This time, it was 10 times stronger. Victor didn't have time to care about Gustav as hid behind a large tree and pulled the hook. He didn't care about the tree shaking behind him or the twigs that fell on him as a result of the explosion. He used all of his strength to quickly retract the hook. Although pulling 4 people was extra hard, Victor didn't spare any strength. He didn't want the girls to stay underground for long because they might suffocate or suffer a concussion because of the explosion. It took 30 seconds for the hook to reach Victor's position. He quickly pulled it out of the dirt, throwing the injured girls who were gasping for breath to the ground just as an undead hand reached out, still holding the chain. It was moving. Victor knew that this meant that Gustav was still alive. He quickly used a dagger to cut the hand. But it was too late. Boom. Another explosion blasted, sending Victor and the girls flying. The undead, who was ethereal until moments ago, solidified under the ground, as he lost his connection with the hook. 2 masses couldn't take out the same space, and the undead should have been squished, but Gustav had seemingly already given it the detonation command, so the undead blew up. Although the explosion was not as grand as the one Victor initiated, and the fact that the dirt absorbed most of the shockwave, it was enough to badly hurt Victor, who used his body to shield the girls who didn't have any protection. Although his protection talisman had absorbed most of the explosion, he was still badly hurt. He fell between and on top of the girls, startling them. They were closing their ears that had gone deaf due to the repeated explosions. Victor had no time to console them, so after making sure that they were alive, he quickly stood up, then threw them a bottle of healing pills. Ignoring the terrified girls and the blood that was dripping from his back and mouth, he hurried toward the explosion zone as he activated his disguise skill. He couldn't simply let Gustav escape and get a chance to release his undead army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of one of the Vonsway pillars. The explosion rang again and a ball of fire lit the vaulted ceiling. Then another smaller one. It was a little far from Lily's location, but she could easily spot it. Again? What is going on? Mina, who was walking with difficulty, said, then paused as she watched Lily switch direction and began to head toward the explosion. Why are you going there? Didn't you say earlier that we must make use of the disturbance to check those guys' base? She asked with a frown as she hurried after Lily, who was speeding up. This explosion is the result of the young master's array, it must be him, she said. She knew better than anyone what this fireball signaled. Ah. Really? Mina quickly hastened her steps, then paused. I can feel Mana again. She is in that direction, she said in a little cheerful voice. Mana was definitely with the young master. Gustav cursed as he felt his bones crack. Damn it! Who is that bastard who set a trap here? He wondered as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a ground full of minced meat and the sword in the stone, that still stood tall despite the blood covering it. As expected of an S-ranked weapon. Gustav slowly stood up while being vigilant. He felt it when his undead servant who was getting dragged exploded, but he couldn't tell because he was preoccupied with the death sensations of the other 3. Damn it, those undead servants cost him a fortune. He had raised them from infancy as his own children, giving them a special diet of expensive herbs that not only poisoned them but also made them stronger. Then he had to kill them swiftly, making sure not to damage their bodies. They cost him a lot. He carefully looked around searching for his enemy but could find nothing. He quickly reached for his necromancer pouch tied to his belt. He was intending to take a new set of undead out, but to his surprise, the pouch was not there. Wait, no, it was on his other side. He switched it earlier so that he could kneel and inspect the sword easily. Sighing in relief, he reached for it just as a fine needle struck him on his neck, turning him into a green goo. Victor landed near him moments later. That was close. He sighed in relief as his disguise dissipated and he fell to the ground. He was completely out of mana and stamina. In fact, he could barely move a finger. He only had to wait now. Taking both healing and mana replenishing pills, he tried to stand up, but his legs suddenly gave up as he had no energy. So he fell to the ground in shock. *T, what was wrong with him? Poisoned, corpse gas, A. Causes paralysis. Depletes mana. Damage to health. Damn it, it must be that bastard Gustav releasing it before he died. Victor wanted to quickly take an antidote pill but his handheld was moving very slow. It took him an entire minute to reach for his ring, then nothing. Ring activation required mana, and he had none. What to do now? Would girls be able to come get him? Probably not, that bastard Gustav must have used the corpse poison on them too. No matter what, he had to get away from here. He was sure that many players would crowd this place again very soon. He didn't even have time to clean the green goo. Sadly, he could only wait for the mana pill he took earlier to fully activate and give him enough energy to take an antidote or an elixir. Suddenly a dashing female player landed beside him. He knew this one, it was none other than Margaret. "Oh. Margaret," he said with difficulty, then paused. No, this was not Margaret, but Rebecca, the slutty girl he turned down at the academy. She was disguised in Margaret's shape. Why? Victor frowned but said nothing as she glared at his sorry shape. "Oh, look who we have here," she said in a mocking voice, unlike the one she used in the academy. He heard her talk this way in his previous life when he confessed to her and got rejected like an insect. This *TCH didn't have good intentions, she didn't even try to mimic Margaret's speech. No wait, Margaret did speak like that to the other male students who tried to court her. He suspected that Rebecca was part of the plan against him in his previous life as she was one of Linda's close friends, but had no evidence so he didn't really plan anything against her. Rebecca Owen. Level, 5. Class, Mimic. Authority, 3. Strength, 23. Intelligence, 27. Agility, 20. Luck, 16. Charm, 22. Order, 11. Skills. Mimic, B. Quick Steps, C. Hide Presence, C. Self-Disguise, D. Untraceable, E. Sweet Talk, E. Search Area, E. Sword Arts, E. Dagger Arts, E. Self-Defense Arts, F. Map Drawing, F. Cooking, F. Equipment. Standard Lance, E. Defense Talisman, E. Storage Pouch, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. No defined fate. Destiny List 10 Order Points to Unveil. Victor frowned, that's a lot of skills for someone with her level. Someone must have been sponsoring her. Margaret, help me. Victor ordered in a genuine tired voice. He was not sure what she wanted to do, so his only choice was to stall with a little speech until his healing and mana pills he took earlier fix him up a little. He might be able to throw a needle at this *TCH then. "Oh, you know that you should ask nicely, right?" she said, testing him as she looked around without approaching Victor. "What happened here?" she asked. Some players were fighting over that golden sword, one of them, one on the verge of death, self-detonated. "I only managed to survive because of the high-ranking talisman my family gave me," he lied. "The only thing that remains of him is that green goo pool." He added, feeling a little sorry that he couldn't grab Gustav's pouch and storage ring that was probably getting dissolved slowly as they were covered with that green goo. "Oh." Rebecca nodded, giving the green goo a fleeting look, then heading slowly to the sword to try to pull it off. Carefully grabbing the handle, she used all of her strength and the sword was pulled off surprisingly easily. Seemingly the explosion had loosened up the joints clamping it from behind. "This thing is not bad," she said, inspecting it, not aware that Victor was carefully inspecting her. She should not have looked away from him. She was still a noob, too bad he couldn't use this opportunity as he couldn't move. "Margaret, come on, help me. I will let you ride on top next time, in bed," he asked in a pleading voice that made Rebecca turn to face him again with a disgusted expression that quickly turned into a smirk. "Really?" she asked as she approached him, then swung the golden sword aiming for his neck. No one had insulted her before. And this bastard dared to make fun of her in the academy. She was going to kill him and pin the blame on the slut Margaret. She could feel that some players had just arrived and were watching from afar. Chapter 260, First Quest. Margaret slowly descended into the cellar, using a torch she got from the vault as a light source. Standing a few steps above ground, she frowned as she looked at the alien monsters' carcasses thrown on the ground and the metallic skeletons pinned to the walls. What if they moved? She asked herself. If that happens, I will turn from a rich slut to a dead slut, she pondered. She didn't want to end up as a dead slut. Thinking for a while, she took 3 bottles of soul perfume from her ring and then began throwing them around the cellar, covering the entire place with it. She stepped up again, looked at her mechanical watch, timed 5 minutes, and waited. Victor told her that the soul wine weakened the soul, and those monsters were definitely undead. If they had any souls left, the perfume should weaken them, right? Of course, Margaret was wrong because those things didn't breathe. Finishing with that, she slowly took off her clothes, held the mace gave her before entering the dungeon in her hand, then slowly stepped down. Nothing happened. She activated her charm skill. Nothing happened. Still, she was not sure. What if those skeletons were females? What if they were gay? Thinking for a few moments, she poked one of the carcasses with her club, then stepped back. Nothing happened. Margaret frowned. Although there was nothing wrong here, her intuition was telling her to be careful, and the feeling that something was wrong was getting stronger. She always trusted her intuition. The last time she ignored it, she ended up with a swollen butt. She was unsure of what to do. Sure, she could leave all of this, but she was reluctant to do that. No, she better leave. Making up her mind, Margaret quickly stepped back. It was too late. From the 17 golden skeletons pinned to the walls, threads of black gas suddenly appeared, then in a flash surrounded her. They began to form strange shapes that quickly collapsed after mixing with the pink perfume floating around the room. Margaret could hear them curse as they collapsed into smoke again, then ignoring the protective talismans, the 17 entered her mind's soul space to seek shelter in there. Inside they began to fight. She didn't see them but heard their voices of angry shouts of murder. All of them had been here for ages and they wanted her body. Too bad that gas outside had made them weaker. Margaret quickly sat down in a meditative posture as blood seeped from her eyes. The pain was intolerable, but it was nothing compared to what she suffered in her past life. She quickly remembered what Victor told her about how to protect her soul. She firmly closed her eyes and began to dive into her soul space, where she began to build a defensive castle in her imagination. Margaret had no experience in this at all, but she tried her best. Slowly as they fought, all of the gas threads were devoured by the strongest one that made its way toward Margaret's soul, which was now surrounded by a flimsy cartoon castle that fell in seconds. And Margaret's soul froze in its place. She failed. The gas thread that showed its true form as a giant red-eyed demon made his way to Margaret's frozen soul and then tried to bite her off. It tickled. That thing had the teeth of a marshmallow monster. Vasit lopus tot w, the demon said. Strangely enough, Margaret understood what it said. It was cursing and saying that she should just die. That soul perfume she scattered had affected it, making it squishy. It couldn't affect Margaret's solid soul. Feeling that the demon was weak, Margaret decided to struggle again, but the demon simply stepped back away from her. Frowning a little, he began to slowly draw a symbol in midair. As he drew the symbol, his body began to become smaller and smaller, as if drawing this thing consumed tons of energy. Margaret tried to interfere, but she couldn't move her soul around here. Some strange suppressing force was affecting her. She could only watch as the demon finished his work. Although the demon shrunk so much that he was no larger than a small mouse, he wasn't bothered. He flicked his finger, making that symbol slowly hover over Margaret. He couldn't eat her, so he was taking ownership. Just when Margaret thought all was lost, a strange similar symbol flashed in a blue light behind her. It made the demon symbols shake, then pause. Margaret knew that it was the symbol Victor activated that day. The one that he told her he drew on her talisman. It was an ownership symbol. Carvejartira. The demon mocked as he made a shape in his hand, forcing his symbol above the other one. He was going to write it? Margaret watched nervously as the two symbols overlapped, then the demon's symbol shattered. Insufficient authority. What? The demon asked just as the energy from the shattered symbol got absorbed by Margaret. This was her body after all. What does insufficient authority mean? The demon wondered. When he ate the other 17 demons, he also acquired all of their authority. All of them were once the grandest wizards in the world. He had an authority of 174-1046. Although the demon didn't understand what just happened, he firmly decided to leave. He was now too weak to face another soul. Unfortunately, it was too late for him. Margaret's soul, which was now 100 times larger than him, had already set her angry eyes on him. All the shackles that stopped her suddenly vanished as she caught him and then slowly pushed him into her mouth. He tasted like sh*t. Old sh*t. Rebecca's sword struck down swiftly, hitting nothing but dirt as Victor used all that was left of his strength to roll to the side. "Bastard, stay still," she said as she prepared to strike again. Seemingly she wanted a clean cut. Before she could strike again, she felt a threat coming from behind, so she turned and swung her sword to parry the stone that was thrown at her. "Margaret, you slut! What are you doing?" Mana, who was out of breath and in very bad shape, said as she entered the clearing, running toward Rebecca and then attacking her with a wooden stick. Rebecca easily parried, intending to cut the stick and Mana with it. Too bad the sword simply slid on the stick, earning Mana a hit on Rebecca's ribs. The stick was a branch that fell from one of the trees after the last explosion. It was tougher than steel. Rebecca growled in pain but didn't pause. The attack was not strong enough to really hurt her, as Mana was simply very weak now. Rebecca, who noticing that, smiled, then attacked back. This time she waited until Mana parried before using her iron-covered boot to kick Mana in the chest, sending her tumbling into the ground with a couple of broken ribs. Mana, who was already drained, didn't have the energy for a long fight. She just winced in pain as the two girls who were saved by Victor hurried to her side, giving her a healing pill. "Oh. Do you think you can defeat me with your wimpy skills? You better stay in your place and be a good girl, or I swear your end would be crueler than his," Rebecca asked in a mocking voice, then swiftly looked back and pushed her sword down into Victor's thigh. He was trying to crawl away. Ah! What she didn't expect was that in the next moment, Victor, who was screaming in pain, moved in a flash and tried to prick her leg with a needle. It was the same one he used on Gustav and was still in his fist. Too bad, because of the paralysis, he was too slow and she managed to step away in time and then use her other leg to step on his fist hard, making him drop the needle. She wanted to break it, but she couldn't. "You sneaky bastard sure have some tough bones," she said. Can I tell you one thing first?" Victor said with difficulty as he watched her raise her sword. "What? Wanna beg for mercy?" she asked as she stayed vigilant. "I just want to know, how dare you to kill a von Wise heir?" he shouted, making Rebecca frown and then start cursing as she looked back. A few players entered the clearing. They seemed to have been hiding earlier and decided to enter when they heard his words. "You guys seem to be having fun," a skinny man suddenly said. He seemed to be the leader of this group. "Guys, save me and I will reward you handsomely," Victor suddenly shouted shamelessly. "I am a von Wise heir," he repeated. **T. Rebecca cursed inwardly. Why was her luck this bad? Now even if she killed Victor, those guys would surely grab her to claim a reward from the family. She was not sure that her disguise would last long enough until she exited the dungeon. "We heard you, young master. We are here to help," the skinny man said as he turned and looked at Mana, who was frowning, and the two girls, who were a little surprised. "Girl, let this little brother go," the man said as he turned back and looked at Rebecca. "Don't come any closer." Rebecca, who thought of something, suddenly said as she put the sword on Victor's neck. The men stopped. Shit, if she killed him now they would take a part of the blame, and now that he asked for their help they can't just walk away. What shit luck of this? They should have waited until she finished. "How about a deal?" she asked as she bit her lip. "What?" he asked. "Why don't you just ignore what is happening here? I will share the bounty with you," she said after some thinking. "You only have to eliminate the witnesses," she said, pointing to the girls with her eyes. "Bounty?" the man asked. "He has a $100 million bounty on his head. As long as no one knows, we all win," she said, slightly moving her sword and leaving a purple bloody mark on Victor's neck. Oh! The man was tempted, really tempted. He had no way to save Victor. And the reward was more tempting. He turned and looked at the three men who were with him. They met here, so he didn't really trust them. "What do you guys think?" he asked. If they said yes, they would be considered accomplices in the crime. And they would never rat out? Ah, okay, yes, maybe. Oh. Okay, I am in. The men didn't really have a choice, so they agreed. Little did they know that their boss had already planned their end. Get the girls. The man said, making his men run and surround Mana and the two girls. Kill him, he turned and told Rebecca, who cursed inwardly. This man was smarter than she thought. I can't trust you. We do it together, she said to the man as she fixed the sword on Victor's neck. If the man tried anything funny, Victor would die and he would be the cause. The man frowned and nodded, moving toward her. If he could, he would kill her, but he didn't know from where he could claim the bounty, so he had to listen to her for now. How dare you? Victor yelled angrily. This is your last chance. Help me and this young master will spare you. Don't trust this B*TCH, he added as he looked at his mana bar. It filled up slightly. He would be able to use his disguise to run if he rolled around, but attacking would be impossible. And Mana would surely be in danger. Come on. Victor cursed inwardly. Why was it taking so long? Damn it, this was what he gets for being overconfident. Maybe he can create some chaos and earn some time until. Victor slowly formulated a plan. It was very dangerous with a success probability of 11%. But he would rather risk it than live his entire life with the guilt of not being able to save Mana. He had already sworn not to let any of his loved ones suffer again. The man seemingly made up his mind and put his hand on the sword with Rebecca. Then, together, they cut down on Victor's neck. Too bad, the sword only passed through him as Victor's body turned into smoke. Fuck. Rebecca cursed. Fuck you. Were you tricking me? The man asked nervously as he kept his hand on the sword. Let go, that bastard is still here somewhere, he is badly hurt. Rebecca said, not letting go of the sword too. If that guy escaped, both of us would be in deep *T. Let go of the sword and I will believe you, the man said. Damn you. Rebecca said, letting go of the sword and jumping back. This guy was stronger than her. The man, seeing that Rebecca cooperated, decided to prioritize disposing of Victor. Kid. You better come out, he said. Use the girls. That red-haired one is his maid. Rebecca said, making the man nod and look at Mana, who began cursing. This was the first time she cursed this much in her life. Margaret, you whore, bitch, slut, piece of *T. The young master trusted you. Sorry, I like money more, and his was too small for my taste, she said, making Mana pause and frown. No, it wasn't. Was this really Margaret? Hey, kid. If you don't show up, I will start raping your maid in front of you, the man said after thinking. He slowly headed toward Mana, kicked the stick out of her hand and ripped the clothes she was wearing. She tried to struggle, but to no avail. She was too tired to fight back. Victor cursed as he slowly began to roll toward Mana. He had already taken an antidote pill, but it needed time to work. His only choice was now to slowly approach Mana and use his disguise on her before pulling her away. He didn't have enough energy to disguise the entire area. Sadly, he knew that the man and Rebecca were expecting this, so he needed to be extra careful. Suddenly a beeping sound startled not only Victor but everyone in the dungeon. System notification. One #quest had been completed. The Skeleton Queen had been eliminated. Oh. Rebecca and the man paused and frowned, not realizing that this notification spelled their end. Chapter 261, Massacre. Victor, who was preparing to use some very nasty method to end the situation, slowly opened his eyes wide as he sighed in relief. He slowly put the strange-looking talismans in his hand away, then wiped the blood off his finger. This was a really close call. He almost used that nasty bug. It would have been a real waste to use it on those weaklings though. Thankfully, he was right. His waiting had paid off. After Rebecca attacked him earlier, he plotted many different scenarios. Finally, he decided to bet and stall for time, waiting for this moment. Too bad, the moment he waited didn't come. And when Mana hurried to help her young master, she didn't realize that she was limiting Victor's options, because he would have to take her into consideration. She really tied his hands. Victor didn't really blame her as he knew how much she loved him. But he would have to punish her later no matter what. Victor slowly stood up as he leveled up, filling up his mana and health bars. Yes, he leveled up. Ever since that midget told Victor that there was no boss on this floor, He felt that it was strange as he could clearly see the hall that was clearly a boss chamber on the map. All the pieces fell into their places when he saw Gustav. Victor had been waiting for this moment when the pouch was completely dissolved by the green goo. It was then the skeleton queen who was in it perished. Yes, as Victor expected, that bastard Gustav should have subdued her earlier, wanting to use her against the Lich King, or other players. And as the one who caused this, Victor von Wise earned a ton of experience and leveled up immediately. Thanks to his upgraded system, he didn't have to wait until the dungeon was cleared. Leveling up not only reset his attributes but also removed all temporary effects. Paralysis to be exact. He was still poisoned though, so he quickly took another antidote pill as he quickly glanced at his log. Level up. Level up. Level up. Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +4, see players' skills and artifacts feedback, require authority x10. Master seal, +5, added 1 slot. Can transfer attributes point to or from when slaves level up. Unlimited disguise, +4, can disguise other players and artifacts skills feedback, require authority x10. New titles. Last Breath Warrior, survived a deadly situation in a dungeon with your health and mana below 10%. Once a month, if your health dropped to 0, it would turn to 1 instead. The queen was not that high leveled, so Victor only got 3 levels from her, but this was not bad. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 122. Titles. Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror x2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior x2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 4680/4680. Stamina 3600/3600. Mana 4020/4020. Strength 335. Agility 300. Intelligence 375. Luck 47. Charm 55. Order points, 172. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, none. Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills. Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Mace Arts, F. System Skills. Admin Appraisal, SSS, +4. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +4, 5/6. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +4. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, none. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 5% Awakening. Fate Strength, A. Unaffected by outside fates. Equipment. Broken Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Shadow Shifter Ring, SS. Area Inspect Ring, C. Levitation Necklace, A. Broken Hidden Armor, B. Victor smiled and nodded. This is more than he had anticipated. Now it was payback time. Rebecca frowned and then returned her eyes to the clearing. She didn't expect the first boss to be eliminated at this time. Never mind, she needed to finish here then disappear forever with Victor's head. She coldly watched as the skinny man, who seemingly didn't care a lot about the announcement, slowly approached and grabbed Mana by the neck. Then he vanished. Not just him, everything around her in the clearing vanished. She was surrounded by a white emptiness. Illusion, she yelled, then activated her area inspection. It didn't work. She quickly prepared for an attack, but it came from an angle she never expected. The sword in her hand suddenly became alive and began shaking at her, forcing her to throw it away. It vanished. **T, she made a mistake, this was definitely Victor moving it. Rebecca got flustered as she reached for her storage pouch to take her dagger, but her pouch was not there. Suddenly she felt something go around her neck. It was some kind of a wire. She tried to pry it off or to kick the attacker behind her, but it was to no avail. It was as if she was kicking empty air. In her last seconds of clarity, she could barely see the bloody handsome face of her strangler. He was like a ghost floating in midair. His purplish black eyes were like an endless abyss, and his cold smile came straight from hell. Moments later, she passed out. She was lucky though, because she didn't get to hear the bone-chilling screams that followed. Martin, the Vonsway patriarch, casually stepped out of his practice cave just as an elder ran toward him in a way that was not fitting for a man his age. "Master! Thankfully you are out. We are in trouble." "Wahm," he yelled, then began to cough as he tried to catch his breath. "Zamika, I always told you to stop smoking. It is not good for your health. Look at you gasping for breath after a slight effort." Martin scolded as he watched the old man calm down. "Ah. Ma. Master. Moss, you. Gust, AAA, have, dead." Zamika coughed a little more. "Gus? The gardener? Why should I care?" Martin raised one eyebrow. "Did he touch the hybrid poison ivy? I warned him about it." "No, Master, Gustav, not Gus. Gustav, the undead king. He is dead. His soul jade had just broken moments ago." Zamika interrupted. "What?" Martin gasped. Gustav was one of the 5 nightmares, the pillars of the Vonsway family. "Who did it? Where was he?" "We don't know. Master Gustav always acted secretly when he went out to collect new servants." "Damn it," Martin yelled, "call the other 4 nightmares. We need to talk." "Master, while you were in your closed practice cave, another one of the nightmares was killed," Zamika said after some hesitation. "It was Master Alvar." "What? When? Wasn't he at the Wyron mansion supervising that kid Troy?" Martin asked as he checked Zamika's expression, making sure that he was not joking. Master Troy was killed, and the mansion. It blew up with a nuclear bomb. It was about a month ago." "What?" It took Martin 10 whole minutes to get all of this. Zamika had just told him that the family had lost half of its hidden cards in just 2 weeks. "Who was it?" Martin asked finally as his eyes turned red and his shoulders began to shake. One must know that Alvar was not only his uncle, he was one of the elders who supported him. "We don't know yet." "Then find out." Martin yelled, "And make Levi come see me," he hissed angrily as blood seeped from his squeezed hand. His son would need to readjust his plan. Lily stealthily landed in the devastated clearing, followed by Mina, who quickly began to inspect the surroundings with shocked eyes. This was a bloody massacre. Not only were there random body parts and blood splotches around, but she could spot 11 freshly dismembered corpses. 3 were in the center of the clearing while the rest had seemingly been caught sneaking or lurking around. All the corpses had one thing in common. They had bloody holes dug in their nether regions. They were fresh as blood was still seeping from them. Maybe 15 minutes or less. "What monster did this?" Mina asked with an ashen face as she looked around in vigilance. "The Nutcracker." Lily replied she knew who it was. Her young master. He was the one who told her to blow the crotches of anyone who dared to touch or even look at her improperly. She took it metaphorically as just kicking their balls off. She didn't expect Victor to mean it literally. "What? The Nutcracker?" Mina asked. "Was it a monster?" She heard that name before, but she had no recollection of when. "It must be at the academy. We should leave. What if it was still lurking here?" she said as she began to look around nervously. "Don't be afraid, you will be cracked by him sooner or later, Lily said with a smile. No one can escape his grasp, she added as she began to giggle. Her mood had just super improved after noticing a mark on a nearby tree. The young master was close. Way. Mina didn't get it at first, but after witnessing how Lily began to giggle as she started to hurry in a certain direction, she understood. Oh, she blushed, then awkwardly touched her cut hand. Will the young master accept her like this? She didn't have to wait long to know, as Lily quickly found Victor's trace and began to follow it until they reached a very dark and ominous place in the forest. Lily said nothing as she walked forward, then vanished from Mina's sight. Mina, knowing that this must be a safe area, quickly followed. The darkness vanished and was replaced by a small clearing. Victor was sitting there with Mana. They were scamming two poor girls into signing some shady contract. And a girl they knew, Margaret, was tied and hanging from a tree with a burning hot campfire below her. That slut finally got her due. That was what Lily thought as she smiled and ran to her young master, then threw her nimble body in his embrace as he stood up to welcome her. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with his sweet smell. Sister, what happened to your hand? Mana suddenly asked. Ruining the harmonious atmosphere. One of the guys before. Mina began to tell her sister the story. Young master? Lily asked as she felt Victor's body tense up and release a murderous aura that she never felt before in her life. She slowly let go of him and stood to the side as she knew what this was about. She was not the one who needed his hug the most. Come here. Victor said as he reached for Mina, who was looking down, and pulled her into his chest, then embraced her hard. Don't worry, he said, no matter what, you are still mine. I will find a way to fix you up, he whispered in her little ear. She said as her tears began to tear up. She feared that Victor would not like her now that she became like this. Is that bastard still alive? Victor asked slowly. Probably, she whispered as tears began to fall from her eyes. Don't worry, you are still my sweet Mina, he whispered and kissed her hair, reassuring her again. Mina didn't answer as she began to weep. She had been holding it all this time. She was just a teenager after all. Don't worry, he kept saying as the two girls, who had just been forced to sign their lives away, began to shake from the very scary cold look in his eyes. Chapter 262, Need to Become Stronger. She slowly opened her eyes as she smelled the smoke and felt the heat on her foot. It was one of her sneakers. It was on fire. Rebecca screamed as she struggled and realized that she was tied up and hanging over a campfire. She had no time to think as she used her other foot to take off the flaming sneaker and then kicked it away. This was a white dragon sneaker, damn it. It cost her a fortune. But damn, that was close. She always wanted to look hot, but not that hot. Now where was she? She began to look around as she swung her burnt foot away from the flames which were 3 feet below her. Her shoelace must have caught fire by accident. Was she captured by some cannibals? Was she about to be cooked and eaten? She wondered as she surveyed the clearing around her and spotted the two girls who were sitting to the side chatting and giggling. Weren't those two girls the ones who were with that twin, the ones who hurried to help Victor? Right, Victor. Where was that paycheck? His head was her way to riches. She looked around using the rope that bound her to make a full rotation. There was no one else in sight. You two, she yelled, making the girl look at her coldly. So you woke up, slut, one of them said as they walked toward her. How dare you try and hurt the young master, the other one spat. AHH. Why am I hanging? She asked. She knew the answer though. The young master said that your flesh is very tender, it would be a waste to kill you, the first one said. We will use you as a living food supply, we will only cut the parts we need to eat, the other one replied while trying hard to contain her laughter. Victor had told them to frighten her a little and they were more than happy to follow their new young master's command. Truth be told, the two girls were really miserable all their life. Both of them were orphans who were lucky to get to be chosen to be disciples for a 9th grade sect called the Raging Flint sect, which in fact was just a beggar sect that collected orphans to try an 80% death chance awakening artifact on, then used them to work for the sect. So the two of them, like all their brothers and sisters, had two choices, either leave the sect and fend for themselves or go out and search for resources and then bring them to their sect master. As poor girls without a background, they knew better than to try to survive alone, so they began to go on missions to acquire resources. That's how they ended up getting scammed into this dungeon where they lived a life worse than hell. Thankfully they were pretty enough that those men didn't eat them, but kept them as pets. One day ago, they managed to escape from the base they were kept at, thanks to the twins, but due to their lack of supplies, they were captured pretty quickly by a more dangerous group. They heard rumors that the stoic men didn't leave any survivors. They thought that this was their end, but 2 hours ago, they were blown away by the charming prince. No, by the young master Victor von Wise, who not only saved them but also killed no less than 50 evil players with ease. The girls should have been terrified by his bloody actions, but seemingly living on the edge for 5 months had changed their perceptions. The look of Victor cracking those men's crotches with a mace was unforgettable. He looked dashing. After that, young Master Victor took them to the secured area where he gave them only 2 choices. To become his maids and serve him forever, or to become his maids and serve him for eternity. They, as young girls who didn't know any better, chose the first choice with some reservations as they feared their sect master. But after Victor explained that he was an heir of one of the 5 families, they were blown away once again, surrendering immediately before signing the contracts he presented them without thinking. Their sleazy old sect master would wet his pants if he realized whom they would be working for. Now, after Victor left to finish off the guy who hurt his maid, they finally felt that something was wrong. They have just sold themselves into servitude. Why did they do that? They had no idea. After confronting each other, they realized that Victor must have used some kind of skill on them. But weren't system contracts only applicable if signed with free will? They had no idea, but after some thinking, they realized that this was much better for them. They have seen Victor kill many players after all, and he could have chosen to silence them forever instead of subduing them. Although they were just a little annoyed that he tricked them, serving Victor was not bad at all. After all, in their sect, they were no more than servants to the sect master and the elders. At least here they will have a salary. A huge F***ing salary, and the opportunity to get the protection of a grand family like the Von Wise. And to top it off, they would be able to serve that handsome young master. Just thinking about his dashing smile made them drool. Rebecca shivered as she saw the 2 girls who eyed her with dreamy eyes and smile with drool seeping from their mouths. Was this really her end? Catch those B*****s, the burly man said as he walked in a strange way. One of his legs was missing, so he was using a makeshift crutch to move around. That red-haired B****tch was the one who blew up his leg. Thankfully, one of his men saw her sneaking around and reported it to him, so despite having some difficulty walking, he took 20 players with him and was at the moment pursuing the escaping girls throughout the garden. This place had many dangers and dead ends, but getting stuck and having to live here for the last 2 years, those men knew this place like the backs of their hands. Boss, we cornered them, those B****s ran to a dead end. It's the plantation. One man whom he sent ahead as a scout returned. If we close that stone gate they would have no place to go. Oh, the boss then started heading toward the plantation as he considered his options. He was a very cautious man by nature. What if this was a trap? Impossible, the girls didn't have their rings or any weapons. He saw their frightened faces and those can't be faked. Boss, what if this place had skeletons? A young man that had recently joined them interrupted the boss's thoughts just as they reached the location, earning himself a slap on the back of his head. Don't worry, the skeleton hates this place. It's very muddy. It had evil plants before, but 5 months ago, all of the groups worked together to burn it down, the boss said as he surveyed the location. Do you know those 2 girls? They should have come in with you, the boss asked the young man. They are in the other class in the academy. I heard that they are some kind of maids, the young man was not sure. He only got to survive here because the boss was his distant cousin's son-in-law's second uncle's son-in-law. Useless things, the boss cursed as he moved forward toward the door, then began to sniff the area for any abnormalities. There was none. Only the smell of 2 frightened girls. He looked at an old veteran who was one of his assistants. Keep the noob here with you, the 2 of you will stay outside and guard the gate, the rest will follow me. I haven't eaten twins in a long time, he said with a murderous look. This time he will not let them escape. Boss, but we want to eat too. The young man who was ordered to stay outside complained. Shut up, I will save you a thigh or an arm. You have to earn your food here. We will go round up the other runaway sluts later, the boss said, winking to the veteran, then licking his lips before entering the plantation. The boss nodded and then walked inside the plantation. Perhaps this place was once some princess's private garden, but it was now his hunting ground. Although he was very annoyed because the girls ran. The feeling of being a hunter made him feel alive, it made him feel young again. Maybe some action every once in a while was not bad. Perhaps he would try playing with them a little before eating. The two who were ordered to stay outside used all of their strength to close the stone gate and then stood guards outside it. They could hear the jeers of the others from the inside and that made them very disturbed. "Stay vigilant," the veteran said as he secretly checked the young man's figure. "Not bad. The boss was right not to kill him with the others." "I will," the young man replied, totally unaware of his companion's thoughts. "Why didn't the boss leave more men to guard outside?" he asked. "The place inside is like a maze, he wants to finish this quickly," the veteran replied. Not revealing that the boss, who feared for his life, wanted all of his men with him in case an ambush awaited them there. "Oh," the young man said, then sighed. That's when he spotted something. A very pretty girl was walking toward them with an injured shoulder and stomach. She was bleeding heavily as she screamed for help, then fell to the ground behind a big tree. The two men looked at each other. "Be careful." "I will go check," the veteran warned. "Watch my back." "I understand," the young man replied as he started to survey the surroundings with a bow and arrow ready to be launched. The middle-aged veteran carefully headed to the girl and then stood there stunned. "Can such a pretty girl exist?" "Old man." "What's wrong?" the young man asked, waking the veteran from his trance. "Ah. It's a girl. She is badly injured," the veteran replied as he swallowed. He really wanted this girl, he never wanted anything more in his life. He banged dozens of men in his lifetime. This was his first time feeling like this over a girl. Too bad he didn't have any life left to explore this new feeling, as he failed to realize that there was a dagger piercing through his throat. The young man, who was pouting, made sure that there were no other enemies around and turned back to look at his partner, who had already pounced on that girl behind a tree. That bastard acted all high and mighty, but in the end, he couldn't even hold himself. He cursed as he ran toward his partner. He wanted some of her too. He carefully approached while being extra vigilant. His friend was busy raping that poor girl who was struggling hard. Soon he was close enough to see her face. Damn, this girl is pretty. That was also his last thought as he failed to notice the thin thread that was stretched across the 3 trees beside him. It was being slowly tightened around his neck. He watched as the girl stopped struggling, then pushed the old man's corpse away before rolling to the side, pulling the threads, and decapitating the poor guy who could still not understand how such a pretty girl existed. After hearing the headless corpse hit the ground, Lily slowly stood up, dusted her clothes, and then put her veil back on. Damn vermin. How dare they look at her like that? Only her young master could do that. She slowly approached them and then used her mace that was meant to crush the skeleton to crush the 2 corpses' balls into oblivion. She sighed. Why was she so weak? If she was stronger, she could have helped the young master more. Rather than using traps, she would have been able to watch those scream in pain before she killed them. Damn it! She should train harder. Thankfully those idiots only left 2 men outside. She was prepared to deal with 4 at the same time. But her preparations were unnecessary. Hopefully, the young master and the twins would not take long inside. Her role at the moment was just to secure the gate from the outside and wait. Monster! Help! A man came flying over the plantation walls moments later, startling Lily, who just watched him hit the invisible barrier and then bounce back in. The young master was right. When she asked him why he had to use all of those expensive barrier talismans when setting this trap up, he told her that she must always be 200% prepared when facing players. One can never know what kind of skills his enemies had. Chapter 263, Deep Fried. After entering the plantation and firmly closing the gate, the boss ordered his men to search around carefully as he began to survey the area with his nose. Damn it, those girls chose the right place to hide. In the past, it was filled with man-eating plants, but at the moment it was just a maze of charred trees and rocks. Too bad the ground here was very muddy and this place had some very disturbing foul burnt odor. That's why no group chose to use it as their base. Not even skeletons could be found here. The mud posed a problem for him too, as he could only walk using a crutch. It was all because of that B*TCH. He will make sure to. Boss, where are you? A call from one of his men alerted him. Where were his men? They were beside him just a moment ago. Ah! A scream sounded from somewhere. It sounded like one of his men, but which one was this? Why was his scream so high-pitched? Where was it from? Why can't he pinpoint the direction? Ah! What is that? Another man screamed. He knew that one, he was his assistant. *T. This was a trap. He was in some kind of formation. He quickly took a step back, but because he was not yet used to missing a leg he fell down. That didn't stop him though. As a professional player he knew quite well that those who usually survived dungeons were the ones who escaped first. He needed to find the way out. Where was that gate again? *T an illusionist. He quickly used his skill, smell ultra sense. Despite the disturbing odor of this place, he could easily find the place where the gate was, as it was the place with the lightest foul odor. And it was not where he thought it should be. He almost fell for this illusion. Thankfully he had the skill. It has saved his life many times through the years. He would reward his nose later when he got the girls. With an evil grin, he slowly tried to stand up, but failed. Where was his crutch again? Damn it, he looked around but couldn't find it. Having no other choice he began to crawl his way toward the center of the plantation where he thought the gate was. He needed to leave this place fast. Maybe his men would buy him some time. Around him, he could hear the loud voices of his men screaming in despair. He wanted to avoid them, but strangely enough, he could not pinpoint their location. The voices were coming from every direction. Come here you *TCH. No. A monster. Where are you guys? Boss. You are not my boss. No. Daddy. Please not. No, no, no. Oh. May the Nutcracker have mercy on your balls. Spare us. www. Where is he? Found you. Hail the Nutcracker. Call his name. The Nutcracker. Not there. No. Mommy. The voices of his men were slowly getting a few pitches higher the more the boss moved forward. He was really scared at the moment. What the hell was attacking them? Was it the gas in this place causing hallucinations? His men couldn't fall this easily, they were all veterans who knew how to survive. Soon the voices faded and the only thing he could hear was the frightened beats of his heart. That's when he saw it. A monster like no other. It was standing there, looking at him. A demon with 2 long horns, dark black hair, and empty eyes that spelled death. Found you. It said in a monotone voice, then the world turned black around him. Is this the guy? Victor asked as he looked at Mina, who had just finished butchering some naughty men and was now covered in blood. Yes, young master, she said as she glared at that unconscious man with hatred. She slowly approached, intending to smack his balls off. She had finally remembered what the Nutcracker was. And she wanted to become one. Victor suddenly held her hand off, stopping her. Wait. I have some use for him, he said. Don't worry, he will get his due punishment, but not from you. Only I can finish him off. You are mine after all, he told Mina, making her nod and blush. Victor slowly knelt beside the man, popped a power-disabling pill in his mouth, then searched his body for treasures. That man only had one storage pouch. From inside it, he took out 2 rings that belonged to Mina and Mana. Storage rings were very rare after all, and this man probably kept them for himself and hid them from his team. He was probably waiting to kill the twins so that the rings would become ownerless. Come here, he told Mina, then slowly held her left hand, then slid her ring into her finger, making her gasp and then smile with a blush. The girls always wore the rings on their right hands, but Mina, who had only one hand right now, had no other choice. That's what she would tell Lily later anyway. Until now, because of the girls being extra aware of their status in the family, there were only 3 who dared to wear their rings in their left hands. The first was of course Lily, who clearly made her point of being Victor's property no matter what. She wore the ring on her left hand ever since the young master gave it to her. The second was Margaret, who didn't have any shame, and lastly Alex, who was obviously a guy. Mana, who was a little jealous, silently watched her sister get her ring, then shyly lifted her left hand toward Victor while pouting. Victor gladly put the ring on her slender finger, turning her pout into a smile. If the girls asked later, she would just say that she wanted to be like her sister. You two will always be mine now, he said as he spanked their little butts, making them both look at the ground to hide their blushing faces. Let's get this trash back to the base. I need to cut him up while he is still fresh, he said as he tied the man preparing to drag him. What is this place, young master? Mana asked as she began to help him. I didn't really have a chance to fully explore it, but it should have been some kind of plantation, too bad those idiots burnt it up, it could have some nice specimens. Victor lamented, not telling the girls that he made sure to collect some seeds that he would try to revive later. He liked the idea of having a living plant maze around his base. Hopefully, the world would not reject those seeds. Victor pondered as slowly walked toward the door, where Lily was waiting. She quickly noticed the rings on the girl's fingers but said nothing. They earned them after all, unlike that slut Margaret. Rebecca was cursing her bad luck when Victor entered the clearing while dragging behind him a large man covered in mud. Behind Victor, followed his veiled mate and the twins whose bright smiles contrasted well with the blood of their enemies that covered their clothes. Rebecca didn't dare to say anything as she watched Victor tie that man to a tree beside her with a strange chain. You are awake, Victor said as he looked at her after finishing securing the big man. Ah. Can you let me go, she asked, still acting as Margaret. I was joking. Dear Rebecca. Do you think I am a fool, he asked, making her gasp as she realized that he knew she was not Margaret. What? Rebecca? Isn't she Margaret? Lily asked in shock, earning herself a glare from the twins who have long realized the truth. It was as if they were saying, do you really hate Margaret that much? Lily hiccuped and looked away in embarrassment. She didn't really hate Margaret, but that slut made her feel threatened. So she was glad earlier when she thought Victor was punishing her. Victor chuckled and watched as Rebecca dispelled her mimic skill, returning to her old looks. That skill was really good, as it physically changed the looks, so even if the owner was unconscious it didn't break. What do you want from me? Rebecca asked coldly. She was trying to act strong, but her wet pants showed how scared she really was. You will know later, he said as he looked at the two sect girls who were left to take care of this place. Lena. Mila. Did anything happen here while I was away? He asked. No. Young master, the girls shook their pretty heads. Other than touching themselves while thinking about him, nothing really happened. Good, go help the girls wash out the blood off their bodies. I will ask this guy some questions, he said, then paused and waved his hand, making a thick smoke surround him, Rebecca, and the tied-up boss who was feigning being unconscious. I just want to have a private talk with him, he explained after noticing the girls' questioning looks. After that, he turned around and entered the fog. The girls didn't know what happened next. They headed to a nearby water canal, where they took a quick bath, washed the blood splashes off their bodies, then changed into fresh clothes. Lena and Mila acted as guards. As archers, they had good scouting ability. The girls finished their bath and returned to where Victor was just as the fog he created had disappeared. Victor, who was stretching his arms and neck, sat to rest near his oily portable cooking utensils that were still hot. As for that boss, he was no longer a man, he wasn't even a human anymore. He had long become just a piece of charred smoking meat. A lump of smoking meat with a hole where his crotch should have been. What did you do to him, young master? Lily asked curiously. The blood and oil splattered everywhere told a very interesting story. Even as an expert assassin, she was having difficulty figuring out the torture methods he used. Nothing. I just wanted him to vibrate a little. But he couldn't do it even after I drowned him in boiling oil. Victor sighed as if this was that man's fault. Maybe you should have untied him first, young master, so that he could vibrate freely, Mina said. She was completely content with Victor's revenge for her. This proved how much he liked her. Oh, good point. Why didn't I think of that? Victor said, making the girls giggle. It doesn't matter, I have a better toy. I didn't expect that dear Rebecca here knew how to vibrate so well, he said, making Lily finally look at poor Rebecca, who had witnessed the entire private talk Victor had with that man. She was still shaking wildly to this moment after wetting her pants 3 times, causing the campfire below her to be extinguished. It will be your turn next, Victor turned to Rebecca and told her as he slowly stood up, then walked in her direction. No. Please. Spare me, she began to kick around and shake wildly, making Victor really consider sparing her. This girl can vibrate well. Who was the one who offered a bounty on my head? Victor asked as he slowly lowered her rope. I don't know, your name was on the bounty list of the Assassin's Organization, Pink Blood. It appeared 3 days before we entered the dungeon, she answered quickly and truthfully. She had seen how Victor interrogated that man who lost a layer of skin every time he told a lie. Victor had peeled him like a potato, cut him into small pieces, then deep-fried him after that. All of this while stuffing him with the best quality healing pills to make sure he would not die. After a quick interrogation, Victor kept asking that poor man one question. How dare you touch my toys? The man tried every possible answer while screaming in pain, but in the end, he died without giving Victor a satisfactory answer. This young master was a crazy maniac. She should have never crossed paths with him. The organization's information only described him as a pervert. No one said anything about him being a psychopath. Pink Blood. Victor pondered, he never heard of it. According to Kai's information, there was a couple of Assassin's Organization after him, but after the assassination attempt on the highway back then, the family should have already sent warnings to everyone. Only idiots would dare to attack him nowadays after his status as an elite heir was revealed. Oh. Are you a member of this organization, or are you a freelancer? Victor asked. A member, I am a bronze-ranked assassin, she replied quickly. Rebecca belonged to a fallen noble family, only she and her family managed to awaken in 3 generations. Although her family was relatively poor, they had firm ties with this assassin's organization, so she joined them to take advantage of her skills. Who made the order on my head? Victor asked. I don't know. But the rumors were that the giver was someone the boss didn't dare to offend, she answered, making Victor squint his eyes. Is someone more fearsome than his family? He needed to investigate this. I see, Victor said as he carefully inspected the vibrating Rebecca. Do you want a chance to live? He asked suddenly, preparing to scam a new girl. Although she threatened his life before, she didn't really cause any harm, and he really appreciated her talents. Chapter 264, Elvish. It was already dusk when Lara returned to the mansion, where she quickly headed to her room, took a quick shower with Elle, then went downstairs for dinner. How was your sleepover, Miss Lara? Hilda asked as she prepared the table with the girls. They usually had their meal together. Victor made sure that they saw each other as family. It was okay, Lara said with a smile on her face as Elle, who sat beside her, secretly nodded. Lara made a lot of new friends. As a girl who grew up without any friends, she felt refreshed. Although that girl Stephanie was a little snobbish, she was passable. Good. You must remember not to trust people easily though. Hilda warned as she watched the other girls take their seats. Arya and Hannah seemed to be getting along rather fine. Monica was still feeling awkward, but Theta, who became much more confident lately, seemed to be leading her by the nose, so she would be fine. I understand, Lara said as she pouted. Her mother and teachers on the island had already taught her how to be cautious. Good. Now, let me introduce you, Hilda said as she clapped her hands, and a little girl whom Lara hadn't seen before stepped forward. She was wearing a black suit that fit her perfectly and made her look super cool. This is Yin. Young Master Victor has assigned her to be your personal bodyguard. Hilda said, nudging Yin, who seemed a little distracted inspecting the people around the table. That young Master Victor was definitely a pervert. Thankfully he seemed to be only interested in older, much older girls. Ah. Nice to meet you, young miss. Please take care of me from now on, she said as she awkwardly bowed as Hilda taught her. Yesterday she had a crash course in proper etiquette. Ah. Nice to meet you too. I will be in your care too. Lara said with a sweet smile. She liked having new friends, and this girl Yin looked really pretty nice. And her esteemed brother would only choose the best of the best to be her bodyguard. Come sit with us, there are no strangers here. Lara added the same way Victor usually invited the girls. Yin looked for approval from Hilda, then grabbed a seat next to Lara where she sat and remained silent as the girls began to question Lara about her sleepover. Where is esteemed brother? Didn't he return from Nulur City? Lara asked after putting a slice of potato in her small mouth. Ah. He had to go on a field trip with his friends at the academy, Hilda quickly answered. He should return any time today, she said, it was just an F-rank dungeon after all. Oh. Lara pouted as she continued eating. She wanted to ask for her esteemed brother's permission to invite her new friends for a sleepover here. Yin, who had finished observing everything, sighed and began to eat as she disabled her soul vision skill, before rubbing her eyes, which hurt a little. She had just inspected her new mistress, Lara. To her surprise, the girl's soul had something wrong. It was very pure, but somehow it felt strange. Like a withering flower. Victor had warned her not to reveal the soul skill to anyone though, so she would tell him about what she saw when he got back. But what really distracted her earlier was not Lara, but the little girl beside her whom Lara called Elle. Why was her soul so damn bright? Looking at her was like looking straight at the sun. It hurt her eyes. She suddenly paused and looked straight at a girl who was awkwardly chatting with the other girls. They called her Monica. She had a demon scent on her. It was very faint, but Yin could smell it. Was she a demon? Yin inspected her soul while using her hand to shield her eyes from Elle's dazzling soul light. No, Monica was perfectly normal. It was not her. She must have met or touched a demon in the last couple of days. After finishing with the twins' revenge, scamming Rebecca into signing a very fair contract and getting some intimate sleep in his large sleeping bag, Victor, with his ever-expanding entourage of pretty maids, made his way through the garden. Yes, Rebecca was now with him and she had become one of his dogs. It was in her contract. Victor even put an electrified collar on her. The girls had to ask him why he had that thing on him, but he didn't reply and just smiled smugly. He didn't want to disappoint them by telling them he just took it from one of the men he killed. He wanted to create the illusion that he was always prepared. As for Rebecca, he was conflicted about her, but there were a couple of reasons why he decided to spare her. First of all, he didn't want a lot of his classmates to die, as that might cause the wedding to be delayed. Secondly, like the two girls Lena and Mila, he planned to expand his spy network, and a girl with mimic skills was really precious. It was an uncommon skill after all. Victor planned to make this girl join Alpha's spy organization after leaving the dungeon. Thirdly, she was still young and can be trained to his liking. Lastly, Victor needed a scapegoat to escape the eyes of his enemies. He was planning to use Alex, but that idiot got herself sent immediately to the lowest floor. So Rebecca would work as a good temporary replacement. As for his feeling of resentment about what she did in his past life, he will make sure she would feel them in her bones when he trains her later. He. He began to giggle in an evil way, then paused and threw a dagger at a nearby tree, making another poor player fall to his death. Now they were heading toward the base that Gustav used before. The Skeleton Queen's boss chamber. Along the way, Victor made sure to hunt every player who thought those girls looked yummy. Victor was in fact using the girls as a lure for the said players as he disguised himself. One must know that Victor had already succeeded in killing all the leaders of the three biggest groups in the garden. Gustav, the boss who was after Mana, and the skinny guy who attacked him with Rebecca earlier. Only scattered shrimps were left at the moment, and Victor had no plan to go after them as long as they didn't try to get his toys. In the end, they reached their destination after eliminating 31 players and 14 skeletons. Victor looked at the grand cathedral-like building and sighed. This was the first boss's room. It was built on the fringes of the garden. Victor. A short pretty girl jumped into his embrace as soon as he walked through the grand doors. It was none other than Lynn, who as soon as she reached this floor was instructed by Victor to come here before him and clean this place up. Victor casually hugged her and patted her head as he inspected the hall. The floor was full of corpses that she cut into pieces. No, they were undead. Gustav must have left them to guard this place, and after he got killed they began to roam freely. That guy probably didn't have any living men with him, as all of his followers were undead. Are there any living survivors here? Victor asked Lynn as he slowly let go of her. No. There were some fresh blood stains in one of the inner chambers though, she said as she followed Victor, who began to walk around inspecting this place. She sneakily pulled his hand and held it as she began to walk beside him. Although this place was designated as a boss room, it was more like a throne hall of some palace with a high gilded ceiling and long faded murals filling the walls. The girls walking beside Victor began to slowly walk around and inspect the area curiously. What with all of these gibberish symbols? Mila, one of the two girls Victor saved, asked as she inspected the engravings that accompanied the murals on the walls. They seemed to be some kind of writing, Lynn replied as she tried really hard to ignore Lily, who was shooting daggers into her. Bam! Lynn, who was distracted, bumped into Victor, who stopped abruptly at the largest mural in the hall. It depicted a pretty woman with armies of skeletons coming out of a strange coffin and kneeling in front of her. Below the mural, there was a long text that seemed to be describing the scene above. Young master, can you read this? Mina asked as she watched him squint at the text. Yes, Victor replied, surprising the girls. This language was not the one he knew, but it was very close to one he learned before when he worked as a librarian. High Elvish. Among all the possible languages in the world, the Elvish language had a very distinct feature. It was timeless. Elves considered themselves better than anyone else, and their language wholly so they disdained speaking in any other. Coupled with their long lifespan, it meant that the language didn't change a lot throughout the time and between the worlds, the elves sprawled through. That's why Elvish was considered one of the 10 lingua franca of the universe. And Victor in his research had learned 6 of those to some varying degrees of proficiency. The other 4 languages were impossible to learn for a human. Really? Rebecca asked in surprise. What does it say? She added, earning herself a glare from Lily and the girls. She quickly shut up, remembering her position. She was at the bottom of the food chain in this group. Victor didn't seem to mind the question though. It was a rare chance for him to show off in front of his girls. It tells the story of the owner of this place. My mistress. No, sorry, wrong subject. A queen, she was probably that same skeleton queen boss, Victor said as he carefully began to read the text. Elvish was not a language he liked, as every letter could mean different things depending on the social status of both the writer and the reader. Earlier he was reading it as a subject to the queen. The queen who conquered the something something grand dungeon. Did what? Gave blowjob? Ah. No. Ah yes. She spared the demon boss and offered to make a deal with him and spare him in exchange for him serving her forever and granting her kingdom unlimited prosperity and bananas. No, that's the word for fruit. Strange. Anyway, this mural was built to commemorate that scam. No. Deal? Yes, it's a deal, Victor said, affirming his words. He didn't recognize all the letters, but he got the general meaning. Although the mural didn't say what happened next, Victor could guess. Deals with demons never go well. Except for Lynn, who thought that Victor looked really good when he had that expert look. The other girls looked at Victor while unsure if he was joking earlier or did he really read that. Even Lily, who was taught to speak 5 languages proficiently as an assassin, had never seen anything like this before. Not that she doubted Victor, but lately she began having this strange feeling that he seemed to be always scamming the people around him. What language is this, young master? Mana asked just to be sure. Elvish, High Elvish to be precise. I met an old hidden master once. He spoke it to show off, and I made him teach me, Victor lied casually. He learned this from one of the pretty slave elf maids Julian gifted to him. She was a princess or something. Oh. The girls didn't know how to reply to that. What about the symbol drawn on the coffin? Lynn suddenly asked, making Victor frown and look up again. He didn't notice it before because it was a little faded. This is not an Elvish letter, but a hell symbol, he said with a frown, a very deep frown. Change of plans, he said as he turned to face the girls with a very grave expression. Hell was the name that people gave to the demon's original world. Any demons who came from there were not to be trifled with. Those guys were the real deal. The levels below would be much more dangerous than I expected, so Mina, Mana, Mila, Gina. I am Lena, she protested. Really? Whatever, too many names to remember. Anyway, you girls with Rebecca will now make your way upstairs to the top floor, then wait there, he said. Only Lynn and Lily will accompany me. Victor really wanted to send Lily away too, but he didn't dare to. She would not like it at all if he was left alone with Linear. Taking care of Lily alone would not be too troublesome. He also wanted to level her up a bit before the wedding so that she would have enough stamina to face what would happen that night. But, young master, the twins suddenly said. They wanted to protest. No buts, your safety is my top priority. With your level, you will only hinder me downstairs. Victor scolded, then turned to the 2 other girls, Mila and Lena. From now on, the 2 of you will act as if nothing happened between us. After the dungeon gets cleared, you will contact my team by the number on the card I gave you. The girl named Alpha would tell you what to do, he explained before looking at Rebecca, who began to vibrate, no, shake a little. After the dungeon gets cleared, you do the same, and my men, women will contact you, he corrected himself. For now, I have a mission for you though. If you do it well, I wouldn't mind forgiving your past mistakes. I might even start giving you a good salary, he said, making her nod like a chicken. What should I do? She asked. Mimic me. He said, Simply from now until the end of this raid you will be acting as an arrogant young master. A slightly injured young master," he added, taking a spare ring and giving it to her. "Oh," she nodded as she grabbed the ring and wondered on what finger should she put it. "This one has an extravagant tent and food. Use it with the twins when you reach the upper floor. Make sure that all the teachers and the students think that I am there," he explained, winking at the twins who nodded unwillingly. They really wanted to go with him, but this mission was important too. With this, Victor might be able to fool the Destiny sect, who would surely review the reports after this raid was finished. Chapter 265, Inversoul Apple. Harvey von Geldstadt kicked Tobias' chest very hard, breaking a couple of his ribs and sending him flying through a couple of walls and a dinner table. The poor man finally stopping after hitting the reinforced concrete wall on the other side of the mansion. Harvey slowly moved through the new openings in the walls and stood above his grandson, who was coughing up blood. The poor maids, who were shocked by the sudden destruction, all ran away as soon as they saw the patriarch's angry face. "Grandpa! That maniac killed Clint!" Tobias screamed after wiping his mouth. "I had to do it. I already said that no one was allowed to make a move against Victor," Harvey said as a silver sword slowly formed in his hand. "Clint was already expelled from the family anyway. Do you think I didn't know you were secretly sending him money?" he added as he slashed Tobias's arm. "Ah!" Tobias screamed in pain as two men ran into the ruined dining room, nearly stumbling upon the crushed glassware on the ground. "Father/grandfather, please stop," they said. Those two were Kamir, the punishment hall master, and William, Gary's father and Harvey's favorite grandson. "What? Do you want to defend this bastard too?" he said angrily before beginning to cough hard, causing him to cover his mouth with his pale hands. Black blood seeped through his fingers. "Father, appease your anger," Kamir said, "you already cut his hand. I think this is enough punishment. You must care about your health. We already sent out an agent and removed the bounty on Victor." "Fine then," Harvey said angrily as he glared at his son while wiping his hand. "But if anything were to happen to Victor, the first will kill you myself," he barked. If Victor was hurt by his family, this would be some real trouble, as Victor had already made him sign a contract. Kamir sighed as he ran to help his father, who leaned on the wall for support. He became a little weak after his outburst. His health was not very good. "Will, take your brother to the infirmary," Kamir told his nephew, who nodded and hurried toward Tobias. "Wait," Harvey said, "William, about what I told you last week, make it happen soon." "Grandfather, but Elise is. That man is a pervert," William said with a complex expression. "Shut up. Don't act as if you really care about the girl now. Your wives and sons almost bullied her to death last year. All you truly care about is your F***ing image." Harvey scolded, then coughed a little. "But father, can't she be an official wife?" "No, it would take a lot of time for that. I need someone to carry the seed of the Von Wise as soon as possible. If my sources were right, their family might not last until the winter," Harvey said as he turned around and began walking to return to his office with Kamir's help. He slowly passed through the broken opening in the wall, which slowly began to repair itself after him. "Father, wasn't this a bit too much acting?" Kamir asked his father, who was completely fine. He sat on his chair, raised his legs on the gilded mahogany desk, and watched the office's wall repair itself. This wall material cost a fortune, as it can only be found in some specific dungeons, but it was worth it. "No. Fooling the Dark Chamber is our priority now. They must not know that I was cured of that poison," Harvey said after some pondering. "But wouldn't Tobias try to attack Victor again? Clint was his favorite son. I am counting on that. That fool Tobias is as useless as his son. I am sure he will go and ask the Dark Chamber for their help very soon. But didn't you want to protect Victor? If Victor can be killed this easily, then I would be a fool. My hunch is never wrong. If the Von Wise family manages to survive this crisis, that kid might become one of their supreme elders, if not the patriarch one day." Harvey replied, "I just want to watch the chaos and wait for a chance to gain some benefits." "Father, you mean that Victor's latest blunder in the brothel was a cover-up?" Kamir asked. He even dared to damage his own public image like this on purpose. "Yes, I was pretty surprised when I met him that day in the auction. That kid is a snake. He has been deliberately building a certain image around himself, and he managed to pull a cover over everyone's eyes," Harvey said as he looked at the report on his desk. And those toys he left at the brothel are very interesting, he said. Aren't they just normal toys? Do they serve some purpose? Kamir asked. No. It is just that those are handmade, you can't find things like that on the shelf. They reflect some fine taste. Find out where he got them from. Ah, okay. Kamir was not really sure what to reply. His father was beginning to revive his old habits after he was cured. Kamir was already expecting to gain a lot of new little brothers and sisters pretty soon. Now leave me, I need to meditate, Harvey said as he took out a leather-bonded book from his storage ring while waving for Kamir to exit the room with his other hand. Yes, grandfather, Kamir said as he walked out of the office while wondering what kind of top-secret things that book continued. His father always kept it with him. Margaret cursed as she began to bang her head against the rock-solid ground. It hurt like hell and she felt that it was about to explode. Why was this happening? She had no idea. The moment she ate that demon in her soul space everything was fine, but the moment she regained her consciousness she felt this pain. It was getting stronger as if her very soul was tearing apart. She could taste the blood in her mouth and she knew that she had bit her tongue, but she didn't care. She had no time to care. She felt everything around her clearer than ever, but at the same time, the pain was 1,000 times more severe. She could feel the burning lines appearing all over her soul. It was breaking apart. Was she going to die? Just as the pain became unbearable, from deep within her soul a series of symbols shone as in Margaret's soul space a large talisman began to form as it absorbed energy around it. The pain slowly subdued and then stopped. Margaret slowly sat up and focused on her soul space where now a complete golden talisman was floating in front of her soul. What was this? Margaret had no idea, but she knew it was not harmful as on it, Victor's symbol was engraved. Were you telling the truth earlier? Lily asked Victor as she watched the girls leave after getting their instructions. Victor usually told her the truth when they were alone. Although Lynn was with them at the moment, from the way Victor treated her, Lily knew that he would not mind telling the truth in her presence. About what? Victor asked. Everything. The mural, she said. Oh. About 90%. I only lied about one thing. Can you guess what it is? He asked as he eyed both Lynn and Lily. The one who guesses right will get a kiss. While the other would get her butt spanked, he declared as he inspected the rest of the murals. The language name? No. The woman on the mural is definitely an elf. Lynn pondered as she frowned, trying hard to remember what Victor said exactly. Is it about the deal with the demon? In the mural there was no demon, just skeletons, she said. No. The deal is true. This entire garden was probably the result of that deal. The demon is hiding in the black coffin, he explained, spanking Lynn's butt out of nowhere. Ah, she moaned in surprise then blushed. That was not a voice a noble girl like her should make. She hoped that Victor liked her reaction though. Lily glared at Lynn hatefully. That slut was definitely trying to seduce her young master. You lied about the old man who taught you. It was definitely a pretty girl. That's the only reason you would listen to her, Lily said finally, earning herself a surprise reward kiss on her pouting lips as Lynn, who was glaring at them with some jealousy, rubbed her butt. She lost this round. Exactly. You are prettier though. Victor told Lily as he chuckled, then let go of her and began to move deeper into the hall. There is nothing in that direction, I already checked, Lynn said as she ran after Victor and grabbed his arm while glaring at the still stunned Lily with challenging eyes. Lily quickly sobered up and touched her lips with a smile, then, not wanting to lose, ran to Victor's other side and grabbed his other arm. There is something there. Victor said then paused, ladies, I might need my arms later. Victor pointed out, but none of the girls let go. Did he push them too hard earlier? Okay, since both of you don't want to let go, grab hard. This might hurt a little, he said as they reached a certain bland wall. Then the world around them wrapped as Victor used his shadow-shifting ring to pass through the wall. The girls watched as the scenery changed around them. They were now in a white room with a marble pedestal in its center. What is this place? Lynn asked as she tried hard to regain her balance and in the end, had to let go of Victor and sit down. Her mana was a little drained. The reward room for the upper dungeon, Victor said as he took a pill and put it in Lily's pale mouth. Her state was not good at all as the process of passing through the thick wall had drained all her mana. Her intelligence attribute was not high enough. First dungeon. Lynn asked as she watched Victor lay Lily on the ground slowly. This was her punishment for not listening to his command earlier. Yes, if I guessed correctly, this dungeon is composed of 2 or 3 dungeons above each other. What? Lynn asked. You saw the mural earlier. The elf queen must have found a dungeon below this one, and instead of clearing it, she must have made a deal with its boss. Victor explained. I presume that the deal must have had a curse that shattered the elf queen's world. But, how could she leave a dungeon after entering it? Lynn asked. Different worlds have different rules, or maybe she had some artifact for that. I can't really tell, he said as he slowly walked toward the marble pedestal. On it, there was a small golden apple. Inverse soul apple, S. Convert energy to soul. **T. This thing was amazing. Victor said with a smile. What is it? It looks like the ones in the garden. Lynn exclaimed as she grabbed his arm again. Lynn. We can be intimate later, Victor scolded, flicking her small nose with his finger. Lynn bit her lip and then slowly let go of his arm. She was a bit reluctant, but his tone was clear. This apple is useful to me. For others, it might be wasted, or be very dangerous, he said finally as he put the apple in his ring. What does it do? Lynn asked. It allows someone to convert energy to soul power. Basically, it is for enlarging one's soul. Why is it dangerous then? Lynn, who didn't fully understand, asked. You must know that enlarging someone's soul recklessly is a very dangerous process. Souls are not usually that flexible. In fact, most souls have a hard limit. If they grew any larger than that, they might explode. I have ways to mitigate its effect that others can't understand, he explained as he surveyed the empty reward room one last time, then headed toward Lily, who slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Do we have to go through the wall again? Lily asked with a little fear. She had just recovered. No. The wall here can be opened from the inside, he said, moving a secret lever that opened the wall. We will rest a bit here, then move downstairs toward the second dungeon, he said as he frowned. That hell symbol thing? Lynn asked. Demons that come from hell are very unique. You can consider them nobility among demons, who usually have some very tricky and underhanded techniques. If my guess is correct, that Lich King is such a creature. Victor said, we must rest and prepare well. The battle downstairs would certainly be hard. He paused as an announcement rang throughout the dungeon. System notification. 2 #quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated. **T. What the hell happened? Victor asked as he read the notification while ignoring the girl's questioning eyes. Chapter 266, The Lich Battle. 30 minutes earlier, in the dark, barely lit corridor, a group of valiant warriors was running. In front of them, hordes of skeletons of all shapes and colors were running too, while totally ignoring them. **CK What's going on here? Tom asked. Earlier, when he and his team were slowly grinding against the skeletons, they were interrupted by the legions of skeletons. First, they thought they were coming to get them, so they hid in an opening to the side while preparing for a defensive battle, but to their surprise, the skeletons completely ignored them. It was after they saw Alex and Zoe, who were running while out of breath among the fleeing skeletons, they realized that all of those were running away and that whatever was chasing them was not to be underestimated. But what was it? It only took one look to the back to join the stampede. All of them were now escaping the crawling darkness that slowly moved behind them like a tide while constantly changing its shape. When it turned into a frog, it would snap its tongue, grabbing a bunch of skeletons to eat them. When it turned into a snake, it would spit awesome black poison that melted whoever it touched into a black goo that the monster swallowed. When it turned into a slug that covered the entire tunnel with its slimy body. The ever-dark tunnels were now being lit by that thing's flame-like eyes. At least they had enough light now to wonder about the majesty of these tunnels. As if they had the time. What should we do? Alex asked as she crushed a slow skeleton in front of her so that she could pass. What is that thing first? Tom asked. We have no idea. It has been chasing us since the second floor blew. Zoe answered. I am presuming it is Isfagar the Great or something. The new boss. Did you try attacking it? Tom yelled as the girls around him cleared the path for him. It doesn't work. Zoe answered. I tried to throw some dagger at it, but they melted the second they touched him. She had already figured out that Tom was the leader of the other group. I have a plan. Follow me. Tom suddenly said and tried to move to one of the near side tunnels. Stop! Zoe wanted him, but it was too late. The side tunnel was packed full of skeletons that were not escaping but heading their way with sharp lances. The moment Tom tried to jump above their heads, a swarm of arrows began to fly in his way from the skeleton archers hiding behind. If it were not for Madeline, who jumped and pushed him to the side, he would have become a porcupine. Falling to the side with an injured shoulder, he realized that if he wanted to force his way, he would be delayed enough that the thing in the back would reach him. He had no choice but to resume his running. At least the skeletons in the main tunnel were not attacking him. Wait, why were the skeletons in the side tunnels not escaping? Those skeletons are not escaping, they are heading somewhere. Tom suddenly said as he caught up with the others again and took a healing pill, then gave one to Madeline. She was hit too. We know. Can you just listen for once? Zoe scolded, as long as we stay with the flow they would not touch us, but if we tried to exit to some side tunnel, all of them would attack us at once, she explained, then looked back as the Isfigar who got stalled for 32 seconds on the side tunnel then turned and continued to run their way. Tom, aren't they heading toward the black door? Peter suddenly said. Right. Tom remembered. Black door? Zoe asked as she popped a stamina refilling pill in her mouth. She was getting tired. We saw it earlier, it should be the boss's room, it was heavily guarded. Tom said, tripping one poor skeleton to his side, then ran above him. We didn't dare to come closer to it before clearing the surrounding tunnels. Peter added as he watched Zoe use a giant bone to crush a skeleton in their path. I understand now. Tom suddenly said, that boss is collecting his armies, and the reason they are not attacking us is that he wants to use us. That's logical, Zoe said. She had been wondering why those skeletons were not attacking them as long as they didn't leave the flow. I have a plan. Tom suddenly said. What? Alex asked. We will wait for the two bosses to fight to run away. Tom said. No sh*t. You call that a plan? Zoe scolded. No, you don't understand, Madeline here has a skill that allows her to create a repelling energy barrier. It's not strong, but the skeletons would not be focusing on us, it will only last for 10 or so minutes, but that would be enough as we just need to barricade near one of the door's posts and then hunt for benefits once the boss fights with each other, he explained while patting his succubus girlfriend's head. This seems dangerous, Peter said as he looked at Tom and his girlfriends with envious eyes. Why can't he get a harem too? He was both handsome and rich. Relax, we will just use the chaos when the two bosses are fighting to finish them off. Tom said confidently. What if they cooperate against us? Alex asked. Don't be a jinx. Zoe scolded. Earlier when they were running, Alex wondered if there were traps here, and seconds later a pit full of pointy sticks opened below their feet. Thankfully, Zoe was able to react on time and throw a rope to the other side. This Alex was a jinx. Don't worry. Tom said, the skeletons belong to the boss in the dark room, the guy is clearly not on his team, he said as he focused on conserving his energy. He planned to perform the killing strikes later. That was his secret plan that everyone around him had already realized. We just need to wait for them to tire each other out. Can't we just run while they are fighting each other? Alex asked. If any of the bosses survive, they will be after us next. Tom explained. Get ready, Zoe, who was not entirely convinced, said just as a dark door appeared in the distance. They wanted to go forward toward it, but the swarms of skeletons who were running earlier seemed to have stopped and created a barricade in front of the gate. They were like an army in formation. Jump over their heads. Zoe said, then grabbed Peter to her side and jumped. She had long realized that he didn't have that kind of stamina. Tom also grabbed two girls, while Madeline caught another as they jumped over the skeletons' heads. Alex needed no help as she was already a few feet ahead after using her spear as a jumping pole for the third time today. She was getting proficient in this. The skeleton, as expected, didn't flinch as the spears in their hands pointed to the crawling darkness that they began attacking moments later. Zoe frowned as she escaped. She had just noticed that the skeleton's spears were hurting that thing. Not a lot, but it was affecting it at the very least. Her weapons were completely useless against it. Too bad Peter was being carried by her and she didn't have any room to attack. Wait. Tom, throw me that arrow that was stuck on you earlier, she quickly told Tom, who was running by her side, using the skeleton's heads as stepping stones. Tom frowned, then opened his eyes wide and nodded after noticing the same thing she did. Peter, take this arrow and aim it at the monster. Tom said, making Peter, who was being carried like a stack of wheat, curse. How was he going to pull this off? After some thinking, he formulated a way. "Zoe, turn me to the other side," he said, making Zoe throw him up and then catch him after he flipped in midair. "Now do it. We will reach the door soon," Tom said. "Stabilize me for a few seconds," Peter said again as pulled the bowstring and then fired the arrow at the monster's burning eyes. The monster screamed as the arrow passed through its body, creating a burning line that vanished moments later. "It didn't slow at all." "It didn't work," Peter said. "No, it did," Zoe explained as she adjusted Peter again to be carried in a more comfortable position. "Weapons that come from this dungeon do work on him." "We reached the gate, everyone to the right side," Tom commanded as he formulated a plan. The group quickly found the place Tom told them about behind a grand pillar next to the gate. They quickly landed near it, killing all the skeletons around in a few strikes and then erecting the barrier. Zoe, who was not sure about Madeline's powers, also took out a few barrier talismans and pasted them around as the others kicked away a few skeletons who complained about it being too crowded. Isfagar reached their position after a few moments, turning into a slime that melted all the skeletons and began to melt the barrier. Zoe was about to order a retreat, but just then the black gate opened and a huge coffin appeared from inside. From it, a black ray of energy suddenly shot towards the monster that turned into a frog that opened its mouth wide and swallowed the ray, then shot it back. The dark energy shattered the coffin, revealing a golden skeleton with 2 long horns and dark eyes inside. The skeleton didn't have a chance to do a thing as the frog's tongue shot at it and then garbed it and pulled it back to swallowed whole seconds later. System notification. 2 #quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated. Just like that. Alex gasped as she began to step away. "Retreat!" Tom screamed as he began to run to the side over the now lifeless skeletons. He could hear the sounds of bones getting crushed behind him, followed by the sound of a barrier getting shattered. Tom, who didn't like that sound at all, slowly looked behind and discovered that the monster who turned into a slug had decided to go after them. It just leisurely followed their tracks as it devoured the skeleton's bones it passed over. His plan was a failure. "Whimsical system, help me!" Tom screamed in his mind as he raced with the others to run away. It has been a while since he asked for the system's help, ever since it began to bother him about Nova. But he had no other choice now. Victor cursed as he used his blood slave ability to view what was happening below. He only ignored those guys for a few hours, and they managed to screw everything. "What happened?" Lynn asked as she saw Victor's face turn pale. "A big mess. The final boss will be heading here. We should quickly head to the stairway and prepare a trap." "It would be the perfect place," Victor said as he began to review his options. He already had a plan to kill that thing, ever since he came to this place. "How long do we have?" Lily, who could stand up now, asked. 3 to 4 hours. "It should be enough," he said as he began to think about a backup plan and a second backup plan, just in case. Alex was here after all. Chapter 267, Boss Battle, 1. "We should split up," Tom suddenly suggested after 20 or so minutes of aimless running. The group had finally managed to outpace that guy by escaping through the narrowest paths they could find. That thing was having difficulty moving because of its size, which had grown 3 times after devouring a lot of poor skeletons. It could only move now after turning into a slug and squeezing through the tunnels. It was advancing relatively slowly, but from the creepy sound in the darkness behind them, they knew that it was still following them. Thankfully, after the Lich King got eaten, all of the skeletons got deactivated, so the tunnels were now empty again. They just had to be careful not to step on any sharp bones. "I will go right on the next fork, you guys go left," Tom explained to Zoe. Due to the darkness of the tunnels, an intersection would only be visible a few feet before they reach it. So he made sure to make things clear. "Don't listen to him," Alex suddenly screamed. "He knows where the exit of this floor is. He is planning to head there by himself," she explained. She knew this because 10 minutes ago, she received a talisman message from Victor, giving her the map and telling her to meet him on the 5th floor if she was still alive. Although she was still hesitant to meet Victor, fearing his punishment because of the toys incident. She knew that he was probably the only one who could kill this thing. She has witnessed his power and shrewdness firsthand in the spider dungeon. Alex had already noticed how Tom was slowly guiding them toward the exit for the last 10 minutes. She was sure he has the map too. "Really?" Zoe, who noticed Tom's reaction earlier, asked, forcing him to quickly hide his annoyance. I have no idea where the exit is. How could I? Tom said, hiding the fact that the whimsical system had already given him the map of this place. Splitting up is logical, Zoe said after some thinking. That thing had slowed down, but they were getting tired, and it would catch up with them sooner or later as they would never be able to sleep or rest. And even if Tom knew where the exit was, which she had a hunch he did, as long as Isfigar followed him, she could just stay here and find a way to kill that thing from behind. No, she would not risk getting trapped. Let's do it. But I will go to the right, she declared finally just as they reached the next fork in the tunnels. She didn't wait for Tom to say anything as she went right, giving Tom, who began to curse silently, no other choice but to go left with his group. The system had warned him not to divulge anything about having the map after all. Shit. That asshole. It took Zoe 5 minutes to begin cursing loudly. Uncle Falcon had warned her to stop with this vulgar language as it was not fit for a lady, but at the moment she couldn't help it. The monster had chosen to go after her and Alex, who seemed to have also followed her. Why did it go after them and not the bigger group? What kind of bad luck was this? We will split up at the next intersection, she said. She had the strangest hunch that the monster was purposefully following Alex. She needed to get away from this Jenks. No need. I know where the exit is, Alex said. She didn't want to stay alone. Just follow me, we can leave this floor safely. Really? How did you know? Zoe asked, squinting her eyes. And it is my navigation skill. Alex lied. Now turn left, she said, turning to the left. Zoe frowned, then decided to follow. She didn't want to end up trapped at a dead end with that thing behind her, and with Alex, she can always escape if things went wrong. In another tunnel on the other side of the fork, Tom moving stopped after realizing that Isfigar stopped following him. F***ck, he cursed. Is everything all right? Peter asked as he glanced at the empty corridor behind him. He was worried about Zoe. Although she was not his type, as he didn't like tomboyish girls, she was his classmate after all, and she saved his life earlier. Yes. Just need to collect my thoughts, Tom said as he closed his eyes. System, is there another exit? He asked as he began to examine the map in his mind. Zoe went through the only tunnel leading to the exit, and if he followed now, that thing might turn and attack him. The whimsical system pities you for getting outsmarted by a little girl. Unfortunately no, there's only one stairway for this floor. Why are you in a hurry to exit anyway? Isfigar is no longer after you. You can go back and check that Lich King's room now, it would surely be filled with treasures. Does this whimsical system need to teach you everything? That's right. Tom quickly opened his eyes wide and smirked. He never thought of that. Follow me, he said to his entourage as he turned around and began to run. Why are we going back? One girl asked as she followed. She was still shaking after the earlier encounter. You will see. Tom answered mysteriously while trying his best to appear charming. The system, although it had a sharp tongue, really treated him well. In the safe zone on the top floor, Isabella frowned as she watched Victor walk into the safe zone with two unfamiliar girls and the twins. One of them seemed to be missing a hand, but she was not sure which as she couldn't tell them apart. Thankfully both of them survived. Mina, what happened? Mr. Gold ran quickly to check on Mina's hand as the still shocked schoolmates watched from afar. This was the first dungeon raid for most of them, and now they were scarred for life. We had an accident, Victor said. Where is Lynn? Didn't she meet up with you? Elma, the girl who was with Lynn and Mr. Gold asked, still shocked after witnessing Tristan's ugly death. She said she will search for the other students, Mina said. But what if the Nutcracker got to her? Elma asked, making Mr. Gold frown and Victor shiver and involuntarily yelp as if that name reminded him of a very horrific scene. Oh, the twins didn't know how to answer that. Did you meet with it? Mr. Gold, who noticed how Victor reacted, asked. Teacher Isabella, also tuned in. Mr. Gold had already told her about Tristan. Was this Nutcracker real? She wondered. Yes, we saw it work from afar. More than 40 players died under its hands downstairs. Thankfully they were all bad players and not anyone from the academy, Mina said, carefully controlling her expression. The fake Victor's expression was genuine though. She had seen him work, she wanted to forget, but she couldn't. How could she? He warned her that she would suffer the same fate if she acted badly again. He made her sign a contract too. How did you escape? Elma asked. We got lucky as it was after some very strong players, Mana replied this time. Those poor guys didn't have a chance. I can still hear their desperate screams when I close my eyes, she said as she tried her best to appear frightened. How can you leave Lynn alone there? Mr. Gold looked at Victor and scolded, Lynn is your fiancée, isn't she? I couldn't stop her, Victor replied as he quickly took out his tent, placed it in a corner then went into it not wanting to argue any further. I need to rest. He explained in a frightened voice. Mr. Gold. When we met that thing. The young master stood in front of us to protect us, don't be hard on him. Mana said as she quickly followed Victor inside the tent. Mina and the two other girls also followed under the shocked eyes of the students. This tent was meant for 1 or 2 occupants max. Pervert. Isabella spat as she stood up. Where are you going? Mr. Gold, who was frowning, asked. I will go down, she said. I need to find the rest of the students. She lied, she just was worried about Tom and was going to search for him. Be careful. Return as soon as you locate any. Mr. Gold, who knew that he couldn't stop her, said after hesitating for a moment. This dungeon had just turned into an S rank, they should follow the protocol and protect the students while waiting for help that would definitely come. Thankfully, Victor had given them the energy bars that solved their need for food. Although a little eccentric, Mr. Gold felt that Victor was a good young man. Ah, a lewd sound shattered the serious atmosphere seconds later, it came from the tent. Damn that pervert. Alex and Zoe were utterly exhausted when they reached the stairway and Isfigar, who seemed a little annoyed after eating most of the skeletons, began to pick up his speed again because the tunnel had widened near the exit. The escaping girls had no other choice but to run as if their lives depended on it. No wait, their lives did depend on it. They quickly climbed the stairway as Isfigar, who had turned into a snake behind them, hit the door and then shattered into smoke before reassembling into a slug and squeezing behind them. It took them exactly 1 minute to run their way up the stairs and into the bright garden. They stood there in shock for mere seconds as their eyes adjusted to the brightness. Oh, Zoe. Victor, who was waiting there while relaxing on a sun lounger, said as he sat up. Victor. Run. It is after us. Zoe said, pausing for a second to catch her breath as Alex, who totally ignored Victor, kept running into the distance until she tripped and fell. Is it here? Victor asked in shock as he stood up abruptly, nearly stumbling. Yes. Zoe said as she began to run again. How did you? Quickly follow me. This area has a trap that I set. I was trying to act as a decoy to lure it in, he said, grabbing the exhausted Zoe's soft hand and quickly dragging her, and began to run, totally ignoring Alex, who he purposefully stunned and left on the ground. Zoe didn't know why she couldn't resist Victor's hand as he dragged her, maybe because she was tired. It took them a few seconds to reach an area far away that had been camouflaged. From here, they would have time to escape if their plan failed. Young master. Alex pleaded as the black fog began to appear at the ominous stairway gate. Seconds later a delicate hand grabbed her and pulled her into hiding. It was Lynn, who was hiding to the side. It is coming. Zoe said as she swallowed and stepped back. Yes. It is time for revenge. Victor said. Wait. Cousin, did you also meet that boss before? Zoe asked. What boss? This was a trap meant for the Nutcracker. Victor said, isn't it the one running after you? Ah. The Nutcracker? What Nutcracker? No. I was being followed by a monster who had just eaten the boss of the dungeon. I think it is the last boss. Zoe said as she wondered if she should continue running. Victor's hand, which didn't let go of hers, stopped her though. What? Bosses can't leave their chambers. Victor said. This was something he had been pondering about for a while now, and he had a theory. I am not sure. Zoe said as she just realized that what he said was true. This was taught in the academy. Could it be that this thing was not the boss? She frowned as she watched the slug that slowly crawled from the stairway. Its appearance was not clear in the tunnels because of the darkness, but here, she could see it clearly. It was a slug made out of bloody jelly with all kinds of floating skulls filling its innards while howling in pain. Victor frowned as he gripped Zoe's hand hard. "Prepare," he said, "although it is not the Nutcracker, my trap should be able to finish it off," he added as he pondered, waiting until the monster crawled onto a set position. "Now," he shouted, making Lin activate a talisman. Zoe, who didn't expect this, flinched from the giant explosion and was about to fall to the ground in shock, but Victor's strong hands quickly hugged her. "Sorry, I should have warned you," he said as he softly hugged her while eyeing the smoke that slowly began to drift away moments later. Confirmed visual. The enemy is still standing. Lily's voice came from above the trees. "Run," she said as her voice trailed away. She was already on the move using the network of ropes she prepared beforehand. Victor didn't wait to see the results for himself, he quickly carried the still shocked Zoe like a princess and began to move away. Lynn did the same with Alex, except that she dragged her like a garbage bag. Seconds later a giant frog landed on the spot where Victor and the girls were seconds earlier and began to look around with its ominous flaring angry eyes. It was injured, not because of the bomb, but because of the tree twigs that Victor had purposefully sharpened using the green goo before placed everywhere. Things from this dungeon seemed to be able to hurt it. Too bad the damage didn't seem to be that effective. "What the hell is that thing?" Lynn asked as they ran. "I have no idea. Your driver, Alex, saw it first," Zoe replied. "Watch out. It's going to jump again," she yelled as she watched the monster begin to flex its muscles. Victor didn't flinch as he took out a talisman and then activated it before ducking with Zoe in his hands. Kaboom! Another explosion sounded, but this time it was way softer as it only caused the floor below the giant frog to collapse and it to fall into a lake of green goo. 9 trees around the pit toppled over seconds later, trapping it. The monster shrieked in pain for the first time since its awakening. "Did we get it?" Alex the Jinx asked. "No." Lily replied from above. "It is unaffected," she added, making Victor, who had stood up and resumed his running, frown. That sound was surely a sound of pain. "Put me down," Zoe finally said as they reached a clearing. She was blushing slightly. "Oh. Sorry. Just bear with me for a minute or two," Victor said as he continued to run across the clearing until he reached another camouflaged area where he gently put her down behind a tree. Lynn casually threw Alex to the floor while glaring slightly at the blushing Zoe. "Is there another trap here too?" Zoe, who was trying hard to hide her blush, asked as she noticed the crate in the middle of the clearing. "Yes. This was meant for the Nutcracker. Damn it. Hopefully, that thing won't attack us from the back." He began to talk nonsense as he used his binoculars to observe the monster that had turned into a black fog in the shape of a snake and was slowly crawling out of the green goo and passing through openings between the toppled tree trunks like smoke. It appeared to be unaffected, but Victor realized that it lost all of the bones and skulls that were filling it. This smoke was not physical at all. Damn it, the soul poison, his best trump card, wouldn't work against such enemies. What is the origin of this thing? He wondered as he prepared to activate the last trap. Chapter 268, Boss Battle, 2. "Alex, were you the first one to meet that thing?" Victor turned and asked the nervous girl as he unblocked her ability to move. He waited for the monster to reach the clearing. Its movement had slowed down considerably after the green goo bath. "Ah. Yes," Alex replied nervously. She was still worried about facing Victor because of the toys. And now there is this monster. He would surely punish her. Her butt was about to be erased. "Did it appear like this when you met it?" Victor asked as he inspected the monster. "Is Figar the great boss?" STR, 1. AGI, 1. Int, 54841884511110. LCK, 14. CHM, unavailable. Skills. Devour, S. Ethereal Body, S. Body of the Smoke, S. Death Touch, S. It didn't have any strength or agility at all. It must have been using the skills of the things it ate earlier. At the beginning, but not as solid as it is now, there were maybe some bones under the altar. She quickly shut up after realizing that she spoke too much. "What altar?" Victor asked as he looked back at the now sweating Alex. "Ah. You see. When I found it, it was hovering on top of an altar," she lied, trying to pick her words carefully. "Did you happen to touch that altar?" Victor asked, causing Zoe to look at Alex with a gaze full of hate. She knew it? Maybe a little, Alex began to explain. Ah. Oh. The monster began to howl again, interrupting the interrogation. Victor quickly looked at the monster as it slowly formed back its foggy body, but it didn't use bones this time, but the wood splinters of the fallen trees. It slowly crawled its way toward Victor and the girls, devouring everything in its way, including a certain lonely crate. Zoe quickly clogged her ears with her fingers, expecting an explosion, but nothing happened. There were no bombs in the crate. Zoe frowned as she watched the crate dissolve in the smoke. It was full of wine bottles that began to dissolve one by one. We should run, Zoe said nervously. That thing will not get drunk, and it's probably immune to poison. It's not that, Victor said. He began to slowly pull back. Lynn, take Alex, and go ahead. Zoe, prepare to run on my signal. The monster slowly followed, very wary of traps, as it left the clearing and entered another batch of trees where it began to devour everything. Those trees had some very ripe fruits. Run, Victor said as he grabbed Zoe's hand, then activated a haste talisman and began to run away. Kaboom! A big explosion, far larger than the previous one, shook the entire dungeon. It threw Victor and Zoe to the ground despite them being about a mile away at the moment. The explosion was so big that one of the giant lanterns that illuminated the garden fell from the ceiling and cracked over the ground not far from their position. It took Victor 1 whole minute to slowly stand up. Shit, he lost his hearing. He quickly took a healing pill as Lily's screaming voice finally reached his mind. It seems injured, but it is regathering, she was shouting. What? Regathering? It survived that? Victor frowned and slowly focused his eyes to see that the wooden snake had been totally shattered. He could see that random wisps of black smoke were beginning to gather in the deep pit that was left after the explosion. *T, he said as he grabbed Zoe and carried her like a princess again. She would not be able to run fast enough. Are you okay, cousin? He asked as he forcefully pushed a pill into her little mouth. I am fine, she said with a blush. He took the hit for her earlier. Why can't she fall in love with someone like him? What was she thinking now? It is not the time for this. Where to? Lynn, who was running to Victor's side, suddenly asked. Their prepared traps have all failed. I don't know, he said for the first time. Did he really need to use that bug? That boss's elimination won't be registered if he did that though. It would be a waste. Why is it this strong? Zoe asked. How could it survive that? Exactly, this thing was supposed to die by that final attack. It could have only survived if its soul was not entirely here. He stopped abruptly and then gestured toward Alex, who was still running, making her trip and fall to the ground again. Ah! She screamed as she hit the dirt with her pretty face. Dear Alex, Victor said as he gently put Zoe down and then walked slowly toward the poor Jinx girl. He was really tempted to finish her off. This was all his fault. He should have spanked her but more. What? Alex asked as she turned around and intended to stand up and failed because he was over her, making her fall on her poor butt. Did you by any chance take anything from that altar? He asked very coldly, sending shivers down her poor spine. Yes. I remember now, she said as she nervously took out a sword hilt from her ring. It is useless. I tried swinging it at him but it didn't work, she explained as Victor quickly grabbed the hilt from her hands and began to inspect it. Sword of the Lost Ones, SSS. Like this sword have no blade, it can only be wielded by those who have no head. Strength plus 100%. Agility plus 100%. Intelligence plus 1%. Skills. Soul Lock. Absorb a part of the enemy's soul and lock it in. *T, Victor said. Victor now knew how that thing was sealed. This sword must have contained Isfigar's soul. Not its entirety as the fruit had worked on it, but probably just a part of it. That's why it could leave its chamber, as the real boss chamber was technically the sword. The idiot Alex had been dragging it with him all this time. Young master. Why are you looking at me like that? Alex asked as she felt that Victor was really intending to kill her. Just deciding on your punishment, he said as he looked at the sword hilt again. *T, he cursed again. He pondered if he should destroy the sword with the soul poison, but he had no way to make sure that the soul part in it would not escape as the sword lost its power. If the soul really escaped, that thing would be free and would never fall for his tricks again. And it would be a waste to destroy this. But as long as that thing exists, the dungeon would not close. Young master, it is on the move again. Lily, who was tasked with the surveillance, reported again. That monster was building itself again using dirt. Zoe, quickly. Bind this weapon, then use it to kill the monster. Victor finally thought of something. This sword should be able to kill it. Ah. You should do it. She said she was not really confident about her ability. I can't, this weapon requires its wielder to be headless. I don't want to lose my head, you see, my pretty face is the only redeeming feature I have left. He began to mumble some nonsense as he pushed the sword into her hand. Cousin. I am not headless, Zoe began to speak, then paused as the sword hilt began to shine in her hand and an ethereal blade appeared above it. Ah, she was shocked. As a hero, you can wield all kinds of weapons regardless of their wielding conditions. Victor whispered in her ear. Name, Zoe Von Y/Bolt. Level, 0. Class, Hero, SS. Authority, 3. Strength, 40. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 29. Luck, 20. Charm, 27. Order, 10. Skills. Hero's Aura, SS. Versatile, SS. Last Breath, SS. Combat Expert, S. Quick Learner, S. Leadership, A. Survival, B. Cooking, B. Poison Resistance, D. Sword Arts, D. Dagger Arts, D. Cleaning, E. Pain Resistance, F. Staff Arts, F. Equipment. Defense Talisman, S. Storage Ring, B. Von Weiss Elite Family Token, B. Fate Status. Fate's Power, SS. Defined Fate, Greatness. Destiny List 10, Order Points to Unveil. Bloodlines. Elder Dragon 40%. 45%. 5%. How did you know? She didn't continue to ask as she felt his hand grab hers. Not now, you are not in a good shape, I will help you deliver the hit, he said, preparing to use her state as an excuse to share the reward for the final hit. I can do it by myself, she protested with a blushed face. He was too close to her, and she could feel his breath on her ear as he held her from behind. I don't want you to be hurt, he softly scammed her, making Lily, who was watching, spit to the side. Why was her young master a pervert? Why can't she have a nice, well-behaved young master? But Zoe wanted to protest. No buts. We don't have time, Victor said as he carried her light body and jumped forward, then flew with the help of the levitating necklace to position himself right above the monster. Zoe had no time to think when she heard his voice. Aim down, he said, helping her adjust the ethereal sword in her hand to direct down onto the monster that had just reformed and was crawling out of the pit. The moment it touched it, the black smoke forming the monster's body began to burn, then suddenly exploded like a chamber filled with gas, hurting both Victor and Zoe, who were now surrounded by the fire. Zoe screamed in pain, but suddenly she heard a shattering noise and felt her body getting hugged by a warm embrace as she began to levitate upwards. It took her a second to realize that Victor had surrounded her with his body, taking most of the damage. He could barely fly a little away from the burning pit before falling to the ground on its side. Young master. Victor. Lily and Lynn ran to his side to check on him. He was really burnt badly. Even Alex, who was at the moment considering how to escape, forgot her plan as she hurried toward him. They totally ignored the system prompt. System notification. 3 #quest has been completed. Isfigar the Great has been eliminated. Zoe looked at Victor, who collapsed over her with panic. Tears began to fill her eyes. Although she rarely cried, she couldn't help herself now. Don't worry, Victor spat with difficulty as he flipped over to lay on his back, then began to laugh like a maniac. The girls surrounding him frowned as if wondering if his head was injured, then began to smile as he miraculously began to heal. Level up. Level up. Level up. Skills upgraded. Contractor of Doom, +1, can convert normal contracts into system contracts, voluntarily conditions apply, time limit 60 minutes after signing. New titles. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of a hero's team. +10% to all normal attributes when assisting a hero. Hero's journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Plus 30% charm. Plus 30% luck. New system skills. Night vision, D. Fate power upgraded. AA+. Recognized skills had been upgraded. Victor had risen by 21 levels. And his contract skill had improved. Maybe this was because he used it a lot to scam little girls in the dungeon. No matter what, this would spare him a lot of headaches later. Warning, the system is trying to add 2 authority points. Allow yes no. He quickly pressed no. Failed points were reallocated to order. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 143. Titles. Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 5780/5780. Stamina 5440/5440. Mana 4150/4150. Strength 395. Agility 350. Intelligence 415. Luck 48 plus 14. Charm 56 plus 16. Order points, 1371. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None. Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, plus 2. Destiny Shield, SSS, plus 1. Fate Tracker, X, plus 1. Fate Instinct, X, plus 1. Recognized skills. Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Sword Arts, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Mace Arts, E. Dismantling, E. Torture, E. New. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Castration, F. New. Formations Art, F. New. System Skills. Admin Appraisal, SSS, plus 4. Admin Merchant, SSS, plus 2. Master Seal, SS, plus 4, 5/6. Contractor of Doom, plus 1, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, plus 4. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Night Vision, D. New. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 5% Awakening. Fate Strength, A+. Unaffected by outside fates. Equipment. Broken Defense Talisman, S. Broken Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Shadow Shifter Ring, SS. Damaged Area Inspect Ring, C. Slightly Damaged Levitation Necklace, A. Broken Leather Armor, A. Congratulations. The dungeon has been cleared. Finalize in 1 hour. Chapter 269, Rule the World. Victor, who was lazily lying on his sun lounger, watched as an army of summoned gargoyles worked tirelessly to collect all the debris from around the garden. Lin was using them to clean up before the dungeon closes. They were summoned earlier in preparation for the battle against Isfagar. They were meant to be a part of the last trap but ended up without a job. Why don't we descend and search for the reward room? Lily asked as she carefully fed her young master a grape. It would take at least 4 hours to reach the first room and at least 20 to reach the one at the bottom, Victor replied after a sigh. We better take what we can here. You have a map too, don't you? Zoe, who was watching the show while resting to the side, suddenly asked. Of course I have, he replied. How do you think Alex was able to find his way here so fast? I sent him the map, he explained, making Alex, who was tied by her ankles and hanging from a tree, look away as Zoe glared at her. She lied to her earlier. How did you get the map? Zoe asked. It's a system reward. That's all I can tell you for now, as you still can't get it, Victor said as he slowly looked at her slightly annoyed face. Don't worry, one day I will tell you. Now I need a favor, he said. What? She asked. After we leave the dungeon, they will probably question us. I want you to claim that you killed the monster alone with Lynn. Don't tell them anything about meeting me or Alex. No, that won't do. Just replace Alex with some poor player who died in the battle, he said. Ah, why? It was all your work. I can't take the credit. I could only be carried around by you, she said, then blushed as she trailed off in a low voice. Cousin, this is important. Victor said seriously, you might not know it, but my situation in the family is very delicate. If I became too strong all of a sudden, some factions might decide to eliminate me. What? That can't be. The family might appear united, but it is a mess nowadays. Victor interrupted her. You don't have such restrictions as you don't belong to any branch unlike me, he explained. But. No buts. I don't want to ruin the image of a pervert young master that I crafted for myself, he said. Stop saying the word but so casually, like no one is noticing that. And why do you always act like a pervert anyway? Can't you just be normal? Zoe asked. From knowing Victor, she realized that he was a very dependable person, but he always acts like this, ruining his image. If you act decently, with your strength, you might get to be an elder in the future or even the patriarch. I told you. I have many enemies, and will definitely have more in the future. And why would I ever want to be an elder or a patriarch? Those are some very tiresome jobs. I just want to relax and enjoy my life with my harem, he started, then stopped talking as Lily stuffed his mouth with a bunch of grapes. I can help you. But I have a condition, Zoe said, totally ignoring the pouting Lily, who might be trying to murder her young master. What? Victor asked as he chewed his way out of suffocation. Tell me how you knew how to use that weapon, she asked. It was only a handle. Why was he so sure it would work? Oh, that's easy, but keep what I tell you a secret, Victor said as he lowered his voice, and looked to the sides to make sure no one was listening. Alex tried to eavesdrop, but Victor used his disguise to make sure she couldn't. Zoe nodded. I have a very strong inspection skill. I can examine everything I see, from weapon to players. I can even figure out your 3 sizes. You don't have to wrap your chest that tightly. No one would, he was interrupted. It's not your business. And you don't have to say that too loudly, she said with a blush as she put her hands on his mouth, making him briefly let go of the rope in his hand before catching it again as Alex dipped a few inches toward the boiling cauldron below. Young master, spare me. Alex cried out as she twirled around helplessly, making Zoe, who finally noticed her ambiguous position over Victor, quickly let go and then sit to the side as she crossed her arm, hiding her chest with a blush. She regretted asking her shameless cousin. Why can't he just be normal? And why does he smell this good? She questioned herself silently. Victor, who could easily read the thoughts of a little girl, chuckled, then softly bit Lily's finger that forcefully pushed an entire fig in his smirking mouth. She was getting jealous again. But that's to be expected. She was probably afraid that someone would take him away from her before she could have a chance to take a bite. Well, when she gets to taste his strength after the wedding, she will definitely beg him to take more wives. He. What are you grinning about? Zoe suddenly asked, ignoring her embarrassment. His grin was just too lewd. Nothing, just wondering that you are not that different from me. You too hide your true beauty, he said. Shut up, she said as she blushed and looked away again. It was what her late mother taught her. She was used to staying low-key. Being a beauty in a poor mountainous village was an invitation for trouble. Victor, who was watching her pout, sighed. In his previous lifetime, when he met Zoe at the Imperial Palace, she proudly walked around like a queen, digging the eyes of anyone who dared to look at her proud chest. What made this sweet girl so nasty? He quickly looked at her, sacrificing 10 order points to look at her destiny list. Destiny list. World Fate Scion, greatness with the world's blessing SSS. Birth Fate defend the world's fire gate SS. Birth Fate kill 999, 999, 9999 demons SS. Birth Fate decapitate the world eater SS. Birth Fate destroy the book of space SS. Self set, find a good husband SS. Self set, solve the mystery of father's disappearance SS. Self set, help rebuild my village SS. Self set, help Oliver overcome his sorrow SS. Self set, defeat evil everywhere SS. ID_X_1473337, 30 days, great misfortune 24 30th days S. So that's what they hid back then. Zoe turned up to be one of the mysterious Five Gates protectors. That's why the imperial family respected her greatly. Victor pondered. What? The Book of Space? Did this have anything to do with the Book of Time? Yes, the Book of Time was discovered across the fire gate. What if he tried to get it before Zoe destroys it? Could it be done? Stop glaring at me. Zoe had to say finally, to wake him up from his contemplation. Why was she feeling like this? Oh sorry, I was just enchanted, he said, then turned around, grabbed Lily's hand and dragged her, forcing her to fall on his lap. Ah, young master. Lily complained softly as he glared at her clear eyes. I can only look at you now, he said jokingly, making Zoe pout for no reason, while Lily chuckled. The truth was that Victor wanted to take the opportunity to check Lily's fate. Destiny list. Birth Fate rule the world X. Birth Fate destroy the Fate sect X. Self set, marry the young master E. Self set, give birth to the young master's children E. Self set, be always beside the young master and protect him E. Self set, be the young master's favorite E. Self set, find out about my original family E. Self set, get filthy Margaret away from the young master E. Holy sh*t Victor suddenly cursed, making Lily flinch. Young master. Stay still and let me think, he scolded as he began to carefully inspect her like a porcelain doll. She didn't really mind, but the jealous glares she was getting from the girls and Alex were a little uncomfortable. Why was Alex glaring at her like this? She had no idea. Victor on the other hand was pondering about many things. First, he quickly scrolled through his log file and searched for the entries he got when he upgraded his class at the auction. Log, Lily, X birth destiny /death / overwritten, 10 million PTS. Log, Lily, A, ID_X_1473337, destiny /death / overwritten, 5000 PTS. Ever since then, he has been pondering about Lily's two death fates. The first one has clearly turned from death to rule the world. Why was that? He had a hunch it had something to do with her family, but was not really sure. The second death destiny was caused by that artifact, ID_X_1473337, which Victor was now pretty sure belonged to the Fate sect. It meant that they wanted her dead. She was meant to destroy them. They must have known about her. But the question was whether the Fate sect knew her real identity or they were using some kind of an identifier or a trace to target her. Victor suspected it was the latter. Wait. Could it be that the Great Misfortune curse was not aimed at him, but at Lily? He must have unconsciously disturbed some of their plans in Vane City. But couldn't they just target Lily specifically? Why did they need to fish her out like this? It made no sense. Should he make Lily his blood slave and use his disguise skill on her? No way. This would be very detrimental to his plans and to her too. This would need to be delayed until after she got baptized at Black Nest Castle. For the first time in a while, Victor had no idea what to do. There were many things he didn't really understand about fate. Maybe he just needed to play along. His plan would need to be readjusted though. Young master. My hair is burning. Can you at least lower the temperature a bit? Alex's repeated pleas broke Victor's line of thoughts. Enough whining. This is your punishment, take it like a man. If you told me about the sword hilt as soon as you reached this floor, I wouldn't have had to waste all of those gems. That explosion cost me a fortune. Victor scolded. He didn't care about the gems. Even with the sword, he would have needed to weaken Isfigar first. Victor was just using this as an excuse to punish Alex. Her bad luck was flaring very dangerously, he had to make sure that she got miserable enough to suppress it. All of this without making her hate him. It was a delicate balance. "Ow. Can't you spank me instead?" Alex asked, making Zoe, who was listening, blush. "How can a man ask another this? Could it be?" she gasped. "No way, I can make Lily spank you instead though," Victor replied, making Zoe breathe in relief while Lily glared at poor Alex dangerously. "No thanks. I am fine here. I am a man. I can take this punishment." Alex retreated. Unlike Margaret, who was a little lenient with her before, the merciless Lily would surely dig out every ounce of flesh from her tender butt before she got satisfied. "Tom, we are rich," Peter said as he began to stuff his pockets with gems. The moment the announcement sounded, all the skeletons' corpses collapsed, leaving behind mountains of gems. "Yes," Tom said with a frown. He had just ransacked the reward room behind the Lich King's chamber, which was full of treasures and had 2 very unique artifacts, but his happiness didn't last as the dungeon was conquered moments later, and he didn't get a chance to level up. "System, what happened? Who defeated that monster?" Tom asked with annoyance. Calculating. "The monster Isfigar the Great was defeated after a bloody battle by Zoe von Wise by utilizing a sacred sword. You wouldn't have stood a chance." Tom frowned but said nothing. He was not satisfied with the system's analysis. Warning. Critical mission. The Nutcracker had set his eternal eyes on you. Prepare a tribute and pray for survival. Survive for 24 hours. Reward, 10 million coins. In case of failure, the system does not need to punish a dead man." What is the Nutcracker?" Tom asked. "The Nutcracker is a multidimensional demon that was set free when this dungeon was opened." "What?" Tom wanted to question it more, but the whimsical system, being whimsical, decided to hold its silence. The zone around the dungeon gate was a mess. Report. The gray-haired 3-star general who slowly descended from the black unmarked twin dragon jeep ordered his right-hand lieutenant as he looked at the ominous-looking gate. "Sir, 97 hours ago, player Naomi Chill reported finding a disguised talisman under the gate and discovering an anomaly. The players' council directly ordered our dispatch." "I know that. I want to know what the appraisers found." "Ah, sorry sir. It is an S-ranked gate just as we suspected." "Sir. Did the headquarters send any new instructions? Will they send a raid to save the students, or would they just ignore it and bury the gate like the one near Green Mist Town?" "Sir. They intend to conduct an emergency council meeting tonight. They would probably delay the decision," the lieutenant said. "Oh. It has already been 2 days, what's going on?" "Inside the dungeon, there are 2 students with sensitive backgrounds. They are elite heirs from the Von Wise family." "Oh. So this turned into a political game?" "Yes, sir. Raiding an S dungeon is not an easy task. Even with 10 master players, there is only a 20% chance. The council member would surely force the Von Wise family to handle the cost." "Probably, sir." "Well, let them fight this out. We are only here to collect our paycheck." "Let's just hope that." The general was interrupted as the gate began to pulsate. "Sir. Is it going to explode?" the lieutenant asked. "No, it has been conquered," the general said as he squinted his eyes. "Clear the perimeter," he ordered in a loud voice just as the dungeon's vortex began to slowly expand, making everyone step away and watch. The vortex soon grew to fill the entire area around the dungeon gate, then began to retract, leaving piles of collapsed players. "Don't let any player leave, make them wait to be thoroughly questioned," the general suddenly ordered. He had just noticed that most of the players who appeared were not teenagers. Those were not students from the academy. Chapter 270, That Ring. "Now, once again. You said you were saved by. Describe what you saw," the old sergeant asked a haggard female teenage player as he filled the document in front of him. He was trying hard to ignore the old man in a black robe who was sitting behind him, carefully inspecting the player and supervising the questioning process. They were sitting in one of many tents that was built to debrief players privately. "Ah. I saw this monster while I was hiding. It had long black horns and ominous eyes. He was chasing this evil man." The girl squinted her eyes trying to remember. "Yes," the man said to the monster. "Nutcracker, spare me," but the monster didn't care. He cut the man in half, then crushed his crotch. He crushed it with his giant mace, she said with a blush. In another tent, another player was saying the same thing. Those men. I had to work with them. They forced me. Then it came. It only had one sentence. It didn't say it, but we heard it in our minds. Hail the Nutcracker. Fear the Nutcracker, it kept repeating. That's when I remembered my grandma's old saying that all men are cowards. So I ran. The man began to cry. If he wasn't a 7-tall giant with puffed muscles, the sergeant would have really felt sorry for him. During this debriefing, similar stories were getting told again and again. Other than how those players got scammed into here, the Nutcracker kept getting mentioned all over the place. Some of those players are faking it. The sergeant said to the general as they walked between the tents. That's why we separated them immediately and forbade them from talking to each other. We will cross-examine their statements later, the general replied, looking at the clearing to the side where the players were sitting silently 3 feet apart. I just can't believe things like cannibalism happened, the lieutenant said. If you managed to live long enough, you would see more, the general replied. He didn't take the stories about the Nutcracker seriously. He considered that it was just a monster in the dungeon, and was probably eliminated. Are we going to let them go just like this? Some of those guys are worse than monsters, the lieutenant said. The general sighed and said, our job is just to file the reports. The council would make the call later. Just make sure to search for any storage pouches. Everything they got must be reported. Isn't this against the rules? Council order. This was an dungeon after all, the general said. The council was really evil, using the pretense of conspiracy to investigate the players' trophies. While nothing would be taken from them today, after a few days some of those players, who got the really nice stuff and had no background, would be visited by some nice macho men. This is life. Survival for the strongest, he pondered to himself. How many of the academy's students survived, the general asked suddenly. About 60%, thankfully the really important ones didn't die. This is to be expected. The top families always provide their heirs with protection treasures. The general said as he looked toward the few other tents where similar debriefings were happening. A soldier suddenly ran from a nearby tent toward the general. General! A girl is making trouble. She is refusing to cooperate. Can't you even force a little girl? The general shouted, earning himself some strange looks from some of his soldiers who took his words out of context. She claimed to be the concubine of the von Wise heir. She said she can only be interrogated with the approval of her young master, the soldier replied awkwardly. True. The families have such rules. Let's go see her, the general sighed awkwardly, then gestured to the soldier to lead the way. Inside the tent, a burly sergeant was about to lose his mind arguing with the unreasonable girl who was sitting on the metal chair in a very seductive way. She had no shame in displaying her pretty long legs. I know the rules. You can only question someone from the families under their master's supervision. And like I said, this ring contains sensitive materials concerning my duties. My young master has entrusted me with these, she argued just as the general walked into the tent. Where is your young master? The general asked immediately, realizing that this girl was not as dumb as she appears to be. In the other tent, probably flirting with some girl, she said, puffing her rosy cheeks. In the other tent, a young master was busy wrecking the nerves of a pretty female sergeant who was debriefing him. As I said, the Nutcracker pulled that guy's balls from his mouth. Victor said as he moved his hands to visually demonstrate the disturbing action. I couldn't even believe that such a thing was possible if I didn't see it with my own eyes. And why did it spare you? The sergeant asked, glancing at the cloaked man in the back who was frowning, not sure if Victor was kidding or not. Victor hesitated, then lowered his voice, because of my handsome face. I think it was gay. Shut up, the sergeant pounded the table. Take this seriously, or I swear I will leave you rotting here all day, she scolded. That's the most she could do. Fine, but don't tell anyone. I am only telling you this because you are pretty, he said before looking around, making sure no one was listening, totally ignoring the cloaked man and the fact that his statement was getting recorded. The truth is, I was so scared that I peed. No, forget that. I meant that I had to grovel on the ground, call its name loudly and give it my storage ring. It accepted it before looking at me with admiration, then leaving, he whispered while looking disturbed. So that's why you don't have any storage artifacts, the sergeant asked, writing some things on her paper. Yes, he nodded, displaying his empty finger. I even had to beg my maids for some change, food, and a tent after that, he explained, making the sergeant not help but notice that he was truly wearing purple pants. Little did she know that these were Victor's own lily-picked pants which he had to change into after spilling green goo on the other ones. I see, she said sarcastically. So after facing the monster, what happened? It is called the Nutcracker. Whatever, what happened next? Give me a kiss and I will tell you, he replied with a wink. Why don't you go f***ck yourself, she cursed angrily. Whatever good impression she had on this handsome guy when she met him had long evaporated. I tried. Although it sounds physically impossible. Shut up. The sergeant was about to lose her mind. How can a man be this shameless? Now she had an extra disturbing image in her mind to erase. The cloaked man in the back was suffering from the same problem. Sergeant, you have to make up your mind. I can't shut up and answer your questions at the same time, he stated the obvious. The pretty sergeant was really considering taking out her gun and shooting this young master in the head when the general entered the tent. She quickly stood up and saluted. At ease, the general said, then looked at Victor. Young Master Victor the First, presume, he asked. The one and the only. Victor said arrogantly, as if he didn't just confess to wetting his pants. Are you finished here? Mostly, but we have some things to clarify. The sergeant replied. We can do those later. The general said before turning to Victor, one of your concubines is refusing to cooperate. Can you perhaps talk to her? The general asked. Of course. Victor said as he stood up, then quickly followed the general into a nearby tent. Not forgetting to give the sergeant a wink on his way out. Young master. Margaret, who was pouting, quickly jumped into Victor's embrace and hugged him as soon as he entered the tent she was in. I thought I would never see you again, she said as she groped his ass from the back, making everyone frown. How can this girl be this shameless? Little did they know that her other hand, which was sandwiched between hers and his body, was busy drawing certain letters on his chest. I missed you too. Victor said with a satisfied, wretched smile. Why are you giving those nice men such a hard time? He asked. If the female sergeant who was questioning him earlier was here, she would have shot him immediately. It's not that. They wanted me to show them what's inside the storage ring. Isn't this against the rules? Victor asked in surprise. Council orders, the general coldly explained. Then we have no choice, Victor told Margaret apologetically. But young master, it is that ring. What ring? The one you let me carry for my nightly duty. Ah! Victor exclaimed, then paused in shock before turning to face the general. General. Can you make an exception? He said with a troubled expression. No exceptions, it was not the general who replied, but the man in the black cloak. Victor had long noticed him. Name, Elton Blackwing, Von Sway. Level, 69. Class, Inquisitor. Authority, 6. Strength, 181. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 201. Luck, 15. Charm, 11. Order, 19. Skills. Lie detection, S. Appraisal, A. Perfect memory, A. Torture, A. Kissing, A. Intimidating aura, A. Alchemy, B. Speech reading, B. Poison resistance, B. Pain resistance, B. Stun resistance, B. Energy shield, C. Cleaning, C. Staff art, D. Dagger arts, D. Cooking, F. Equipment. Identity hiding robe, A. Von Sway family token, A. Storage ring, A. Fate status. Fate's power, C. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. **T. Not again. Victor cursed as he had enough of this bad luck. The man who monitored him in the tent previously didn't have a lie detection skill, so Victor wrongfully presumed that they would only use lower-ranked inquisitors. The situation had become a lot more complicated. Although he had long expected this interrogation after the dungeon changed into an S rank, he didn't expect it to be this thorough. He was not unprepared though. Not only did he instruct the girls on what to say and how to say it, he also made sure that all of the valuables in the girls' storage rings, except for Margaret's, had already been emptied beforehand just in case. Thankfully Margaret knew what to do without his instructions. I can make you see what is in the ring. But you can't take anything out. And you can't tell anyone. This might affect my reputation. Victor said after some hesitation as he quickly readjusted his plan. Fine by me, the old man said. He will just write a report later exposing everything. Give him the ring. Victor said. But. Just do it, and wipe it first. Don't think I don't know where you usually keep it, he scolded, making Margaret blush as she wiped the innocent ring with her cuff, then ignoring the weird looks from the audience, she gave it to the old man. The old man hesitated for a second before grabbing the ring. He closed his eyes, inspecting the things inside one by one, totally unaware that Victor was manipulating what he saw. The old man's face changed slowly from a stern expression to utter bewilderment. Aren't those torture tools? No, they are too fluffy for that. And what is that? He didn't have to think for a lot to know the answer, but he wondered how it could be this big. Could this fit? Master Elton, is everything all right? The general asked after 5 whole minutes, causing the old man to wake up from his bewilderment and then throw the ring at Margaret with disgust. Continue with the debriefing. What a waste of time, he cursed as he sat back down. He would not be able to sleep tonight. Margaret, who caught the ring like catching a treasure, quickly put it on her finger and then slowly sat down. Now would you answer the questions? The old sergeant asked. Can I? Margaret asked Victor, who nodded before finding a seat to the side to relax on. The others didn't notice, but while the old man was inspecting the ring he had already secretly told her how to act. She was to only tell the truth as briefly as she can. And if she ever needed to lie, she would raise her foot a little so that he could intervene in time. Thankfully he didn't need to do that. So, what happened? The sergeant asked. I just found myself in a closed room and couldn't get out. I spent the entire time being stuck eating shitty snacks. Is that it? Yes, she blushed, causing everyone to wonder what exactly she spent her time doing. Did you meet any other players? No. Was there anything strange in the dungeon? Or the room you were in? No, she frowned. Did anything out of the ordinary happen? No. Did you find any treasures? Not as far as I know. And like that, Margaret's troublesome interrogation ended. The Inquisitor never realized that she was lying because she was not. Although Victor could disguise the investigator's lie detection skill results using his upgraded disguise skill, this was a very delicate job that required a lot of concentration, as he needed to know the lies beforehand. Especially with the Inquisitor having that speech reading skill, meaning that Victor would have also to match Margaret's lips precisely, which was a very annoying thing to do. So he preferred to use another simpler method. He just changed the questions Margaret was hearing. Do you like your young master? Yes. Are you a virgin? No. Do you like your cousin? No. Do you have any STDs? Not as far as I know. Chapter 271, The Nutcracker in Action. Now that I am already here, how about you bring my other servants too? I don't have all day. Victor said as soon as Margaret questioning finished. That's possible, the general said as he looked at the old man Elton, who nodded just as a soldier entered the tent in a hurry and then gave a piece of paper to the general. What? The general exclaimed after reading a few lines, then looked at Victor with disgust. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere. Is there anything wrong? Elton asked, making the general give him the paper before turning to leave the tent. They have just finished the background check on Victor. Elton frowned deeply as he read the data, then glared at Victor. Let's get on with this, he spat, squinting his eyes. He was wondering about the toys in the ring for a while now, seemingly they were genuine. What a pervert. So one by one the girls entered the tent for the debriefing. The first one was Lily, who made sure to appear as miserable as possible as she told them everything from finding the injured Mina until stumbling upon the Nutcracker trail of destruction at the garden. She didn't have to lie until that point. What did you do after that? The searchers who were doing the questioning asked. I found a few marks in the trees, and following them, I met with the young master who was with Mana and 2 other girls. She didn't really lie but chose her words very carefully. Just that? You did nothing else until the dungeon ended? The young master ordered the girls to go upstairs. The Nutcracker was in the woods. It was very dangerous. I was ordered to remain at the garden level, to keep an eye on the Nutcracker's activities, she said with an aggrieved look in her eyes, Still not technically lying, she had been keeping an eye on her Nutcracker young master all this time. Alone? Elton interjected. Yes, she said after hearing an entirely different question. Did you see the final battle? Elton asked again, making her pause. No. Where were you at that time? She paused for a second, having a bath. Did you stay there until the end? The sergeant this time asked. Yes, she answered again truthfully to a totally different question. Then we are finished with you. I need to see your face. Elton suddenly interrupted, making Lily frown, then nod after getting her young master's consent. She slowly lowered her veil, revealing a face that even her mother would not dare to kiss. Okay, put it back on. Elton said with a disturbed expression. Next was Mina, who told the same story Lily did, except when she said that she went upstairs after the young master ordered the retreat. Her story was very credible, especially with her missing hand. Mana on the other hand completely skipped the story of how Harvey captured her. She told a fabricated story about how she first met the two beggar sect girls who were in the woods and then met Victor after that by chance. Victor had already trained them beforehand just in case. He was expecting worst-case scenarios because of the misfortune curse. Is that all? Elton asked, feeling that she was hiding something. Yes, she paused for a second. You can ask the two beggar sect girls too. They were there with me, she said. We will question them when it is their turn, the sergeant said sternly. I think you should question them in my presence. Victor suddenly interrupted. Those girls are now mine, I should witness their debriefing too. A servant relationship should be official in order to. Elton scolded but was interrupted by the two ownership contracts Victor showed. They were signed with blood. Those two girls were so scared of the Nutcracker that they offered their bodies to me in exchange for protection, he said, making Elton curse and order a soldier to prepare the girls for interrogation too while silently cursing. This young master was really evil. He thought. Fine, let's continue the debriefing. The old sergeant said. He was getting tired after getting interrupted repeatedly. What happened after you met Victor, eh? After that. Mana continued with the same story Mina told earlier, picking her world very carefully. The two beggar sect girls, who were brought in seconds later, also said the same things with minor variations that Victor added here and there to make it more realistic. They all said that their young master told them it was too dangerous and ordered them to escape to the upper floor. When they were asked if Victor escaped with them, they all heard a question of whether they were biologically female and answered with a yes and a blush. After finishing with all the statements, all of the storage rings the girls had were checked one by one. Of course, nothing of value was found, just a lot of gems and a few B and C ranked artifacts. Are we finished here? Victor asked finally after he was questioned again in the presence of Elton. He appeared to be a little absent-minded, but little did they know that he was at the moment helping Lynn, who was getting debriefed. Yes. You may go. Elton said after looking at his report. Something was definitely wrong. His intuition was telling him that, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Victor, who was very cautious, nodded to everyone and then turned to leave when he was stopped by one final question. Do you know anything about the Nutcracker, other than what you told us? Elton asked, making Victor shiver. Please don't say his name like that out of the blue. What if he heard you and came here? Victor said, and no. I told you what I know, he added. How do you know its name? I told that pretty sergeant before. Whenever he is around, you hear strange words like hail the Nutcracker, fear the Nutcracker. Victor whispered in a low voice. Good, Elton said, then gestured everyone out. Victor nodded, then exited the tent to meet with the girls who were waiting outside. Let's go back home, he said as they walked out, making sure to pass by the clearing where the players were waiting. He did that to send Rebecca, who was waiting, a message to go and hide in the ladies' room and then wait for his signal when he returned. Reaching outside of the camp and walking for 100 feet or so, Victor quickly found his car where Alex was waiting. She kept her hiding disguise when the dungeon was cleared and made her way out as soon as she regained consciousness. Although Tom and his party saw her inside, Victor could always claim that they saw someone else who died inside. And the council had no power outside the dungeon's perimeter anyway. If any of the inquisitors were to recognize her as the Thunder Sect's young master, it would be a lot of mess. And Victor was not going to risk taking chances with her bad luck. Victor quickly hurried inside the car and lay with the girls at the back, then scolded poor Lily because she was slow. He ordered her to drive home. Alex, who was keeping her disguise, just in case, had to be pushed under the girl's feet to the car's floor. There were many sentries around after all. When Victor returned to the camp 20 minutes later, he made sure to keep his disguise as he checked the tents one by one, then cursed. 3 of the 5 tents had inquisitors with lie detection skills. This was a close call. If any of the girls made a mistake, he would have been in danger. Lynn had already ended her questioning and she was now on her way home. She told the story they agreed on with Zoe. And with Victor using his disguise skill through her, he made sure to cover her words when necessary. The only remaining variables were Rebecca and Zoe. Victor was considering drugging one of them to delay her debriefing, but thankfully, he watched Zoe enter one of the rooms so he quickly followed. Rebecca as a girl can take her time in the toilet. Zoe's story was the truth, of course. She even told them about Alex and how he ran like a maniac. This made Elton frown as he heard nothing of Victor's driver being in the dungeon. The true problem was when Zoe reached the part where she climbed to the garden floor. I met with Lynn there. She stopped talking, trying to keep her sentences as short as possible. She was not good at lying. And she hesitated, we fought the beast. That idiot Alex seemed to be the one who woke it up. He confessed after getting his ass kicked, we were in a really bad situation. Oh. Alex had the sword hilt that he took when waking the monster, the moment I held it, it changed into an ethereal sword. The monster exploded as soon as it touched him, she said. That's it? Yes, she answered the question of whether she was a girl. You mean you were the one who cleared the dungeon? Both Elton and the sergeant asked in astonishment. Not alone. But yes. Can I see the sword? Elton asked. Zoe hesitated for a moment, then took the sword hilt from her ring and handed it to him. He inspected it with a frown. Can you really activate this? He asked. Zoe nodded and touched the hilt, then focused, making the ethereal blade appear again. I see, Elton nodded, managing to hide the greed in his eyes. Did that driver, Alex, survive? Elton asked finally. Of course not, she replied angrily. After another few questions, Zoe's interrogation ended. I need to know what your class is, Elton finally said after some hesitation. Oh, it is. Stop. A commanding voice sounded as an old man pushed his way into the tent, then punched Elton without saying another word. The poor inquisitor tumbled to the floor with his hand over his stomach moments later. He almost fell on Victor's feet. Uncle Falcon! Zoe exclaimed. Didn't I tell you to not reveal a thing? Falcon scolded her as he looked at Elton. Elton! It's been a while. Did you forget the lesson I taught you 20 years ago? Don't you know the rules? He asked as glared at the sergeant who was trying to call for help, making him fall to the ground in seconds. The smart man didn't faint but acted as if he knew his place. Elton spat blood then stood up slowly. Falcon, don't overestimate your power. You are no longer with the council. The brass had already requested that all relevant data shall be collected. The family would see to that. Falcon said as he grabbed the shocked Zoe's hand and then walked out. Victor, who was watching this, almost cursed loudly. What the fuck was wrong here? Why was Zoe's luck so good? She was truly a scion. Looking at the injured Elton who could barely throw himself into a nearby chair, Victor smiled. Sorry Uncle Falcon, you will have to take the blame for this, he said, adjusting his position to make sure that the sergeant who was still playing dead would be able to witness the Nutcracker in action. Rebecca's turn came 3 hours later. There was a delay after some chaos ensued due to one of the high-ranking inquisitors getting kidnapped by some monster. Investigators found nothing but a hallucinating sergeant. There were talks about delaying the questioning, but after multiple complaints from the teachers, the questioning resumed briefly. Thankfully Rebecca didn't need Victor's help as the inquisitor who questioned her didn't have a lie detection skill. She told her story perfectly, totally skipping the part where she met Victor. At the end of the day, Victor was utterly exhausted as he sneaked out of the base. Using the disguise skill while on high alert was a very hard job. Too bad that his day was not over yet. He still had one very important thing to do. What else did you reveal? Falcon asked in a tired tone as he inspected the sword hilt. He always knew that Zoe was lucky, but now he was suspecting whether she was a scion. Nothing. Victor had already instructed me. Oops. Victor. Flacken exclaimed. He mentioned nothing of the sort when she told him what happened earlier. AHH. Please don't be angry. But it is like this. Zoe slowly began to speak. She chose to tell the truth this time. Falcon was like her father after all. I see. Falcon squinted his eyes after hearing the full story. His evaluation of Victor has just reached a new degree. You did well. Did that man Elton ask any questions about the family secrets? He asked. He had long suspected that Elton secretly worked for the Vonsway family when they worked together in the council forces. Too bad that before he could find sufficient evidence, Falcon, who was a commander back then, was kicked out because he helped Zoe's father escape. No, but he kept asking some very inappropriate questions. Zoe, who was totally unaware of some old secrets, said, puffing her cheeks. Inappropriate? Like? Ah. She blushed. He asked if I had any STDs, he also asked if I was a virgin, and if I would like to sleep with him. She whispered shyly. That bastard. Falcon flared, I will make sure to break his balls the next time I see him. Too bad, Falcon had no idea that the Nutcracker had already done that. Tom, you are amazing. How did you manage to hide your storage ring? Peter asked as he walked out of the camp with Tom, Madeline, and 2 other girls who had just become Tom's new lovers. This is one of my secret skills. Tom said smugly, silently praising the system for helping him hide his ring, which contained not only his but his group's entire loot. Let's go party. Madeline said, winking and Tom in the process. Yes. Tom, a shout made them stop. It was teacher Isabella who finally managed to finish the mountain of paperwork she had to do. Teacher. Tom said nervously. Are you okay? She asked. She was planning to go search for him in the dungeon, but it was cleared before she could manage to reach the lower floors. Thankfully he survived. Yes, he said nervously, he didn't want his friends to know that he was banging the teacher. Not yet anyway. I will not be able to attend the private lesson tonight. Maybe we can arrange it tomorrow, he asked. Oh, yes, she said seriously, hiding her blush, see you then. A friend of mine wants to meet you though, so can you come a little early? Of course, he said with a dashing smile, I am very happy that you survived too, teacher, he said, making her nod, then turn and return to the camp. She still had work to do. Let's go have a bite. Tom told his friends as he chuckled, making Peter, who totally notices the chemistry between his teacher and best friend, almost burst out cursing. Why can't he have a girlfriend like this womanizer? He tried to approach some girls from the normal class in the academy, but those girls were too smart for him. Warning. The Nutcracker is approaching. It is targeting you. It will kill anyone who stands in its wretched way. Run, run, run and survive. Survival probability 11.14%. A sudden warning caused Tom to stop walking. What? Peter asked. I need to go fetch something. Why don't you guys go open a room in the Blackfish bar? I will catch up with you later, he said as he began to run off the road. Where are you going? Shall I come with you? Madeline asked, thinking that this was one of their usual games. AHH. No, I am good, he said as he began to run faster, totally ignoring the strange look in his friend's eyes. He ran and ran, purposely choosing to go off the main road. The dungeon was in a remote mountainous area anyway. System. Did I lose him? Warning. It is here. It is too late to run. Praise the Nutcracker. May it have mercy on your balls. **T. Tom cursed and wanted to turn and run again, but suddenly he lost all the power in his body. He just collapsed to the ground, totally unable to move. The world slowly turned dark around him. In his mind, he could hear many howling, overlapping voices. Hail the Nutcracker! Praise the Nutcracker! Fear the Nutcracker! A demon soon appeared, walking out of the darkness. It was a tall, muscular humanoid creature. It had 2 long black horns, 2 long wings, and white hair that covered a pitch-black face. Only the eyes were shining with a red, ominous light. It opened its wide mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, then howled as it reached him. It was planning to eat him. Tom could see the hunger in its eyes. He wanted to move or use his skills, but he failed. His body was not responding. Suddenly a blue screen appeared in front of Tom. It was the system defending him. He could see it from the back. The Nutcracker, who was preparing his meal, paused as he read the ancient letters engraved on the blue screen. He sighed, then looked at Tom with admiration. Chosen one, I cannot kill you. However, the ancient pact must be upheld. And worthy offering is a must. With that, the Nutcracker reached for Tom's finger, making the hidden ring appear again. Under Tom's astonished eyes, the demon simply unlocked the ring and then began to browse through it, taking out treasures one by one. Thankfully, it stopped after taking 3 artifacts that Tom didn't recognize and was planning to get appraised later. The Nutcracker threw the ring back at Tom, then began to laugh crazily as it vanished. Minutes later, Tom could move again. He just sat there questioning life. What the hell was that thing? Why did his pants feel wet? Mission complete. Congratulations on surviving an encounter with the Nutcracker. The reward had been issued. Chapter 272, Mission. It was a couple of hours before dawn when Victor finally reached his mansion. That bastard Tom sure knew how to run, but the Nutcracker caught with him eventually. No one could escape from his clutches. Victor casually greeted the 2 chicks dressed in suits who were guarding the front gate, then walked in. He noticed that there were quite a few cement bags here and there in the front yard, proof of recent construction works. It seemed like Hilda had already started renovating the basement. Entering the mansion, Victor was immediately assaulted by Lily, who was of course the only one waiting for him. She hugged him hard. Did the girls go to sleep? Victor asked after he dragged his body and hers, which was now glued onto him, to the study. He just threw himself on the leather chair and relaxed. He was utterly exhausted. They were tired after all the stuff that happened in the dungeon and the interrogation yesterday. Hilda wanted to wait for you, but I told her to go get some sleep, Lily said as she adjusted herself on his lap as if this was the most natural thing to do. She put her head on his chest, relaxing to the sound of his heartbeats. She was feeling very frustrated because she wasn't of any help in the dungeon. That vixen Lynn was more helpful than her. Even that idiot Alex played a role. Name, Lily, von Krona. Level, 33. Titles: Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the Heroes team. Status: Authority, 5. Health 1510/1510. Stamina 1520/1520. Mana 920/920. Strength 100. Agility 102. Intelligence 92. Luck 13. Charm 52. Order points, 79. Class, Shadow Dancer. Subclass, None. Class skills: Area Inspect, S. Shadow Cloak, A. Mesmerizing Dance, A. Recognized skills: Cleaning, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Seduction, C. Sixth Sense, D. Gourmet, F. Sword Arts, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, E. Acting, F. Poison Brewing, F. Hiding, F. Lying, F. Evading, F. Quick Reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Mace Arts, F. System Skills: Penetrating Dagger, A. Air Slash, A. Wind. Quick Step, B. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, Wind. Bloodline, Crowned Crow SS, 49% Awakened. Fate Strength, E. Defined Fate, None. Destiny List 10 Order points to unveil. Equipment: The Soul Pearl of Io, SSS. Blood Gem Storage Ring, S. Defense Talisman, A. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Silk Armor, C. Trusty Hidden Dagger, E. Victor sighed as he watched her attributes. She gained a lot in this dungeon as part of the team who took out the boss. She even got a magical affinity. Unfortunately, although both Victor and Zoe were holding the sword that delivered the final strike, the system had given most of the EXP points to Zoe. She was now at level 110. Her authority had even risen to 13. The family would surely be having a celebration at the moment. That's if Falcon allowed her to tell the truth. Victor only managed to raise a handful of levels, while Lin and Lily got to raise by 30 or so. This was to be expected though. The Scion always got the largest piece of the pie. Even that stupid Tom got to level up by 20 levels. That's how the world worked. It was totally unfair. Is there anything wrong, young master? Lily suddenly said, startling him. Oh. Why are you saying that? He asked, raising his eyebrow. Your heart is telling me, she said, it usually beats smoothly when I am near you, but today it sounds troubled. She said, making Victor sigh. This girl was getting more and more sensitive as her level grew and her blood awakened. Don't worry about it, it is just that everything happening recently is very troubling, he said but didn't elaborate. For the last 2 months, he was running around without rest. Now he had a shitload of problems that he had yet to decide how to solve. The first one was Nova. That girl was a time bomb, he knew that. If he gave her to Tom, she would definitely end up dead one way or another. Destiny does not lie. Victor was conflicted about whether to just send her to her death or use her. Tom, who was psychologically scarred after he met with the Nutcracker, was at the moment busy getting healed by his teacher. In the morning he would surely hear about the wedding though, and would surely begin to cause problems. That was another dilemma that Victor needed to fix. After that, there was trouble with Alex. Victor was initially thinking of finding a way to clear the fate that caused her to be a Dark Scion. But there was no fate like that. The world was after her because she was a princess from a very strong alien race. This painted a huge target mark on her sorry butt. There was also a myriad of troubles ranging from the Dark Chamber to the Fate sect. There was also that Caspian of the Heavenly sect who would definitely appear at the wedding. Victor didn't expect that changing his destiny just a little would cause all sorts of echoes. The biggest trouble of all was Lily. She would have to leave him sooner or later, he knew that. He could try hiding her, but that would not be good for her. She needed to be baptized in her family. But after that, he was wondering how to take her back. Her family would surely value her a lot, but she would also have to face a lot of enemies from within. With the purity of her bloodline, she would be a candidate to hold a very prestigious position in the von Krona family, and some parties would not like that at all. He knew that well after living in the shadow of the royal family in his past life. No matter what, she was destined to rule the world. No wonder that scions kept popping up like mushrooms. It had nothing to do with him, it was just that their fates were dragging them to worship their ultimate mistress. Being with Lily had proved to be a very dangerous position. Far more dangerous than Alex and Nova. Victor frowned, wondering what he should do. If only he could manage to be like Caspian with his deep background, von Krona would surely welcome him as a son-in-law, though reluctantly. Wait. He smiled in a very evil way. What if he did that? It would be dangerous. Very dangerous. But with his current skills, it was possible. He would be able to move many elements. He might need to collect a few things though. He might get a chance at the wedding. He might even be able to solve Nova's problem once and for all. A new very evil plan sprouted in Victor's mind. Young master. What are you thinking about? Lily asked as she saw the wretched smile on his face. Nothing. Just thinking about our wedding night, he lied, making her blush heavily as she buried her face in his chest. Pervert young master, she mumbled as she hugged him harder, making him slowly pat her head and kiss her forehead. A phone rang, breaking the romantic atmosphere. It was Theodore, Victor's father. Victor gave Lily a troubled look and then answered. Father? I am. Shut up you piece of sh*t. Do you know how much mess I went through to clean that stinky ass of yours? If you want to satisfy your fetishes, do it privately next time. Theodore scolded. He had just finished cleaning the brothel scandal. Ah, sorry. Victor was really awkward. He couldn't tell his father about Alex, as that would raise more questions. No, you are not. Anyway, don't worry about it. We used AI to replace all the videos online with similar ones but featuring another guy. The world now thinks that you were misidentified. Be careful next time. Theodore sighed. This cover-up had cost him a lot of money and favors. It also cost the 20 journalists, who refused to cooperate, their jobs. They were now at the bottom of the ocean having intimate conversations with the sharks. Oh. Okay, Victor already knew that his father would clean his ass. In his previous life, there was a similar accident with his half-brother John. But it involved HSES instead of grannies. I managed to fool your mother this time, so don't tell her anything. The poor lass almost had a heart attack. Tell her I said hi. I will. Now, how was your dungeon raid? Didn't you already read the report? No. Falcon had seemingly killed the Inquisitor who questioned you and then grabbed all the reports. Although he denied it, we know that he did that to protect Zoe's secret. What a good man. Will he be alright? Victor asked with a troubled look. It was he who stole the reports. He had already sent them to Alpha to go through them and search for any interesting things. He will be questioned later, but as long as there is no evidence, no one can pin anything on him. Now, about the dungeon. Are you okay? Yes, perfectly fine. One of my maids lost a hand, but that's it. That's a very good result for an S dungeon. You guys were lucky Zoe was there. Did you level up? Yes, I am now at 33. I see. What? **T. Even you? Zoe is already at 45. Theodore was shocked. He was currently at level 57, but when he was Victor's age he was only at level 14 or 15. He was not sad though, he was extra glad. Victor had proved to be as good as Mike, who was at level 40 the last time he checked, and Alice was at level 37. He was suspecting that this had something to do with Alina, as his sons from his other wives were still at level 20. Maybe he should try to get another child with her. Yeah, I got lucky. Victor, who didn't know what his perverted father was thinking, replied. Lucky my ass. You just rubbed some of Zoe's luck. Did you get any good loot? Yes. Good, keep it a secret. Theodore said. Unfortunately, the Vonsway had put their hands on the dungeon. Seemingly they owned the land around it, but didn't know it, he said with a sigh. I see, Victor squinted his eyes, this definitely had something to do with that necromancer, Gustav. Now, according to the regulation, I will need you to come to the family island for an assessment to mark your progress. But you can do that after the wedding. Maybe at your grandmother's wedding. Wedding? Did I say wedding? No, I meant her birthday. Oh, wasn't it cancelled? Victor asked. We will be doing a small gathering, nothing major. The elders can't stop this. I understand, I will be there. Anything else? Yes. As you might know, your cousin Titus used to be the manager of Vane City. That position has been transferred to you after his incident. The procedure with the council had been finalized 3 days ago. So you need to do missions for the council and the family as the manager of Vane City from now on. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. Victor frowned, this was a little troublesome. Good, most of those things are random and can be delegated to your men. I sent Kai the details, just call him and ask. I will. Now, there was something else. I already prepared the wedding venue in the White Grand Hotel. This is an important event, so it will be managed by the family. Just make sure to pass by and check if things are to your liking. I understand. Victor nodded and then said goodbye to his father before ending the call. Is everything okay, young master? Lily asked. More trouble, he said as he called Kai, who took a while to answer. Young master. Kai yawned. He was asleep. Are there any missions for me? Victor asked directly. Ah yes. There were 3, 2 of them were just routine checks, which have already been fixed remotely by me. The last one is a little troublesome. It comes from the council. I will send it to you directly, Kai said. Okay. Good, anything else? No. Victor hung up imminently and then looked at the message Kai sent. Council mission /rank E/urgent. Location, Wyron Principality, Vane City. Jurisdiction, Vane/Von Wise. Manager, Von Wise, Victor, Elite. On 24/6 there was an incident in the slums of Vane City. 9 men aged 17-21 were burned alive. Their initial tests suggest the use of otherworldly electric energy with an unknown signature. Witnesses had sighted a girl running away in the perimeter. No security footage was recorded due to the location's circumstances. Suspected, unregistered players with a power level of 15. Mission. Identify and locate the rogue player. Integrate or eliminate. The player's council. Players Management. Players Crimes Office. Director. Asana triple gold. Victor frowned as he showed the message to Lily. Let me do it, she said. She wanted to prove herself. No. I will do this myself, he said. Lily was not suitable for such missions. The Players' Council usually left the mission to uphold the rules and the status of secrecy to the managing players in the areas where they don't have a local office. So there was nothing strange about this request. When players got discovered, the council usually would send someone to register them and explain the rules to them. After that, if they were deemed powerful, they would usually offer them a chance to join one of the powers. They can't force them though, this was one of the rules of the council. In fact, this was how many family heirs built their focus. They found those loose awakened players and then offered them a lot of benefits, employing them into their own teams. The same way Victor employed Margaret initially. The only exception to this was when newly awakened players commit crimes using their powers or undermining the status of secrecy that the council supervised. In that case, not only would they lose their freedom, they would only have two choices, to join one of the families or get wiped out. This case was a good example of such circumstances. Victor had never heard about this in his previous life, as he was just a random pawn at this period of time. But the words electrical energy reminded him of a certain incident that would happen about 4 months from now. It was a massive blackout during a thunderstorm. Back then he remembered accidentally meeting his father who was in town. Theodore was injured back then, but he said nothing when Victor asked him about it. Could it have something to do with this? No matter what, he planned to see to this in a couple of days when he went to check on the wedding venue. He was too lazy for this now. Today he just wanted to relax and check his loot. Chapter 273, Puppets. Victor casually took out 3 treasuries from his ring and put them on the table as Lily, who was still on his lap, watched. Are those from the dungeon, young master? Yup, I got a good dog to fetch them for me. Victor said as he drooled. He had other things too, but they were not as precious as those. What are those? Lily asked as she took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his mouth. First of all, Victor said as he held a black little box, about an inch tall. This is called the Light Eater box. It is an S-ranked artifact. When this box opens, it absorbs all the light in the area around it, leaving it pitch black. Even with a strong flashlight, you would only be able to see 2 feet ahead. He said, its range depends on how much energy you can supply it. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, this was used as a part of an array to cause the entire floor to grow very dark, he added. Too bad that stupid greedy dog didn't stop to study the formation below it as he destroyed everything to snatch the treasure very quickly. The whimsical system had no time to warn him. Victor still managed to get a glimpse of it though, but he would need time to study it and maybe fill any damaged parts. Oh, can I have it? Lily asked with a pleading look. This thing would help her to kill and castrate a lot of poor souls. Yes, but be careful though, if the area you are trying to block is too bright, this thing would not work. It might even be damaged because of all the energy it would be absorbing. Victor warned as he gave it to Lily. Don't use it now. I don't want to alarm the entire mansion, he scolded when he saw her try to open it. Ah, sorry, she said as she put the box in her storage ring. She would try it later to startle the sh*t out of Margaret. Next we have this. Victor said as he grabbed a jade key. This is the second one I have got, he said, taking out the one he grabbed from Sebastian earlier and putting them together. They were very similar except for the symbol on its head. Each symbol represents a number. Victor got numbers 4, Sebastian's, and 177, Tom's. Victor was not sure what those meant though. What does this open? Lily asked. A door obviously, he answered, making her pout a little. Don't worry about it. In the right time, you will know. He added, rubbing her hair. It was too early to tell the girls about the Jade Gate, he would have time for that after the tournament. Lily frowned, but could only hold her curiosity for now. Finally, is this? Victor said, showing Lily a block of silvery metal. He looked at it with very greedy eyes and drooled again. This thing was inside the casket of the Lich King. The casket was scrapped but this didn't even get a scratch. Will you tell me what this is? Lily asked. She was still pouting. If I do, you will take it away from me, he said, carefully caressing the block as if it was a naked girl. I promise I won't, she said casually. She was beginning to really suspect the possibility that her young master did suffer from some brain damage in the dungeon. He got blown away by a lot of explosions lately. She would love him regardless though. This is called hell iron. It's not iron though, but people use that name for it. As its name implies, it is a type of metal that only appears in hell, the main world of the demons. Victor said. It is super rare. This metal block is extra large. What can it be used for? Lily asked. Is it like those very strong fantasy metals in stories? She was tempted to take it from him. Not exactly, it is strong, but there are much stronger metals. This one is special, it. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him. Come in, he said before a pretty girl in red pajamas walked in. It was none other than Margaret, who seemed to be quite awake. Good morning, she said as closed the door behind her. She casually inspected Lily's ambiguous position as she walked in, then sat on a chair near the desk, stretching her legs on the coffee table to the side. Did you just wake up? Victor asked. Yup. I knew you would be late flirting with some hooker, so I went to sleep as soon as we got here, she said, yawning and totally ignoring Lily's threatening glares. Sadly, there were no hookers this time, just a stupid dog. What exactly happened in the dungeon? Victor asked. He didn't have the opportunity to ask her. As I said in the debriefing, I was transported to this strange vault. It was just full of treasures, and there was that stupid gay door that refused to budge. Margaret slowly began to tell him exactly what happened, from entering, till she defeated that demon soul. She didn't mention anything about what happened next. She planned to tell Victor about it privately later. Oh, Victor frowned after hearing her story. Are you guys checking your loot? She asked as she saw the things on the table. Her eyes sparkled when she spotted the metallic brick that looked very familiar. Yes. There are other random things, but those things here are the really precious stuff, he said. That brick, is it precious? Margaret asked, squinting her eyes. What does it do? Yes, I was just telling Lily. This thing is called hell iron. It has the power to conduct mana like copper conducted electricity, he explained. What is that good for? Lily didn't really understand. Everything. Basically, you can create tools that need mana to work with them. Something like magical tools, mana computers, and puppets, he said with a wretched smile as his eyes sparkled. Are you going to build some kind of magical S*X robot with it? Margaret asked as Lily looked at him coldly, not even bothering to wipe his drool this time. It is called a puppet warrior, he didn't deny it, as he watched Margaret raise one eyebrow. Would this thing be even enough? Margaret asked again. This might be sufficient for a, she paused and pointed downward with a mysterious smile. One block of metal is enough to create 5 full puppets. This metal would only be used as wires. I can use other materials for the other parts, he explained. And? Young master? What would this puppet warrior do exactly? Lily asked very coldly as she looked very dangerously at the block of metal. Everything. It can even achieve humanly impossible positions, he said, teasing Lily. It can fight. It would be perfect for dangerous missions. He quickly corrected himself, feeling the drop in the room's temperature. I totally understand, young master, she said. She was clearly not convinced, and was definitely planning to assassinate this block of metal. Don't worry, it can't move on its own, it would need someone controlling it. I will need some other precious metals to build it though. And it is not easy to build, I will need a good engineer, he explained. How much is this thing worth precisely? Margaret suddenly asked, licking her lips. It depends. If you don't know how to use it, it's not that precious. But if you have the key technology, it is priceless. It can fetch 100,000 coins per gram. *T, she cursed, this was a very hot potato. How much would you pay for those then? Margaret said as she threw her ring at the table. Victor didn't have the chance to check it earlier. Victor grabbed the ring she placed on the table and began to inspect it. Then he froze. His mind simply stopped responding as he began to drool. There was a mounting of hell iron bricks in there, not to mention the other random treasures and carcasses of demonic beasts. It would take him days to sort those things out. Margaret did tell him she got a treasure, but this was not just a treasure, but an entire vault of treasures. Victor's astonished look made Lily frown. How much metal did Margaret get you? Lily asked, pressing her lips to his ears. Ah. Her soft breath woke him up, but he didn't know how to answer. About a mountain. I would need you to pay cash, Margaret, who was very interested, interjected. Demanding her reward. She didn't give him those for free. She also wanted her private army of puppets. Don't worry, I will give you a few puppets when they are finished, Victor said after swallowing. He really wanted to hug and kiss her now, but Lily, who was hugging him, made this impossible. Not enough. Margaret flatly rejected. Fine, you can have Alex too. No, keep that jinx to yourself. How about this, keep those things for now, and I will gain the right to ride you any time I want, she said after thinking, causing Lily to gasp in shock as she looked at Victor and awaited his answer. Fine. I would even give you my chastity for it. But you have to take care not to upset anyone who is watching. Victor said, making Lily pinch her young master's thigh very hard, not realizing that the two perverts were not only teasing her but talking in code. Margaret had just told him that she would be using the finances in her hand more freely, and Victor responded by telling her that she could do that, but she had to be extra careful. Do you plan to make an army of puppets now? Lily asked finally after discovering that her feeble strength was not affecting her young master at all. She has just imagined Victor laughing like a maniac in a sea of S*X robots. With the amount Margaret got me, it would be a waste. There would be some robots, but I want to build something better. I will tell you about it when I finish the plans, he said mysteriously. What's better than an army of S*X robots? Does such a thing exist? Margaret asked with a mischievous smile, but Victor didn't reply, he only smiled mysteriously. What he was planning to build was something that even after the reckoning, was deemed impossible because of the enormous cost. But before the reckoning, there was a bug that he could exploit. He really needed a good mana engineer though, and he had no idea where to get one. Even after the reckoning, those guys were hard to find. Let alone that. The mana transfer theory he needed has not been discovered, yet. Yes. Can't he just get that scientist who established that theory? But. Is she a girl? Lilt suddenly asked. What? Who? The one you were thinking about just now, she coldly spat as Margaret squinted her eyes. Yes, Victor confessed before looking at Margaret. Margaret, I will need you to travel to the Orange Pearl Islands, there, create a ship construction company, and buy a certain laboratory. Oh. Ship construction? That means a shipyard. And a laboratory? What is it for? Margaret asked, is this urgent? Yes, the earlier the better. I would need this for the future. Do it under a shell company, it should have nothing to do with me, he said. And make sure that a scientist who goes by the name Zelen is there. If not, hire her, he added with a complex look, making Lily sigh in relief. It seemed that this Zelen girl was ugly, otherwise, Victor would have decided to go there himself. Chapter 274, True Blood Pill. Next. Late in the morning, Yin stepped into the dining room following behind Lara and Elle. They have just finished taking a shower after their morning exercises. Lara had been making Elle and Yin tag along. In the last few days, Yin managed to get familiar with everyone around this mansion, and to her surprise, it was not as bad as she expected it to be. It was like a big family. To tell the truth, she really liked it here. Everyone treated her nicely, and took her shopping, buying her all kinds of pretty clothes. And the girl, Lara, really needed someone to take care of her. Yin was amazed by how sheltered and naive a girl her age could be. No wonder Victor asked her to protect his sister. And no wonder he made that little girl Elle her servant. She really knew how to guide her mistress by the nose. Big brother. Lara was flustered when she saw Victor, who was eating his breakfast surrounded by his harem and Alex. Welcome back, she said as she quickly saluted by bowing politely. Come on in, have some breakfast, Victor said casually as he continued to enjoy his meal. Lara nodded, then quickly grabbed a seat followed by her entourage. Victor was carefully observing her, and as he expected, although her symptoms had subdued, she didn't have much energy. He needed to fix her bloodline fast. Yin was looking at him as if she had something to say. He just gestured to her to wait until later, then looked at Hilda. Hilda, did you finish redecorating the basement? He asked. Mostly, you just need to wait for the paint to dry, she said with a sigh. Rushing this cost a fortune. But money really did make things go fast. Good, Hannah. Victor nodded, then looked at Hannah, who was enjoying her meal too. Yes. She asked. Was it time for work at last? For the last few days, she was literally in heaven enjoying the best treatment. In the immortal abode sect, she had to live a hermit lifestyle. They didn't even have electricity or running water. But here, she was really enjoying her time. Victor was treating her as a guest. If only he didn't force her to work for him. Follow me to check on your new lab after the meal. I will show you something interesting, Victor said with a wretched smile that thankfully Lily didn't see. She was ordered to get some sleep, or she would have made sure to stuff a couple of eggs in his dirty mouth. I understand, Hannah said. She looked worried. Victor nodded and continued to eat. Theta was taking care of feeding him this time. Esteemed brother. Lara suddenly spoke. Yes. Lara hesitated, but Elle held her hand under the table, encouraging her. I want your permission to invite my friends here for a sleepover, she said, not daring to look at her brother. How many friends? 7, she said. Good. I am fine with it, just let Hilda perform a security check on them. Already done, young master, they are clean. Hilda responded. Then do it, he said with a smile. You come too, Victor told Yin as he dragged the reluctant Hannah toward the basement. Yes, young master, Yin said as she quickly followed. Reaching downstairs, Victor began to inspect the changes. As he instructed, the basement was divided into multiple sections, including a vault, a dungeon, and a lab. With various other preparation rooms. Is this lab your design? Victor asked as they entered the alchemy lab. It was relatively empty, but Victor did notice the tables arranged in a way that they would later be filled with many instruments. Hannah nodded. She always dreamed of having such a lab, but her sect was very old-fashioned, preferring old alchemy methods over new ones. It's not bad, Victor said as he sat on a wooden chair. Yin closed the door. We have something to talk about, he added, making Hannah flinch as she watched the little girl block her last way out. She shouldn't have asked Hilda to make this door soundproof. She already began regretting her design choices. Sit down, we need to speak, Victor commanded as he looked at Yin. First, Yin, what did you want to tell me, he asked. That girl, Monica, she had a demon smell on her. It was faint, but I could smell it. Is she a demon? Negative, just a trace. Yin shook her head. I will talk to her later. I have an idea what this is about, he said. Good job. Lady Margaret also had a strange smell today. Her soul seemed to have become brighter. A demon. A remnant. Oh. I understand. Victor didn't have a chance yet to talk to Margaret. He knew she wanted to speak with him privately though, and he planned to do so when they go out today. Then I will take my leave, Yin said, intending to leave the awkward atmosphere here. No. You should hear this too. Victor said. Now, Hannah. Did you notice anything strange about Lara? He asked. Other than her pale complexion, nothing strange, Hannah said. That's exactly what I meant. What I will tell you here is a secret, he said, glancing at Yin, who nodded. Don't tell anyone no matter what. I understand, the girls replied. My family is not that harmonious, you see. Lara, she was the victim of a scheme. A family scheme. Let me phrase it like this, one of my stepmothers wanted to hurt her, he added, making Yin gasp as Hannah frowned. Did they poison her? No, that would be too foolish even for them, Victor said. You might not know this, but the Von Wise has a very unique bloodline. All the children in the family would practice a certain art that would help strengthen that bloodline. Lara, like me, has a very pure bloodline from birth, he said. They hurt her bloodline. Hannah, who knew better, asked. Kinda, my stepbrother, who was supervising Lara's training, fooled her by changing some of the art steps. Practicing it, caused her to unconsciously burn her pure blood, he explained. Didn't your family notice something? No, the changes in the art must have been done by a master who taught it to Rex, my stepbrother. The art does not hurt directly, on the contrary, it makes the practitioner stronger, but in exchange for their potential and bloodline purity. Oh. I see how that can be done. Hannah totally got it. She had some knowledge about such arts in the memories her family gave her. Did you tell your family elders? She asked. No. I plan to fix this silently, he didn't elaborate. Young master. The art Miss Lara was practicing in the morning, Yin suddenly interjected. Don't worry, it is something I taught her. I already wanted her not to practice that art, but it was too late. Her potential was nearly exhausted, he said, smiling at Yin. He really liked this girl, she took her job seriously. That awakening scroll was totally not wasted on her. Maybe he should try teaching her some business knowledge to test her. He needed to help Lara build her team before her awakening. That girl was too naive for her own good. You want me to craft a drug to heal her? Hannah asked after pondering for a moment. I don't have that knowledge, she began to complain when Victor suddenly took 3 sealed barrels and put them in front of her. Blood. Hannah immediately recognized the smell. Baby's blood, she yelled, making Yin frown. Hannah looked at Victor with anger and disgust. Making him surprised, she was more knowledgeable than he expected. It's not mine, I took it from a bad guy who was secretly murdering babies in my family. That's why you need to be perfect with it, I don't have a lot, he explained. I want you to make a pill with it. It is called the True Blood Pill, he said, taking out a small booklet and putting it on the barrel. This recipe was very simple, yet very complicated. Hannah quickly snatched it and began to leaf through it. Do you have all the ingredients here? She asked. Yes, he added, taking out another sack and throwing it to the table. It would be very complex, she said finally after reading through the entire recipe. I know, let Theta help you. He said, that girl has some really good luck. Oh. I understand. Hannah said coldly, but her eyes began to sparkle. She really liked doing alchemy. Especially this kind that saved people's lives. And Victor was really taking care of her according to their deal. No, her pride would not let her work for free. What would I get as my payment? She suddenly asked as she watched him walk toward the door. Although she was his slave now, she wanted some payment. How about a book of super rare alchemy recipes? He asked. Isn't that benefiting you? She said coldly. She was very tempted though. Don't worry, the things I plan to give you later would benefit you greatly, he said mysteriously with a smile as he walked out. Yin quickly followed after nodding to Hannah. Tom, who was having an omelette for breakfast in Isabella's apartment, froze as he read the news feed on his phone. It was there in bold print. Victor White boldly announces to the world that he will marry Lynn Cross and Nova Astra at the same wedding. A noble marriage. In this day and age? The scandal. 2 at a time. What's next? 3 at a time. In the Granny's incident, it was another guy. We asked him why he did it. What were those toys? Many asked, we can't tell you, but we found out who sells them. The toys. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Here we asked the experts. And they replied, +18. We are making our phones slow to make them better, White Technology states at a press conference. Spider Boy, who was he? Here's what I think. +18. The auction of the year had just ended. What fashion lessons did we learn? Victor White proposes to Nova Astra's parents. They accept. Dragon Hero 4 is in cinemas next week. Would John Sigma save Myra again? Myra, the highest paid actress of all time, is now in The World Is Your Dungeon. Filming now, in the cinema next year. Jane Armstrong had escaped from the asylum. Wanted dead or alive. Attempts to rectify marriage law failed after congressman was arrested for abusing a minor. How to take care of your harem. 3 pieces of advice from an expert. Brothels near your house? Are grannies the new fad? The princely funeral that no one attended. How did Prince Troy really die? 20 journalists died in a boating accident. They were having an OY with the captain. Tom's hand began to shake as he read the first article carefully. He then began to scroll around reading the other disturbing news. Victor. He spat coldly just as Isabella walked into the kitchen with another girl. Tom, this is Naomi, she wanted to meet you. She paused as she noticed Tom's pale white complexion. Tom, are you all right? She asked. She was a little worried about him. Last night he kept mumbling incomprehensible things and wasn't even able to finish the job. I need to go. Call you later. He took his jacket and then walked out, bumping into Naomi on his way out, completely failing to realize that she was naked. That's how much he was distressed. Tom. Isabella yelled after him, but he didn't reply as he closed the door behind him.